Modern Slavery. Siddarth. Modern Slavery. A Global Perspective. Columbia University Press. New York. Preface. This book represents the culmination of 16 years of research into modern slavery. During that time, I have investigated slavery in 51 countries and have comprehensively documented the cases of 5,439 slaves of all kinds. I traced human trafficking networks around the globe, witnessed the sale of human beings into slavery on 6 continents, and confronted some of the traffickers and organized crime networks that exploit people in bondage and servitude. My first book, Sex Trafficking: Inside the Business of Modern Slavery, outlined the most profitable form of slavery the world has ever seen. My second book, Bonded Labor: Tackling the System of Slavery in South Asia, outlined the form of slavery that ensnares more people than all other forms combined. This third book offers my overview of the most pervasive and salient manifestations of contemporary slavery I have documented. It represents the totality of what I know about slavery, the full evolution of my thinking on the topic, and my earnest efforts to contribute to the abolition of this savage institution. I focus on a handful of case studies that manifest many of the most important realities of slavery as they exist in the world today, from sex trafficking in Nigeria, to labor trafficking in the agricultural sector of California, to organ trafficking in South Asia and across the U.S. Mexico border, to debt bondage in the construction sectors of Malaysia and Singapore, and finally to slavery in Thailand's seafood sector. In my first 2 books, I placed a substantial focus on outlining the economic realities and key metrics of slavery as it exists in the world today. When I began my research in the summer of 2000, there was a gaping deficiency in slavery scholarship relating to data, metrics, and basic modeling of the offense. I believe my early work helped shift the mode of inquiry into contemporary forms of slavery by demonstrating the value of a business and economic understanding of the crime, as well as the importance of data and metrics relating to every facet of the offense, be it how many slaves there are by type, the profits generated by specific types of slavery from one country to another, the business models used to exploit slaves, or the expected economic value of a slave to the exploiter. This information was meant to provide baselines for measurement, to frame the scale and functioning of the phenomenon, and to inform anti-slavery policy and law. In some sense, my journey into slavery has been the wrong way around. In recent years I have grown somewhat weary of metrics and data in the face of the immeasurable human suffering I have witnessed. The misery, degradation, and debasement of human life that I have seen in brothels, in factories, on ships, in agricultural fields, and in other venues of slave exploitation has taken an immense toll on my mind, heart, and health, as well as on my faith in humanity. My arguments on how to rid the world of slavery continue to be data-driven, but in this book I wanted to share with you the clearest possible picture of slavery, just as I have seen it in all its depravity, greed, and disdain. At this stage in my journey, numbers no longer provide the comfort they once did, so I have returned to the beginning and tried to convey to you the torment of the slaves I have met, the forces that perpetuate their servitude, and the challenges I faced in trying to document their suffering. I do so solely in the hope that in some small measure these efforts will contribute to the eradication of this dehumanizing institution. Slavery has been an ignoble stain on the legitimacy of human civilization from the beginning. Although this truth only dawned on our collective consciousness a few centuries ago, the systems and forces that promote slavery remain as pervasive and entrenched in the global economic order as ever. Slavery debases human relations, invalidates the conduct of our lives, and indicts us all as participants in its ignominy. I hope this book will play some small role in moving you to action and will inspire new and more effective efforts to abolish slavery once and for all. Acknowledgements. There is no language to express my gratitude to each and every woman, child, and man who shared their stories with me. The dignity and fortitude of the enslaved and oppressed individuals I met across the years have both humbled and inspired me. They shall never be forgotten. Hundreds of generous people around the world have contributed to my research during the past 16 years. From local guides and drivers, to translators, to NGO personnel, to law enforcement, to colleagues and well-wishers in dozens of countries, I could not have completed my research without their assistance. I am especially grateful for all the goodwill I received from strangers, who had no reason to trust me, but without whose aid my research could not have been completed. I am deeply grateful to my agent and friend Susan Cohen for her indefatigable support of my books, and of me as I struggle through them. I remain profoundly indebted to my first editor, Peter Dimmock, who saw something in me that to this day I do not see myself the ability to write these stories. Without his faith and advocacy, my books would not exist. Columbia University Press has given me a supportive home for my work since the first day they embarked on this campaign with me 3 books ago. It has been a pleasure being an author under their banner. I could not have written a word, let alone embarked on so many soul-crushing journeys into the world of bondage and slavery, without the love and support of my family. I write especially in most affectionate memory of my second father, Vijay Shankar Das, whose noble example of dignity, honor, and nobility I shall forever strive to achieve. Above all there is my wife, my heart, my angel nonpareil, Udti. When the world goes dark, you are my light. When all seems lost, you bring me home. I treasure your love beyond any capacity to express, so I shall say but this with your hand in mine: life has meaning. Chapter 1. Modern Slavery. An Overview. If slavery is not wrong, nothing is wrong. Abraham Lincoln. Siddha's last wish. She stood low to the ground, hunched, eyes averted. Emaciated by misery and disease, she was next of kin to oblivion. Siddha one was born to be a slave, at least for a portion of her life, and after that an outcast waiting to die. She is Bidya, a subjugated caste of former nomads in the state of Rajasthan, India. Unlike much of the nation, the Bidya prize their daughters, for they grow up to be prostitutes, and nothing else. It is the sole vocation they are allowed, by birth curse, and it begins when they are children. They are told to be proud. They are told it is better than being a housewife. Bidya men only marry outside their community, and their wives have the lowest status of all. Sons born of these wives will one day peddle their sisters and hope to produce more Bidya daughters. The men live off the earnings of their child-raped girls. These children are the dismal face of slavery, an oppressed subclass of humanity fit only to be consumed, for profit. I met Siddha in a dusty village about 40 kilometers outside the city of Bardapur. Her mud brick hut baked like an oven. Stray dogs with patches of missing fur skulked lazily between miserly pockets of shade. They growled, but meant no harm. Siddha's breathing was labored, she knew she was not long for this world. Before the end, she wanted to tell her story. She knelt to touch my feet, but I waved her up and said that I should be touching hers instead. I reached out my hand and asked her to take it. She looked at me nervously. No one like her is allowed to touch the skin of someone like me, unless of course it is because she has been purchased. She folded her hands in a gesture of respectful decline. I understood. We sat on the dirt inside her hut, and I told her I would listen, as long as she wanted. She took a sudden, desperate breath, the kind meant to quell a gathering storm of pain. Then, she spoke. Point 2. My father died when I was 9. My mother took me and my brother to live with my uncle. I had my first period when I was 13. My uncle was happy. He sold my virginity to a businessman in Bardapur for 50,000 rupees $960.3. He slaughtered a goat and we did a ceremony called Nathani Yatarna, literally taking off the nose ring. This means I am ready to be a prostitute. My uncle bought me a new sari and took me to the businessman. That man kept me for 2 nights. What he did to me was so painful. I tried not to cry, but I could not stop. My tears did not make him stop either. After I returned home, my brother and my uncle arranged customers for me. They were men from Bardapur and Agra and Jaipur. Tourists also. Some were Japanese from a car factory at Neemrana. There were European men also. I have seen so many colors of skin pressed against mine. I earned a good wage for my family doing prostitution. This made me feel proud. When I was 15, my uncle took me to Delhi. I did not want to leave my home. My mother protested, but what can she do? In my community a woman is only good to lie on her back. My uncle left me in a Kotha brothel on GB Road. A Garhwali madam named Manju paid him money. She told me I owed her 20,000 rupees $380 and after I repay this amount she will send money for my family. She told me my breasts must grow faster, so she gave me injections. Manju was kind to me, but if I displeased her she beat me without mercy. There were so many girls in that place. Some were younger than me, but most were older. One girl from Nepal named Kumari was like my sister. She took care of me and taught me how to make a man finish quickly so we can have more clients and make more money. My uncle came every 3-4 months to collect money from Manju. He brought me gifts from my mother, like this necklace. I did not see my mother for 4 years while I was in Delhi. Then I became sick. I knew what happened. It happens to all the girls at GB Road. It happened to Kumari 1 year earlier. She did not live very long. Clients no longer had interest in me, so Manju sent me home. That was 3 months ago. I live here with my family. I am grateful that the Bidya men do not marry Bidya women. This means I can never have a Bidya daughter. My uncle is upset that I cannot work. He and his brother took 2 girls from another village and tell customers they are Bidya. They earn money from those girls now. I tried to get an Aadhaar 4 card so I can find work, but the Sarpanch 5 will not endorse my application. The upper classes discriminate against us, but they line up to sleep with our daughters. I am very weak, and I know I will not live very long from now. There is a school near this village for boys. I asked the teacher if he can teach me to write. He is kind and said he will help me. I want to write a book before I die. I want to tell my story so that people know how we are treated. I want to tell the girls in my community, there is no pride in being a slave for men. Do not let them make fools of you. This is not what God wants you to do. Sita's eyes shivered as she spoke, but she shed no tears. She refused to pity herself, even though she recognized the bleakness of her predicament. There was no treatment available to her in the village for her HIV infection, and at barely 19 she was forced to embrace the twilight of her life. Her tale of slavery and suffering was too bleak to bear. She was born an outcast and a girl, 2 categories that sealed her wretched fate. She is the essence of slavery, a disadvantaged and oppressed individual valued only by virtue of her coerced service to those who matter more. She was never treated as equally human, equally dignified, or equally free as those who exploited her. That is the merciless formula that governs slavery in every corner of the world, from ancient times through to the modern age. I spent several hours with Sita, as I wanted to learn as much as I could about her as a woman, an Indian, a human. I saw glimpses of a little girl still sparkling within her battered heart. She had movie star crushes and favorite foods, and she found solace in meditation. It was my honor to spend time with her, brief as it was. Sita reiterated her wish to me several times. She wanted to write a book about her life, so that the Bidya girls who came after her might find the courage to reject their fates. I promised I would do my part to share her story with the world. I knew I would never see Sita again. Before I left, I reached out my hands to her one last time. This time, she took them. I held her tight. I wanted to say so much, but only a few words emerged. I am sorry. Please forgive us. What is slavery? Sita was a slave, in every sense of the word. She was also a bonded laborer, a forced laborer, and a victim of child sex trafficking. To be clear, she was forced into prostitution as a child with no choice in the matter at any point in her life. Everyone but her profited from her degradation. She was exploited for the totality of her adolescence up to the point when there was nothing left to exploit. Although her case is unequivocal, the answer to the question "what is slavery?" can be quite elusive. There are many terms used in anti-slavery circles to describe various manifestations of the phenomenon, each of which has a codified definition in international law. However, the interpretation and application of these terms has been muddied by a lack of precision that renders it exceedingly difficult to address the offenses effectively. The terms are also used with varying agendas by the multitude of actors in the anti-slavery space, hence it is vital to understand more precisely just what these terms mean before one can properly address the crimes. Those terms are: 1. Slavery, or modern slavery, or modern-day slavery. 2. Forced labor. 3. Human trafficking. 4. Debt bondage/bonded labor. Slavery, aka modern slavery, aka modern-day slavery. The system of slavery dates back to prehistoric hunting societies. 6. The millennia that have passed since that time have provided, one might assume, ample opportunity for scholars to reach consensus as to what the word slavery means. However, the term has been applied to different modes of human subjugation in different cultural contexts across the centuries, giving it broad and sometimes contradictory meanings. The most common use of the word refers to the practice of treating people like property, or chattel, hence the term chattel slavery. For much of human history, slaves were ontologically inferior individuals who were owned by ontologically superior people. The lines between slave owner and slave were always immutable and strictly enforced by law, culture, and religion. Slaves did not have the right to exit the relationship unless it was granted to them by their owners, and their labor was exerted almost entirely for the benefit of these owners. Slaves were most often acquired through military conquest, as in the ancient Greek, Roman, Egyptian, Mughal, Aztec, and Ottoman empires. The system of treating and exploiting people as property has continued from antiquity through to the Western colonial period, the Atlantic slave trade, and into the 21st century. There are, however, other systems of slavery across human history that were not as binary as traditional chattel slavery. As I describe in Bonded Labor 7, some Eastern conceptions of the institution of slavery during ancient times were more nuanced than the binary free/unfree, owner/owned system of chattel slavery. To be sure, even medieval systems of peonage and serfdom were not traditional systems of human ownership, but they still amounted to slavery and are often referred to as such. In South Asia, the concept of slavery begins with the Sanskrit word dasas, which is typically translated as slave. The word in fact refers to a range of subservient conditions and classes of individuals who were analogous to Western slaves. These individuals might have been owned outright, placed in a lifetime of bondage in exchange for food and shelter, sold into slavery to discharge a debt, or enslaved after military conquest. As with Western slaves, they had few, if any, rights under the law, and pathways to freedom were virtually non-existent aside from being granted freedom by their owners. Similar systems of nuanced, caste-based or conquest-based slavery were common throughout the ancient Muslim world, the South American empires, and in Chinese and Japanese cultures. Despite these variegated manifestations of slavery, the system has always been based on expressions of power and violence, in addition to minimization of labor costs, economic exploitation, racism, sexism, alienation, and the superiority of one class of persons over another. The first internationally accepted definition of slavery was established roughly 90 years after slavery was first abolished in the British Empire. This definition was provided in the League of Nations Slavery Convention in 1926. Slavery is the status or condition of a person over whom any or all of the powers attaching to the right of ownership are exercised. Per this definition, slavery is described as the condition of a person who is treated like property. Power is exerted over the person based on a legal and accepted right of human ownership. This definition would be applicable to most every instance of slavery in the pre-abolitionist era, especially in the West. However, it has become more complicated to apply this term today because there are no longer any legal rights of ownership over human beings anywhere in the world. Indeed, the institution of owning and trading people like property has been rejected in various ways dating back to at least the 3rd century BCE, when Emperor Ashoka outlawed the slave trade in the Mauryan Empire. Several empires and countries subsequently abolished slavery, or parts of the practice, but in most cases the system remained socially accepted and in fact almost always became legally reinstituted after it had been outlawed. The sustained abolition of slavery as we know it began in earnest in 1807 with the Slave Trade Abolition Act in England, followed in 1833 with the Slavery Abolition Act. The post-Enlightenment era abolitionist movement spread across colonial powers, arrived in the United States in 1865 with the 13th Amendment abolition of slavery, and continued around the world well past the League of Nations Slavery Convention with countries such as Saudi Arabia and Yemen abolishing slavery in 1962 and Mauritania as late as 2007. The crucial question in the modern context is, if there are no legal rights of ownership of another person that convey power to the owner that can be exercised over said person, is there any slavery left in the world? Scholars and activists have come to use the terms modern slavery, modern-day slavery, slavery-like practices, or contemporary forms of slavery to describe the condition of a person who is treated in much the same way that slaves who were legally owned in the past were treated. Just because a condition has been made illegal on paper does not mean it does not exist in practice. Ascertaining just how these forms of modern slavery relate to the long-standing practice of traditional slavery remains unclear. In answer to this question, two camps have emerged. The first camp asserts that modern slavery is a catch-all phrase that encapsulates all practices and conditions similar to Old World slavery, such as forced labor, human trafficking, debt bondage, and certain vestiges of Old World slavery that persist in countries like Niger, Mauritania, India, and Nepal. The second camp asserts that the use of the term slavery should be restricted to the historic institution of chattel slavery and those few modern instances that equally manifest the extreme levels of control, abuse, and economic exploitation that were inherent in the system of chattel slavery and legal human ownership. Harvard scholar Orlando Patterson provides perhaps the most eloquent definition of slavery in this context as the permanent, violent domination of natally alienated and generally dishonored persons. 9. Patterson argues that slavery requires severe degrees of violent domination of people stripped from their homeland and cultural contexts in a way that dishonors them as human beings. In this way, only the most extreme cases of what people describe today as modern slavery would be included, such as sex trafficking or servitude in the Thai fishing sector. Everything else would be just what it is: forced labor, bonded labor, forced marriage, severe labor exploitation, and so forth. I have vacillated across the years on how best to use the word slavery in the modern context. The scholar in me veers toward Professor Patterson. Slavery is a very specific, dehumanizing, violent form of domination and exploitation whose severity should be respected by not diluting the word to mean forms of severe labor exploitation found in the world today. On the other hand, slavery, or words that mean something like it, across cultures and time has occupied a spectrum of conditions, and perhaps it is prudent not to be too restrictive in the application of the term. To be sure, in the contemporary era one is attempting to assess a range of deeply exploitative and oftentimes dehumanizing and alienating power relationships that can be as onerous as slavery from centuries ago. The activist in me feels, therefore, that terms like modern slavery or contemporary slavery can be responsibly used as umbrella terms that capture the range of practices predicated on achieving dominance and exploitation similar to those that occurred within the Old World system of chattel slavery. For the purposes of this book, and for general application in my anti-slavery work, I have for the time being sided with Camp 1. That is, I use the term slavery or modern slavery as umbrella terms that describe the various phases of contemporary bondage and servitude that occur in the world today, in the hope that doing so will provide a more efficient framework for discussing the spectrum of servile labor exploitation practices. For the avoidance of doubt, I have no intention of using these terms with a view toward evoking emotional responses for the sake of sensationalism. In my first two books, I provide definitions of slavery in a way that would allow the term to be operationalized from legal and research standpoints. This means that the definitions seek to provide clarity on the specific criteria that could be applied in criminal law or data gathering contexts to determine whether a case is slavery. These definitions focus on the determining elements of the offense. However, I have come to feel that perhaps it would be more useful to reframe my definition in terms that are intended to capture the deeper essence of slavery in the contemporary context. I offer, therefore, a more essential definition, which can be operationalized through a determination of the conditions or indicators that would satisfy the concept. Slavery is a system of dishonoring and degrading people through the violent coercion of their labor activity in conditions that dehumanize them. Every person I documented in my research and determined to be a slave fulfilled this definition. These are people caught in systems of servile labor exploitation that severely dishonor and degrade them. The coercion of their labor activity, any labor that generates economic value, must contain an element of violence to descend to the level of slavery. Violence does not mean physical harm alone, rather, it indicates any manner of threat against any person who matters to the slave, as well as verbal and psychological abuses, and also the deprivation of security or sustenance as penalties for lack of submission. Finally, coercion of labor must take place in conditions that dehumanize the individual. This can mean physical conditions of filth, putridity, or other conditions that amount to a subhuman working environment. It also can mean that the individual's freedoms are restricted, especially freedom of movement, which is a core freedom that makes us human. When the totality of these debasing conditions results in the systematic degradation of a person through the violent coercion of his or her labor activity in conditions that strip the person of his or her dignity and humanity, that, to me, is a slave. Forced labor. 4 years after the first international legal definition of slavery, the International Labour Organization, ILO, provided the first international legal definition of forced labor in the ILO Forced Labor Convention, number 29. All work or service which is exacted from any person under the menace of any penalty and for which the said person has not offered himself voluntarily. 10. The immediate context for this definition in 1930 was the recognition that chattel slavery was an institution that had been abolished from most of the planet, so a new term was needed to describe conditions akin to slavery that were not predicated on rights of ownership. The term also was defined in relation to the exploitative labor practices being perpetrated by colonial powers, in which millions of people were subjugated in slave-like conditions despite the abolition on paper of the practice. The key elements to the ILO definition of forced labor are, 1. Coercion and, 2. Involuntariness of the labor. These terms are not defined in the convention, hence, scholars and legal experts have endeavored to determine what these terms mean and what levels of coercion and lack of consent are required to make a determination of forced labor. Scholars have established various indicators of these qualities to create an analytical basis of determination. There remains no definitive list of indicators nor a singular method through which these indicators are deemed to establish the conditions. There is, however, general consensus that some of the essential indicators to coercion include verbal, physical, sexual abuse or threats to the victim, family members, or other workers, confiscation of identity or work documents, the denial of sufficient food and water, living and working in the same place, excessive surveillance, manipulation of debts, the threat of deportation, and other measures along these lines. 11 Some of the indicators of involuntariness include the inability to leave the workplace or to pursue other work options without permission, being cut off from communications with friends and family, working excessive hours without overtime payment, having to ask permission for restroom breaks, having to work despite illness or injury, not being allowed sufficient time off for rest or holidays, lack of adequate safety equipment, toilet and sanitation, and other measures along these lines. 12. There are varying approaches to the question of whether each of these indicators is to be treated equally, or whether some might be construed as strong and others as less strong. I have adopted the approach of having strong and less strong indicators in my assessments. For example, under coercion, I consider physical or sexual abuse to be strong indicators of coercion and excessive surveillance to be less strong. Under involuntariness, I consider restrictions on freedoms of movement and employment, especially when workers are locked inside the workplace, to be strong indicators, and not being allowed sufficient time off for rest or holidays to be less strong. See Appendix C for an example of an intake questionnaire I used to document various forms of slavery, including the list of indicators for coercion and involuntariness I used to establish forced labor under ILO Convention No. 29. Once one determines what indicators will be assessed and whether some are to be strong or less strong, one must then ascertain how many of the indicators are required to establish each of the conditions of coercion and involuntariness. A scoring technique of 1 point per indicator, or perhaps 2 or 3 points for strong indicators, can be used. The approach I have taken is that all strong indicators and at least half of the remaining less strong indicators must be present to determine each condition of coercion and involuntariness, and, of course, both conditions are required to make a determination of forced labor. This is a conservative approach that eliminates many cases that might reasonably be construed as forced labor. Having said this, if all the strong indicators are present, it is invariably the case that a majority of the remaining indicators are also present. Hence, the only alternate approach I could take would be to revert to a scoring technique that might allow for only 1 or 2 strong indicators and a handful of the other indicators to be sufficient. This would result in my having documented many more cases of forced labor across the years. There is vigorous debate in policy circles as to whether slavery and forced labor are the same phenomenon, and if not, what the differences would be. The general consensus appears to be that slavery, when used as an umbrella term, is almost, but not quite, synonymous with forced labor. There are a few categories of slavery that are not captured by forced labor, primarily because they occur outside the context of employment, such as forced marriage 13, child marriage 14, and children in armed conflict. 15 Beyond these categories, slavery and forced labor generally describe the same array of severely exploitative and degrading labor practices. Human trafficking. Exactly 7 decades after the ILO Forced Labor Convention, No. 29, a new term entered anti-slavery common parlance, human trafficking. The United Nations Protocol to Prevent, Suppress, and Punish Trafficking in Persons, especially women and children, supplementing the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime, 2000, also known as the Palermo Protocol, established the first international definition of the crime of human trafficking. Trafficking in persons shall mean the recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring or receipt of persons, by means of the threat or use of force or other forms of coercion, of abduction, of fraud, of deception, of the abuse of power or of a position of vulnerability, or of the giving or receiving of payments or benefits to achieve the consent of a person having control over another person, for the purpose of exploitation. Exploitation shall include, at a minimum, the exploitation of the prostitution of others or other forms of sexual exploitation, forced labor or services, slavery or practices similar to slavery, servitude, or the removal of organs. 16. Most countries that subsequently established laws prohibiting human trafficking adopted definitions similar to the Palermo Protocol, usually with minor adjustments. For example, the definition of human trafficking in the United States Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000 does not include the removal of organs as one of the purposes for which a person can be deemed a victim of human trafficking. Nonetheless, almost every domestic legal instrument on human trafficking includes 3 elements to the offense as set forth by the Palermo Protocol: a process or action, the recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring, or receipt of a person through a particular means, force, fraud, or coercion, for a particular purpose, forced labor, sexual exploitation, debt bondage, slavery, practices similar to slavery. All 3 elements must be present to make a determination of human trafficking, except for children, in which case the particular means element is not required. 17 When the trafficking takes place for the purpose of sexual exploitation, it is called sex trafficking. When it takes place for the purpose of labor exploitation, it is called labor trafficking, and when it takes place for the purpose of the removal of organs, it is called organ trafficking. No sooner had the definition of human trafficking been codified in the Palermo Protocol than did several confusions arise. These confusions continue to complicate anti-trafficking and anti-slavery efforts to this day. The first confusion relates to the term itself, human trafficking. The term connotes that people are being moved and that this is an essential element to the offense. The crimes of drug trafficking or arms trafficking, for example, involve the illicit transport or sale of drugs or weapons. Hence, without even reviewing the definition of human trafficking, one would infer that it involves the illicit movement or sale of people. This connotation led many scholars, activists, policy makers, and jurists to conclude that human trafficking must involve the illicit traffic of people across national borders for the purposes identified in the Palermo definition. However, it is entirely possible for a person to be trafficked within his or her home country, from a rural area to a city, for example. It is also entirely possible that the other processes of obtaining or harboring might not involve movement of people at all and in fact usually identify the actions of the recipient or a middleman in the victim's journey. Hence, from the outset, the term confused the nature of the crime as being fundamentally about the movement of people, and this confusion persists no matter how many efforts have been made to clarify it. The inherent terminological confusion relating to movement of people was reinforced by the second issue with the definition that it is included in a supplement to a transnational organized crime convention. This contextual factor suggests that the offense is concerned with the illicit transnational movement of people, or at least it focuses on this aspect of the offense as opposed to the purpose of this movement, which is the exploitation. The primary reason the connotations of movement and illicit crossing of borders are problematic is that most of the activists and policy makers who use the term human trafficking proffer it as a synonym to the term slavery. This usage suggests that slavery involves a transnational traffic in persons for exploitative purposes, as opposed to the exploitative purposes themselves. Policy makers have worked assiduously since the Palermo Protocol to clarify that human trafficking is not about movement but rather is about slavery. They have also worked to clarify that the crime does not require movement of any kind, and that only third-party involvement in the recruitment or delivery of a person into slave-like conditions is required, or that this person is involved in the exploitation themselves. One might then ask, why not just call it slavery? This question evokes the preceding question as to whether slavery is a term that should refer to the narrow array of conditions that are similar to Old World chattel slavery, or whether slavery should be used as an umbrella term that refers to all modes of servile labor exploitation found in the world today. Those who would like to use human trafficking as a synonym for the word slavery would perforce use the word as an umbrella term, but this may or may not be useful or accurate, and doing so has already led to considerable confusion as to what the term actually means. Human trafficking simply does not sound like slavery, and no matter how many times people try to use the terms as synonyms, they likely never will be comfortably or intuitively accepted as such. The third issue created by the term human trafficking has been confusion with the crime of human smuggling. 18 Human smuggling involves third parties who facilitate irregular migration across national borders, such as coyotes who help migrants without documentation cross from Mexico into the United States, or trolleys who help migrants without documentation travel from Africa to Europe. Because the phenomenon involves third parties who facilitate the illicit crossing of sovereign borders, human smuggling and human trafficking are often confused. Indeed, countless victims of human trafficking are incorrectly identified as smuggled migrants simply because they are in a country without proper documentation. As such, they are typically deported without a second look at the conditions, i.e., forced labor or forced prostitution, they might have been suffering in the destination country. For this reason, I have argued that any irregular migrant identified in a destination country should first be screened for forced labor exploitation prior to considerations of their violation of local laws, especially migration or prostitution. Human trafficking should thus be construed as human smuggling that takes place with force, fraud, or coercion prior to the movement, and forced labor or slavery after. There are other confusions relating to the specific elements of the offense of human trafficking, namely, what actions are included under the requirements of force, fraud, or coercion, and what exactly is sexual exploitation. Is all commercial sex activity inherently exploitative, or only some? If slavery is one of the purposes of human trafficking, can human trafficking then also be used as a synonym for slavery? The overlap between the processes involved in force or coercion and many of the stated purposes of the offense primarily being forced or coerced labor creates additional confusion in establishing cases of human trafficking. Clearly, there is scope to tighten the definition, if not to adopt a new term that sounds more like that which it is trying to describe, that is, slavery, not irregular transnational movement. The final and perhaps most fundamental question that has arisen since the term human trafficking was codified is whether it should be construed as slavery, or the process of entering a person into slavery. The answer to this question has considerable ramifications for anti-slavery activism, policy, and law. My recommendation is that the term human trafficking should be used to describe the process of entering a person into slavery, not slavery itself. This usage tightens the term to the phenomenon it is trying to describe, the traffic in people for the purpose of enslaving them, and also avoids much of the confusion that arises from the use of the term as a synonym for all forms of slavery. Using terms that more accurately describe the phenomena to which they refer is the first step in achieving the terminological and definitional clarity that can guide more effective efforts to tackle slavery in the world today. Debt bondage/bonded labor. Debt bondage or bonded labor is the most pervasive form of slavery in the world today. More people are ensnared in slavery through debt bondage than all other forms of slavery combined. Debt bondage exists in every corner of the world, but it is most heavily concentrated in South Asia. I outline the reasons for the persistence and concentration of bonded labor in South Asia in my second book, Bonded Labor. 19. Some of the primary reasons include, inter alia, immense poverty, the caste system. 20. Corruption, a lack of access to formal credit markets, the inability of rural poor to access markets and infrastructure, and social apathy to the plight of low-caste and outcast communities. Debt bondage was born in feudal economies and was once the predominant mode of labor relations in agricultural settings around the world, from medieval Europe, to Mughal India, to Tokugawa Japan, to the peonage system of the American South after the Civil War. 21. The phenomenon was first defined under international law in the United Nations Supplementary Convention on the Abolition of Slavery, the Slave Trade and Institutions and Practices Similar to Slavery, 1956, as the status or condition arising from a pledge by a debtor of his personal services or those of a person under his control as security for a debt, if the value of those services as reasonably assessed is not applied towards the liquidation of the debt or the length and nature of those services are not respectively limited or defined. 22. In 1976, India passed its Bonded Labor System, Abolition, Act, which includes an extensive definition of bonded labor as a system of forced or partly forced labor in which an individual takes an advance in exchange for his or any dependent's pledged labor or service, and is confined to a specific geographic area, cannot work for someone else, or is not allowed to sell his labor or goods at market value. 23. India's bonded labor definition covers more of the nuanced scenarios in which debt bondage exploitation can take place beyond an unreasonable asymmetry between the value of credit and labor found in the 1956 UN definition. However, the basic mechanisms and ultimate mode of the exploitation are similar. In bonded labor, I include my own definition of bonded labor as the condition of any person whose liberty is unlawfully restricted while the person is coerced through any means to render labor or services, regardless of compensation, including those who enter the condition because of the absence of a reasonable alternative, where that person or a relation initially agreed to pledge his labor or service as repayment for an advance of any kind. Point 24. Whichever definition one applies, debt bondage involves the exploitative interlinking of labor and credit agreements between parties. On one side of the agreement, a party who possesses a surplus of assets and capital provides credit to the other party, who, because he or she lacks almost any assets or capital, pledges his labor to work off the loan. Given the sharp power imbalances between the parties, the laborer is often severely exploited. Bonded labor occurs when that exploitation becomes so severe that it manifests as slavery. In these cases, once the capital is borrowed, numerous tactics are used by the lender to extract slave labor. The borrower is often coerced to work for meager wages to repay the debt. Exorbitant interest rates of 10 to 20% per month are charged, and additional money lent for medicine, clothes, or basic subsistence is added to the debt. In most cases of bonded labor, up to one-half or more of the debtor's wages are deducted for debt repayment, and further deductions are often made as penalties for breaking rules, poor work performance, or at the whims of the exploiter. Sometimes the debts last a few years, and sometimes the debt may be passed on to future generations if the original borrower perishes without having repaid the debt, according to the lender. Most often, the terms of debt bondage agreements last a few years or can be on a seasonal basis in certain industries, such as agriculture. The existence of debt bondage outside of South Asia is most often initiated through upfront fees that a debtor is forced to pay to a recruiter to secure identity documents, training, work permits, and travel for a work opportunity in a foreign country, usually in construction, domestic work, seafood, agriculture, or commercial sex. Bonded labor covers the phenomenon's existence in South Asia, and I outline the practice of debt bondage beyond South Asia in Chapter 6 of this book. Scholars, economists, and policy makers have asked whether debt bondage should be considered slavery. Point 25. The question usually centers on the issue of whether the debtor willingly enters into the agreement, in which case this voluntary entry would vitiate the element of coercion typically required to establish slavery. Where slavery is used as an umbrella term, debt bondage is undoubtedly included. Where slavery is used more restrictively, most cases of debt bondage I have documented would still be considered slavery, but many cases of seasonal bonded labor or less severe cases of debt bondage in which the debtor may have alternatives or not be as aggressively coerced, manipulated, and exploited may not apply. I have focused on these more severe cases of debt bondage in my research, of which there are millions around the world, and I have no problem categorizing them as slavery. Overlapping categories. It is vital to note that there is substantial overlap between the aforementioned categories of servile labor exploitation. Any one person could easily belong to 2, 3, or even all 4 categories, which in some sense argues for the use of slavery as an umbrella term that captures these similar and highly overlapping practices. For example, many victims of labor trafficking in California's agricultural sector, see Chapter 3, are also victims of debt bondage. Debt bondage victims in domestic work or construction, see Chapter 6, are also very often victims of labor trafficking. The exploited individuals in Thailand's seafood industry, see Chapter 7, are almost all victims of labor trafficking and debt bondage. Most of these victims also would be considered forced laborers, and all of them must be considered slaves. Nonetheless, when it comes to categorization by type of slavery, there are invariably certain indications as to the dominant mode or nature of the exploitation. Identifying these dominant modes is crucial when it comes to considerations of how to address the abuses. Appendix A describes my approach to categorization in more detail and acknowledges the substantial overlaps between these categories. Key metrics of slavery. One of the most crippling deficiencies of the contemporary anti-slavery movement has been a lack of reliable data. This data deficiency has hampered efforts to persuade governments and charitable foundations to invest sufficient funds and attention to the issue, to persuade corporations that their supply chains might be tainted by various forms of slavery, and to establish legitimacy and credibility in the eyes of the world. Rather than focus on research, the movement has historically focused on sensationalism and emotional rhetoric. The atmosphere began to change around the turn of the last decade when the anti-slavery movement finally began to devote more attention to data and measurement. Since that time, there has been a marked increase in the number of data-driven research projects on various aspects of slavery. There are still substantial gaps, but I am confident these will be filled in due course. Two of the most important questions about slavery finally receiving meaningful attention are how many slaves are there, and how much profit is generated from their exploitation. The number of slaves in the world. My estimate of the number of slaves in the world at the end of the year 2016 is 31.2 million. This number is broken down into three categories. Debt bondage, 19.1 million. Human trafficking, 4.8 million. Other forced labor 7.3 million. Although my model on the number of slaves in the world by type requires extrapolation, I have strived to be as conservative as possible in all calculations. Refer to Appendix A for further details and discussion on the derivation of the numbers. Table 1.1 provides a breakdown of each type of slavery by region. Roughly 6 out of 10 slaves in the world are in South Asia. This is primarily a function of the fact that approximately 80% of the world's debt bondage slaves are in the region. It is also a function of the fact that the region possesses roughly 70% of the people in the world living in poverty. South Asia is unquestionably ground zero for slavery, but Africa and the Middle East also contain relatively high per capita levels of slavery. Table 1.1 Number of slaves by region, 20,161. Debt bondage/bonded labor. Human trafficking. Other forced labor. Total slaves. Percent of total, percent. South Asia 15.5 1.3 2.3 19.1 61.2. East Asia and Pacific 1.5 1.2 2.4 5.1 16.3. Western Europe 0.2 0.4 0.3 0.9 2.9. Central and Eastern Europe 0.2 0.4 0.3 0.9 2.9. Latin America 0.4 0.4 0.4 1.2 3.8. Africa 0.5 0.5 0.8 1.8 5.8. Middle East 0.7 0.5 0.7 1.9 6.1. North America 0.1 0.1 0.1 0.3 1.0. Total 19.1 4.8 7.3 31.2 100.0. 1 Values in millions. There are two other credible estimates of the number of slaves and forced laborers in the world, one from the International Labour Organization, ILO, and one from the Walk Free Foundation. The ILO has published two estimates on the number of forced laborers in the world, not exactly the same as slaves. In 2005, they estimated there were 12.3 million people in forced labor 27 and in 2012 they estimated there were 20.9 million people in forced labor 28. The increase from 2005 to 2012 is not based on actual increases in forced labor but rather on an improvement in sample size and methodology and extrapolation assumptions. I was engaged by the ILO as one of a handful of experts to advise on the 2012 estimate and can confirm that the process was both rigorous and conservative. The estimate is based on a capture-recapture, CR, 29 sampling methodology of reports of forced labor by NGOs and the media, which are then entered into an extrapolation model to generate forced labor estimates by region. The ILO continues to refine its estimate every few years, and I believe it produces the most reliable estimate of forced labor in the world. The other estimate comes from the Walk Free Foundation, which produces a Global Slavery Index, GSI. This index provides estimates of the number of slaves in the world based on household surveys conducted by the Gallup organization. The most recent estimate in 2016 is that there are 45.8 million slaves in the world. 30 The GSI provides estimates by country as well, with the top countries being India, 18.3 million, China, 3.4 million, Pakistan, 2.1 million, Uzbekistan, 1.2 million, and North Korea, 1.1 million. 31 on a percent of total population enslaved basis. The countries with the highest levels of slavery are North Korea, 4.4%, Uzbekistan, 4%, Cambodia, 1.6%, Qatar, 1.4%, and India, 1.4%. 32. These three estimates provide a range of roughly 21 to 46 million people in forced labor or slavery in the world. I suspect the truth is somewhere in between these numbers. One cannot compare them fully, as they use different methodologies, rely on different sources of data, make different assumptions that are used for extrapolation, and apply different definitions. Still, they constitute more rigorous estimates than were being produced a decade earlier and provide a reasonable sense of the scale of slavery in the world today. The profits of slavery. Only two estimates of the profits generated by slavery and forced labor are available, one produced by the ILO and one produced by me. In 2005, the ILO estimated that the 12.3 million forced laborers in the world generated profits for their exploiters of $32 billion. 33 in 2012, the ILO estimated that the 20.9 million forced laborers in the world generated profits for their exploiters of $150 billion. 34 The sharp increase in profits is not strictly linked to the increase in the number of forced laborers in the estimates, rather, it is the result of a more refined economic model of forced labor, including the fact that forced prostitution is responsible for $100 billion, or 2/3, of this estimate. The ILO's updated estimate of forced prostitution profits was partially drawn from my estimates in sex trafficking. 35 The ILO's most current data suggest the average annual profits per forced laborer is approximately $7,175. In sex trafficking, I estimated there were 28.4 million slaves in the world generating $92 billion in profits for their exploiters, with sex slaves being responsible for almost 40% of these profits. My current estimates are that the 31.2 million slaves in the world generate $124.1 billion in profits for their exploiters, with sex slaves being responsible for $62.3 billion, or 50.2% of the profits, even though they represent only 5.8% of the total slaves in the world. See Appendix A for details. These data suggest global weighted average annual profits per slave of $3,978, with a high of $36,064 in annual profits per sex trafficking victim, and a low of $1,056 per debt bondage slave. Table 1.2 summarizes the key data on total slave/forced laborers and profits. Table 1.2 Summary of slavery estimates and metrics. ILO, 2012. Walk Free, 2016. CARA, 2016. Total slave/forced laborers 20.9 million, 45.8 million, 31.2 million. Total annual profits $150 billion, $124 billion. Annual profits per slave $7,175, $3,978. Average cost of a slave $550. Annualized ROI of a slave 383%. 1 CARA values are global weighted averages. Sources: ILO data from ILO Global Estimate on Forced Labor Geneva, 2012, Walk Free data from www.walkfree.org. In addition to data on total slaves and the profits generated by slavery, I have calculated that the global weighted average cost of a slave is $550. The global weighted average annualized return on investment, ROI, of all forms of slavery is 383%, see Appendix A for details. Comparative analysis of slavery. From the early days of my research, it was clear to me that slavery is motivated by greed. Slavers are not cruel and exploitative simply for the sake of it. They are cruel and exploitative in pursuit of what they really want: profit. This focus on the profit motive of slavery guided much of my data gathering as I sought to understand just how profitable modern slavery is. As it turns out, slavery today is more profitable than I could have imagined. Profits on a per-slave basis can range from a few $1,000s to a few $100,000 per year, with total annual slavery profits estimated to be as high at $150 billion, ILO. These astounding numbers made me wonder how the profitability of slavery today compares to slavery centuries ago. As I investigated this comparison further, several contrasts between Old World slavery and modern-day slavery emerged, and these contrasts made it abundantly clear exactly why slavery persists and permeates almost every corner of the global economy. Table 1.3 highlights some of the most important comparisons of slavery 2 centuries ago versus today. The first difference is that slave trading/human trafficking 2 centuries ago involved lengthy, expensive journeys as compared to quick, inexpensive journeys today. Centuries ago, it could take months or more to transport a slave from the point of origin in Africa or the Middle East to the point of exploitation in the Americas or Asia. For example, in the Atlantic slave trade, the slave was first acquired somewhere in the interior of the African continent and transported to the West African coast. Around 20 to 25% of slaves perished during this portion of the journey. 36 Once at the coast, the slaves were purchased and transported across the Atlantic to the Americas. Another 10 to 15% of slaves perished during this stage, known as the Middle Passage. 37 The very time-consuming and expensive nature of the transport, as well as the high mortality rate during the journey, meant that when a slave finally arrived in the Americas and was auctioned for sale, the price was not cheap. Prices were also pushed upward because it could very well be quite some time before a new slave would be available to purchase should something happen to the former one. By contrast, slaves today can be transported from one end of the planet to the other relatively quickly and for a small cost compared to the profits enjoyed through their exploitation. I am not aware of any mortality rate studies on modern slavery transport, but results from my own research indicate a fairly low percentage. All in all, the entire proposition of transporting slaves is significantly cheaper, quicker, and involves much less attrition than at any point in human history. Table 1.3 Comparative analysis of Old World slavery to slavery today. Old World, 1810. Today, 2016. Lengthy, expensive journeys to transport slaves. Short, inexpensive journeys to transport slaves. Limited avenues for exploitation, agriculture, domestic work, construction, numerous avenues for exploitation, dozens of industries. Weighted average cost of a slave, $4,900, $5,500, 2016 US dollars. Weighted average cost of a slave, $5.50. Weighted average annual ROI, 10 to 20%. Weighted average annual ROI, 170, 1,000%. Typically enslaved up to a lifetime. Typically enslaved a few years or less. Legal rights of ownership over other human beings. No legal rights of ownership over other human beings. The second comparison is that in Old World slavery the industries in which slaves could be exploited were limited primarily to agriculture, domestic work, construction, and certain skilled trades, such as blacksmith. Other slaves were forced into military service, and, of course, slaves were sexually exploited by their owners. Of all these sectors, only agriculture generated meaningful and large-scale profits, which were nevertheless limited to 1 or 2 harvests per year depending on the crop. Slaves were forced into brothels as well, but commercial sex and sex tourism were not nearly the bourgeoning businesses they are today thanks to the speed and inexpensiveness of travel. Unlike the past, slaves today are exploited in dozens of industries linked to the global economy, including agriculture, mining, construction, apparel, manufacturing, seafood, beauty products, and commercial sex. In short, slaves are exploited in more industries than ever before, almost all of which generate significant profits. The third comparison was the most challenging for me to assess, the average cost of a slave. To make the comparison, I gathered data on the prices of slaves during the early 1800s and compared these data to acquisition prices I gathered for slaves today. Data on slave prices from centuries ago is patchy and inconsistent. Slave prices tend to be more available for slaves sold in the American South and in the territories of the East India Trading Company than for sales in Africa, South America, and the Middle East. Nonetheless, I can safely say that 2 centuries ago there was a wide variance in the acquisition costs of a slave, anywhere from $0 for a person born into slavery to upward of $30,000 in 2016 US dollars 38 for a young, healthy African male slave sold in the American South. Premiums were also paid for certain skills, such as blacksmith or carpenter, and discounts for other qualities, such as older age or physical impairment. 39 I was not able to determine a precise global weighted average price of a slave 2 centuries ago, however, I feel confident saying that the number is somewhere between $4,900 and $5,500 in 2016 US dollars. My data for slaves in the modern age is more comprehensive. As with the old world, the range is wide, anywhere from $0 for a person born into slavery to upward of $10,000 for a trafficked virgin sex slave sold in Western Europe or North America. However, the global weighted average is much lower, approximately $550. The weighted average is pulled down significantly by the high number of debt bondage slaves in South Asia, most of whom are in lower profit sectors such as agriculture, apparel, or stone breaking and have correspondingly lower acquisition costs of anywhere from $50 to $500. Although slaves can be relatively expensive even today, there has been a sharp downward trend in the acquisition cost of a slave across the last 2 centuries of more than 90%. This downward trend in slave prices is primarily driven by, 1. A sharp increase in the total number of people living in poverty and other highly vulnerable conditions, 2. A sharp drop in transportation costs, and 3. A sharp increase in transportation speed. These 3 factors create a nearly limitless supply of potential slaves who can be readily acquired and quickly and inexpensively moved from a point of origin to a point of exploitation, driving down the cost of slaves in general. A 4th element relates to mass migration events, almost always catalyzed by military conflict or environmental catastrophe, which also helps make slaves much cheaper than before. In essence, they are transporting themselves from the point of origin to a point of exploitation and need only be recruited by a trafficker/slave exploiter at some point along the way. The 4th comparison relates to the profitability of slavery, as measured by annual return on investment, ROI. 40 In the old world, I calculate the ROI of slavery to be around 10 to 20% per year. The ROI was primarily generated through agricultural work and semi-skilled trade work. Slavery in domestic work and construction is economically beneficial through the avoidance of costs, which also can be construed as profit because the expense savings can be used for other capital investments. The much higher average upfront costs of a slave in the old world places significant downward pressure on the annual ROI. The annual ROI with slavery in the modern era, however, can be anywhere from 170% for debt bondage slaves to over 1000% for sex trafficking. This astounding upward shift in the profitability of slavery is primarily a function of the sharp drop in the upfront price of a slave and a significant increase in the number and variation of sectors in which slave labor can be profitably exploited. The ROI metric alone explains the prevalence and persistence of modern slavery. It is far and away more profitable now than at any point in human history. The preceding comparisons give rise to a 5th comparison. In the old world, slaves tended to be exploited for their lifetimes, whereas today individuals are exploited for much shorter periods of time. Due to the significant upfront costs of a slave centuries ago, and the relatively modest rate of capital recoupment, the slave owner tended to exploit his slave for a longer period of time. That is not to say that slaves were not killed, brutalized, or bartered between slave owners, but in any scenario they were by and large slaves for most, if not all, of their lives. There are certainly slaves today who are exploited for decades or longer, especially in certain forms of generational debt bondage or hereditary slavery that persist in Asia and Africa. However, most slaves, especially trafficked slaves, may be exploited for just a few months or at most a few years. These individuals may endure repeated spells of slavery throughout their lives, but in totality the aggregate duration of slavery today is much shorter than in the past. This shift is primarily due to the fact that the capital investment for acquiring a slave is much less today and can be recouped within just a few months. After that point, the slave owner is generating massive profits. There is a ready supply of countless new potential slaves who can be acquired quickly and inexpensively, so the slave exploiter can also chew up his slave, spit him out, and acquire a new one with relative ease. Because slavery is no longer legal, this increased turnover also allows the slave exploiter to minimize risks associated with keeping a single slave for too long, given the chances that she or he may form ties with someone who could help with escape, or the slave may try to escape him or herself, which could potentially lead to an investigation by law enforcement, even if rarely. In a way, human life has become more expendable than ever before. Slaves can be acquired, exploited, and discarded, or worse, in relatively short time periods and still provide immense profits for their exploiters. The sixth and final comparison relates to the legal status of slavery. In the Old World, slavery was legal, accepted, and normal. One could buy and sell people under the law and exert power over them as if they were any other form of property. Today one cannot legally own another human being, however, power can still be exerted over them as if they were property. The illegality of slavery and its rejection by humanity would suggest that there is meaningful risk associated with attempting to recreate the practice. For various reasons outlined later in this chapter, there is still an appallingly small level of risk associated with most of the slave exploitation that takes place in the world today. This deficiency in the global response to slavery has allowed the practice to persist in various forms across the global economy, often in the shadows but in broad daylight as well. Until slavery is perceived as a high-cost and high-risk form of labor exploitation, this reality will not change. The aforementioned 6 comparisons give rise to a crucial thesis on modern slavery. The immensity and pervasiveness of slavery in the modern era is driven by the ability of exploiters to generate substantial profits at almost no real risk through the callous exploitation of a global subclass of humanity whose degradation is tacitly accepted by every participant in the economic system that consumes their suffering. The 4 elements to this thesis that must be addressed are: 1. Immense profits, 2. Lack of real risk, 3. Vulnerable subclass of humanity, and 4. Tacit acceptance of the suffering of slaves. First, the profitability of slavery must be eliminated. Second, efforts to do so must be tied to the creation of significant risk associated with slave exploitation so that the perception of any rational economic actor is that the crime does not pay. Third, efforts must be made to protect and empower the global subclass of humanity upon which traffickers and slave exploiters most often prey, especially women, children, and minority ethnic communities. Finally, a radical shift in global consciousness is required, namely, a permanent rejection of the apathetic and deplorable acceptance that it is reasonable to inflict servitude on the downtrodden so long as their suffering is transformed into the cheap and delightful goods we purchase every day. Throughout this book I endeavor to describe the array of efforts that I feel can achieve these goals by inverting the core thesis that drives modern slavery. Summary of cases documented for this book. The data and trends described in this book and the appendixes that form the foundation of my arguments of how to eradicate slavery are drawn from a total of 5,439 cases of slavery that I have documented since the beginning of my research in the year 2000. One of the questionnaires I used to document these cases can be found in Appendix C. Table 1.4 provides a summary of some of the key metrics from the data I collected. Table 1.4 Summary metrics of slavery cases documented. 1 includes assumptions by type of slavery as well as considerations as to whether the individual was documented during or after a spell of slavery so that between 1/5 and 1/2 of the total duration of servitude remains after the point the individual was documented. I did not keep track of all of the incomplete cases I attempted to document, but I have a good sense that this number is at least 5 times the total number of cases I was able to document in full. I may not have been able to complete an interview with a potential slave for a number of reasons. He or she may not have wanted to finish the conversation out of fear or discomfort. He or she may not have been able to provide enough information for me to include the case in my findings, or there may have been interruptions or other problems with the interview. Throughout my research, I upheld 2 principles: 1, do no harm, and 2, the least important aspect of my research is my research. I always erred on the side of extreme caution in putting informants or their families in a situation that might cause any discomfort or risk. I never prioritized trying to document a case over adhering to this principle. I followed Institutional Review Board principles on human subject research at all times, 41, including the practice of explaining my intentions and the purpose of the questions before asking for consent to speak, never asking questions without consent, and never documenting or publishing identifying information on the informant that could put the person at risk. With minors, I asked for consent from a responsible adult where one was available, usually parents or the person running the shelter, or assent from a child when there was not a responsible or trustworthy adult present, usually in places of exploitation. It is impossible to conduct first-hand research into slavery without putting oneself at risk, and it is impossible to avoid all possible risk factors for the informant, but I made every effort to minimize these risks, and when in doubt, I refrained from pushing forward. Key features shared by slaves. The slaves I have documented share a handful of key features, and understanding these features is necessary to guide more effective anti-slavery efforts. Not every slave possesses every one of these features, and some features are more prevalent than others, but the following elements consistently appear in the cases I documented. Poverty. Roughly 94% of the slaves I have documented lived in chronic poverty or had fallen into poverty not long before their exploitation began. Poverty is the most common feature shared by slaves today, and it is perhaps the most powerful indicator of vulnerability to potential enslavement. When one considers that approximately 40% of the planet, or 3.1 billion people, live on incomes of less than $3.10 per day, it is reasonable to posit that there is a near limitless supply of potential slaves around the world. Extreme poverty drives risky migration and acceptance of an offer from a recruiter/trafficker even if the individual knows it may lead to a negative outcome. For these and other reasons, poverty is unquestionably one of the most merciless forms of violence and injustice in the world, and it invariably leads to a plethora of human rights catastrophes. That we live in a world in which the top 100 wealthy individuals have more combined wealth than the bottom 3.5 billion people combined represents a complete failure of the contemporary economic order. Global capitalism must take responsibility for promoting these indecent income disparities and for perpetuating an economic system that is both unjust and unsustainable. Minority ethnicity or caste. Approximately 90% of the slaves I documented belonged to minority ethnic groups or low caste/outcast communities. These communities tend to be the poorest and most disenfranchised people in mainstream societies. They lack access to education, economic opportunity, basic rights, and social safety nets, all of which render them ever at the edge of catastrophe and almost always ready to accept offers that lead to servitude. Caste is a particularly powerful force of social oppression whose persistence can be found primarily in South Asia and Africa. Bonded labor in South Asia is the form of slavery in which I found the highest proportion of outcast communities, with more than 99% of cases. Whether it is the Roma in Europe, hill tribes in the Mekong subregion, Dalits in South Asia, indigenous peoples in South America, or tribal people in Africa, the lower classes of the world are deemed less equal as human beings by those in the upper classes/castes, hence, their exploitation is oftentimes, and perversely, seen as a beneficial outcome for them, as well as a condition natural to them. These anachronistic attitudes permeate the consciousness of mainstream societies in most parts of the world, distorting social relations, prejudicing economic and judicial systems, and perpetuating the oppression of the lower classes with impunity. Foreign migration. Approximately 44% of the slaves I documented were foreign migrants. This figure does not include domestic migrants who had traveled from a rural area to an urban center in the same country in search of work. The highest levels of foreign migration were perforce in the cases of human trafficking for forced labor and forced prostitution. The movement abroad may have resulted from lack of reasonable options for income and survival in their home country, or from en masse distress migration due to military conflict, social collapse, or environmental catastrophe. Refugee camps are a common source of recruitment by traffickers. Being a foreign migrant renders individuals inherently more vulnerable and divorced from basic rights and protections. It also promotes high levels of isolation that directly facilitate slavery. Of all the slaves I documented who were foreign migrants, 61% of them migrated on an irregular basis. Internal migration also can lead to isolation and lack of access to rights, such as seasonal brick-making migrants who move from one state to another in India, or urban slum dwellers in Brazil who migrate to the Amazon interior for forced labor in logging or iron smelting. Of equal interest are those cases that do not involve migration. These cases tend to involve debt bondage in South Asia in sectors such as agriculture, beedi rolling, or stone breaking, as well as people who live in urban slums who end up in forced labor and vulnerable teens who end up in forced prostitution in their home cities. Although migration is not necessary for slavery, mass migration events are particularly sourced by opportunistic human traffickers to recruit new victims. Other features shared by slaves. Several other features are common to the slaves I documented. A majority of them were isolated both before being enslaved and even more so during their enslavement. Isolation from social protections, infrastructure, markets, healthcare, and education are strong predictors of various forms of exploitation, including slavery. A lack of education and literacy are also common factors. Unstable family units, lack of access to formal credit markets, especially in debt bondage cases, and statelessness are common features in many of the cases of slavery I have documented. The final feature shared by almost every slave that I met across the years is in some ways the most crucial: the lack of a reasonable alternative. To be sure, the aforementioned features all contribute to creating a situation in which an individual does not have any reasonable alternative to entering him or herself or a family member into a condition of servitude. When faced with conditions of extreme poverty, violence, displacement, low caste status, or other vulnerabilities, no amount of awareness of the possibility of being exploited can deter an individual from accepting an offer whose outcome is likely to be slavery. 42 Sadly, slavery might end up providing levels of food and shelter that are a relative improvement over the individual's alternative. This improvement is often cited by slave exploiters as justification that the individual is not being exploited but in fact is being done a favor. On the contrary, the fact that slavery can in some cases be a welfare-enhancing condition for an individual is no justification for the validity of slavery. It is a biting indictment of our collective failure to provide a decent existence for all people on this planet. Forces that promote slavery. To design an effective response to slavery, it is vital to understand the forces that promote slavery around the world. I believe the most helpful way to frame these forces is in terms of supply and demand. Supply-side forces. The supply-side forces of slavery are informed by the features that slaves share. Forces such as poverty, minority ethnicity, migration, gender violence, lack of access to formal credit markets, lack of education, and population displacement are some of the chief forces that promote the supply of potential slaves. In addition, the supply of slaves is promoted by systemic forces such as corruption, lawlessness, military conflict, and societal apathy for the plight of slaves. These and other forces have facilitated the supply of potential slaves for centuries. All of these supply-side factors must be addressed, though even the most optimistic activist would concede that substantial reductions in poverty, gender violence, minority bias, and corruption will take time. Accordingly, I have focused more on analyzing the demand-side forces of slavery, which I believe are more vulnerable to near-term intervention. Demand-side forces. The specific forces of demand for any particular sector that exploits slaves varies. For example, male demand to purchase women and children for sex is an essential component to the demand side of the sex trafficking industry but is not present in slavery in the seafood sector. However, for any industry that exploits slaves, there are always two economic forces of demand: 1. Exploiter demand for maximum profit and 2. Consumer demand for lower retail prices. A closer look at these two forces reveals both the optimal points of intervention in the business of slavery and the underlying logic of the system as it exists today. For almost any business, labor is typically the highest cost component to operating expenses, representing anywhere from 25% to 50% of costs depending on the industry. Throughout history, producers have tried to find ways to minimize labor costs. Slavery is the extreme of this effort because slaves afford a virtually nil cost of labor. With drastically reduced labor costs, total operating costs of the business are substantially reduced, allowing the company to maximize profit. However, significantly lower labor costs also allow producers to pursue another imperative to become more competitive by lowering retail prices. The need to lower retail prices is driven in large part by consumer demand to pay less for goods and services. In a globalized economy where products are available to us in nearby shops from all over the world, the need to be competitive on price is greater than ever. This globalization of competition is one of the key differences between the economic logic of Old World slavery and slavery in the context of the global economy. Producers are not just competing with the company down the road but with companies from all over the world. As a result, slavery and other forms of severe labor exploitation have evolved from the Old World into the globalized world as a means through which unscrupulous producers compete to advance profits as well as to maximize price competitiveness. Under-regulated labor markets are targeted by producers to minimize labor costs, be it the seafood sector of Thailand, mobile phone manufacturing in China, or garment production in Bangladesh. I contend that there is a tacit understanding between Western multinationals, and their governments, and the governments of developing economies to look the other way regarding labor conditions so profits and price can be optimized. This relationship is a driving force of global capitalism, and it has resulted in vast increases in suffering among the poorest and most disenfranchised people of the world. Consumers understandably prefer goods and services that are less expensive. However, if consumers were to find out that their food, mobile phones, and clothes are produced through slavery or child labor, they might opt to pay a little more for goods that they could be sure were untainted by severe labor exploitation. Just how much more a consumer would be willing to pay for an untainted good would depend on the good itself, as well as the reliability of the assurance that it is untainted. Many consumers may nevertheless not have sufficient disposable income to pay more for untainted goods, so one might reasonably ask whether they have a right to access cheap goods even if the price point can only be achieved through labor exploitation. I believe this is a false question because there will almost always be some profit margin that the seller could forego to provide goods at prices that even relatively poor consumers could still afford. These hypotheses must be tested through research, but I contend that most people do not wish to wear clothes or eat food produced through slavery. As consumers become aware of the tainted nature of many global supply chains, I believe they will express a demand to be sold untainted goods. The next stage in anti-slavery activity must therefore involve cooperation by industry, governments, and nonprofits to formulate a reliable and economically viable system of supply chain certification to meet the demand by consumers that the goods they purchase are free of slavery and child labor. Consumer demand is one of the most powerful forces that can help achieve a near-term change in the system of slavery around the world. However, one sector is left out of this consumer-based argument, and that is commercial sex. In my experience, consumers of commercial sex are less sensitive to the possibility that the service they are purchasing is provided through slavery. They are, however, sensitive to price and risk. In sex trafficking, I presented a hypothesis that male demand to purchase commercial sex is highly elastic. This thesis suggests that consumer demand fluctuates significantly relating to shifts in price. I corroborated this hypothesis with a small sample size of 4 male consumers in a brothel in India, whose demand curve demonstrated an elasticity of demand of 1.9, highly elastic, 0.43. I have since completed a more extensive survey of 60 male consumers of commercial sex in India, Denmark, Mexico, and the United States. Although there is variation between countries, the aggregate demand curve of all 60 male consumers is 1.82. This indicates that when the retail price of a commercial sex act doubles, demand among these 60 consumers drops by 76%. This result reinforces the hypothesis in sex trafficking and affirms that demand-side interventions have the most potential to reduce sex trafficking in the near term. The results of this research also led me to think about a new set of demand-side tactics to attack sex trafficking. Although the demand curve establishes an economic elasticity, implied in this result is the fact that male demand to purchase cheap sex could very well be sensitive to deterrence-focused interventions in addition to those predicated on creating upward shocks in retail prices. Put another way, if demand fluctuates significantly based on price, it can very well fluctuate significantly based on risk, achieved via efforts to deter the purchase more directly. Interventions focused on deterring the purchase of commercial sex can best be tested in jurisdictions where the purchase is criminalized. One can then measure policies such as prison time, naming and shaming, or placement on a sex offender list, among others. Policies like these are being tested in small pockets around the world, with some of the most interesting and persuasive work being done by Demand Abolition, based in Boston. I believe that demand-side efforts to elevate cost and risk to the consumer and trafficker provide the best chance of having a major impact on the business of sex trafficking. And make no mistake, sex trafficking, like all forms of slavery, is a business. The business of slavery. Slavery is a business, and the business of slavery is thriving. Despite substantial increases in awareness of slavery in recent years, a plethora of new laws on the issue, and a newfound focus on research, the global climate remains relatively friendly to the business of slavery. As a result, systems of human servitude persist around the world. Put another way, the drive to capitalize on the underregulated labor markets that feed the business of modern slavery remains more powerful than efforts to rid the world of slavery. As a result, slavery and other forms of severe labor exploitation have become embedded in much of the global economy. Slavery remains good business primarily because that business generates substantial profits. In an effort to understand just how profitable the business of slavery is, I introduced the concept of the exploitation value, EV, of a slave in sex trafficking. 44. This crude economic term is not intended to elide the immeasurable human costs of the crime but to frame just how profitable a slave in various sectors can be to his or her exploiter. Knowing this information helps guide more effective policies, laws, and penalties intended to thwart the offense. The global weighted average exploitation values of a slave in the primary categories of slavery found in the world today are: sex trafficking $68,177. Labor trafficking $5,825. Debt bondage $2,545. Other forced labor $9,173. These numbers represent conservative estimates of the expected profits that a slave exploiter's business would enjoy per slave. See Appendix A for details. There are, of course, significant regional variations in these numbers. For example, the EV for sex trafficking ranges from approximately $28,300 in South Asia to approximately $141,700 in the United States. Similarly, a debt bondage slave in agriculture in Nepal would have an EV of approximately $850, and a debt bondage slave in construction in Dubai would have an EV of approximately $7,700. For labor trafficking and other forms of forced labor, significant variations are found from one industry to another, such as domestic servitude, manufacturing, and mining. The ranges of profitability are significant, and the reality revealed by these numbers is that slavery is a very financially rewarding business. Indeed, the global weighted average EV of all forms of slavery is $9,367 compared to the global weighted average acquisition cost of a slave of $550. These numbers paint a very clear picture of how profitable the business of slavery has become. When one supplements this fact with the reality that the crime is rarely prosecuted, and that when it is, the financial penalties for the offense are often a fraction of the profits generated by the business, the picture of why the business of slavery is thriving becomes even clearer. Governments, industry, and consumers may express concern about slavery, human trafficking, child labor, and other labor abuses, but the kinds of sustained, aggressive, fully resourced anti-slavery tactics required to cleanse the world of slavery remain frustratingly elusive. The lack of risk in the business of slavery, conjoined with its immense profitability, promote an enduring and pervasive global system of human exploitation. The profits of slavery are becoming more clearly understood, but the chief reasons for the near risk-free nature of slavery receive less focus. The forces that promote the business of slavery and render it a relatively risk-free venture are discussed next. 20 forces promoting slavery today. During the course of my research, 20 forces emerged that promote slavery in the world today. Most of these forces are directly responsible for why slavery remains such a risk-free business venture. The most helpful way to frame these 20 forces is to harken back to the initial 3P approach to human trafficking outlined by the UN Palermo Protocol and the U.S. Trafficking Victims Protection Act in 2000. The 3 Ps to addressing human trafficking are prevention, protection, and prosecution. A fourth P was added later: partnership, which refers to coordination among key stakeholders in efforts to combat human trafficking. I would like to add a fifth P: progress, which refers to measurement and research. Prevention. Efforts to prevent individuals from being enslaved or trafficked suffer from the following key deficiencies. 1. Failure to provide reasonable alternatives to the most destitute and vulnerable populations. Most cases of slavery I have documented were precipitated by a lack of reasonable alternative sources of security and income. Awareness campaigns meant to prevent slavery by educating potential victims to the risks of accepting offers from recruiters/traffickers meet with limited results when individuals face circumstances that place their daily survival in jeopardy. Families have no choice but to accept risky offers, embark on distress migration, sell a child, or make other heartbreaking decisions due to the lack of alternatives. With widening asymmetries in income distribution and other structural economic injustices inherent in the current governance of global capitalism, an ever-at-risk population of countless individuals will be pushed into slavery because of our collective failure to attend to the basic needs of human survival for all people. 2. Failure to provide access to formal credit markets. The inability of the poorest of the poor to access fair, formal credit markets drives countless people into debt bondage every year. This lack of access also places families at risk when they are faced with income shocks caused by illness, loss of life, or other catastrophes. Reasonable credit sources are vital for families to bridge the gap until these shocks subside, or to meet basic subsistence needs. 3. Failure to protect displaced people in a post-crisis context. The first responders to any crisis in the developing world are often human traffickers. These traffickers prey on the vulnerabilities of displaced people, whether resulting from environmental catastrophe or military conflict, who often have no reasonable alternative to the traffickers' offer for assistance. Crises precipitate countless cases of human trafficking every year as a result of failures to protect the vulnerable in the immediate aftermath of the crisis. 4. General acceptance of the subjugation of low-class/caste groups and minority communities. Across the world, there is general acceptance or apathy toward the subjugation, exploitation, and oppression of low-class/caste groups and minority communities. Exploiters have repeatedly told me that the slave-like conditions in which low-caste groups are being exploited are improvements for them. Even though the onerous truth may be that the food and shelter provided by slave exploiters represent an immediate material improvement for the exploited individual, this fact does not justify slavery. Entrenched and anachronistic biases relating to caste, ethnicity, and gender remain a stain on the face of humanity. Until it is no longer deemed acceptable to exploit these communities, the world will not be rid of slavery. 5. Failure to provide connectivity and information tools to foreign migrants. Slavery thrives in isolation. In the modern world, information and social networks are more accessible than ever, but migrants who end up in labor or sex trafficking are often cut off from connective technologies that could otherwise prevent or end their exploitation. Simply having access to hotlines, local NGOs, family, friends, law enforcement, and other social networks can provide vital sources of information and potential assistance should migrants face exploitative scenarios. 6. Imposition of upfront fees for labor migrants. The imposition of upfront fees on labor migrants is the leading tool used to exploit these individuals in debt bondage and forced labor. The fees are often overstated and compel desperate migrants to mortgage their lives on a wage-earning opportunity that is crucial for their family's survival. Capitalizing on this desperation, human traffickers in destination countries impose debts through upfront fees that wreck the lives of labor migrants and are a leading cause of human trafficking around the world. Protection. Efforts to protect survivors of slavery after they have been exploited suffer from the following key deficiencies. 7. Penchant to see survivors as offenders. Law enforcement and judicial regimes tend to see survivors of slavery as offenders. Usually, survivors are first assessed as offenders of migration laws, anti-prostitution laws, or labor laws relating to a lack of permits or proper work documents, which results in their being detained, fined, or deported. Doing so allows countries to wash their hands of the problem rather than invest in the protection and empowerment of survivors. Doing so also plays right into the hands of slavers and traffickers, who often deliver their victims to the authorities hoping to have them deported so they can avoid paying wages or truncate risks associated with having a victim form ties that could lead to assistance or escape. As if being exploited as a slave were not enough, being further victimized by the law enforcement officials who are supposed to protect the rights of the exploited makes the slave's journey all the more pernicious. 8. Failure to provide long-term empowerment of survivors and break the cycle of slavery. The foundation of true protection is long-term empowerment. Protecting survivors from being further victimized or re-victimized for the duration of their lives means providing education, work opportunities, residency status, health services, and other support that will enable survivors to set their lives on a secure path. This benefits not just survivors but their families and future generations. The cycle of slavery can only be broken when survivors can truly survive. Freedom is not a one-time event but a process that must endure for a lifetime. 9. Failure to protect survivors of slavery, as well as their families, from former exploiters pursuant to being witnesses in a prosecution. Survivors are needed for successful prosecution of their exploiters, but they and their families tend not to be adequately protected in the immediate period after their exploitation ends, let alone for the crucial period of time required for survivors to be witnesses in a prosecution. Even though slavery survivors who agree to participate in legal proceedings typically receive more protections than those who do not, protections remain sparse, and the long-term risks faced by them and their loved ones remain largely unaddressed. Protections that extend beyond legal proceedings are also often very limited, and survivors more often than not become victims all over again. Prosecution. In addition to failing to protect survivors, the following deficiencies hamper efforts to prosecute slave exploiters. 10. Failure to prioritize slavery cases, except for the easy ones. Slavery cases remain under-prioritized around the world. The easier cases, those dealing with sex trafficking of minors in particular, tend to be most commonly prosecuted. Transnational human trafficking cases involving migration that devolves into forced labor or forced prostitution of adults tend not to be prosecuted because they are understandably difficult to investigate, let alone win. Nevertheless, it is crucial that legal systems prioritize these prosecutions to invert the perception that slavery is a low-risk business with minimal consequences. 11. Laws that do not adequately penalize the economic nature of the crime. In my first two books, I describe how in many countries the laws against slavery offenses prescribe only minor economic penalties. Even if an exploiter is prosecuted and convicted, slavery remains good business. Point 45. I expand this argument in my law journal paper, Designing More Effective Laws Against Human Trafficking. 46. Some exploiters may face prison time, but as long as their networks continue to benefit economically from the exploitation, the driving motivation of the offense remains intact. Some countries have begun to prescribe more robust economic penalties for slavery offenses that are aligned with the exploitation values of slaves in one industry or another, but for the most part the design of criminal law does not reflect the immense profits generated through the business of slavery. 12. Corruption and the failure to implement or enforce laws where they exist. Even where good laws exist on paper, they remain poorly enforced almost everywhere in the world, especially in countries where corruption of law enforcement, government, and judicial officials are issues. Without enforcement, slavers and traffickers remain free to exploit the vulnerable with little to no risk. 13. Inadequate training of law enforcement, prosecutors, and judges to recognize the offense and prosecute it effectively. The most well-intentioned police officers, prosecutors, and judges may nevertheless not be able to effectively investigate and prosecute, or even identify, slavery cases due to a lack of training. Despite some improvements, a substantial global gap remains in educating the criminal justice system about what slavery crimes look like, how to investigate them, and how to prosecute them effectively. Using technology to support investigations and prosecutions is also crucial. 14. Failure to effectively penalize the demand side of sex trafficking. Male commercial sex consumers and sex traffickers are not punished severely enough to deter the demand-side forces of the most profitable form of slavery, sex trafficking. Doing so for consumers requires a system in which purchasing a female or child for commercial sex is a criminal offense, which is not the case in numerous jurisdictions. There is heated debate on this point, but I believe the optimal response to eliminating sex trafficking must include the criminalization of the purchase of women and children for sex. Punishing traffickers and pimps is less controversial, but more severe and strictly enforced penalties are crucial components to any system that seeks to eliminate sex trafficking. 15. Failure to introduce sufficient cost and risk to corporations to motivate cleansing of global supply chains. Efforts to introduce risk to corporate officers and board members for slavery in their supply chains have commenced, and I believe doing so is vital in order to motivate these companies to invest whatever is required to cleanse their supply chains of slavery and severe labor exploitation. Companies have every right to seek out low-cost production environments, but doing so comes with an associated obligation to ensure that decent labor standards are maintained. Risk to corporate officers is perhaps the most effective way to motivate these efforts. Pressure from consumers also may help to ensure that global supply chains are reliably cleansed. Partnership. Although coordination and cooperation among anti-slavery stakeholders has improved, deficiencies in forging partnerships across borders continue to hamper anti-slavery efforts. Some of these lingering deficiencies include 16. Lack of transnational cooperation with investigations and prosecutions. Most countries struggle with transnational cooperation on investigation and prosecution of slavery cases, not to mention partnerships to help with the protection of survivors. Distrust, definitional differences, jurisdictional wrangling, and a lack of structures and mechanisms to support cooperation mean that survivors are underprotected and slavers are all but unpunished, allowing their criminal enterprises to thrive. 17. Insufficient resources and coordination among anti-slavery NGOs and shelters. Most anti-slavery NGOs operate on minimal budgets and lack the capacity to coordinate with partners in other countries. Transnational partnership among anti-slavery NGOs and shelters is crucial for survivors, especially in the cases of children. The services these organizations provide to survivors are crucial if survivors are ever to reclaim dignified and stable lives. In some cases, NGOs have become competitive with each other as they lobby for a shallow pool of donor resources. Although this is understandable, the lack of cooperation is very much responsible for many of the deficiencies in survivor protection and empowerment, as well as shortcomings in leadership of the anti-slavery movement. 18. Inadequate coordination between sending and destination countries of labor migrants. Source countries for the world's migrant labor force and the destination countries that rely on these workers do not adequately coordinate on protective mechanisms to minimize slavery. Each side tends to point the finger at the other as bearing the brunt of responsibility, but both sides must invest and coordinate equally in pre-departure and post-arrival mechanisms that can help keep migrants protected, connected, and safe. In particular, these countries must coordinate to eliminate excessive recruiter/placement fees, wage deductions, abusive treatment, worker isolation, and other tactics used to transform a hopeful journey of labor migration into a dark descent into slavery. Progress. Progress means measurement of what works and does not work as it relates to efforts to achieve the previous 4 Ps. The key deficiencies in achieving progress include 19. Insufficient research and data gathering on all aspects of slavery. Research must be conducted to establish baseline data and metrics on every aspect of slavery, be it the size and functioning of each type of servitude from one country to another or measurement of the efficacy of tactics to prevent slavery, increase prosecutions, or enhance survivor protections. How many victims of sex trafficking are there in the United States? What proportion of the Thai seafood industry is tainted by slavery? How effective would awareness campaigns be at minimizing labor trafficking from Bangladesh to construction work abroad? How effective would expanding access to credit among the poorest of the poor in India be at preventing bonded labor? These and numerous other questions must be researched and measured so that we can assess our progress in the fight against slavery. 20. Lack of sustained and adequate resources to promote progress in anti-slavery efforts. Donor support of anti-slavery NGOs, research, and policy advocacy remains insufficient and inconsistent. Governments, charitable foundations, and industry must coordinate more effectively to create larger pools of resources committed on a consistent basis if we are to make meaningful progress to end slavery. Part of the reason for the lack of resources has been the data gap, which can only be addressed if researchers and NGOs demonstrate that they can conduct the investigations required to populate the anti-slavery space with robust and reliable information that will in turn guide policy and motivate donors to invest in further initiatives. 10 initiatives to eradicate slavery. The 10 initiatives outlined here are intended to address the primary forces that promote slavery around the world. Tackling these forces will simultaneously address other forms of servitude, such as child labor and severe labor exploitation, more generally. The details of these initiatives are discussed fully in Chapter 8. I believe these 10 initiatives provide the optimal opportunity to eliminate slavery and other forms of severe labor exploitation from the world. 1. Elevated scaling and effectiveness of global anti-poverty programs focused on 1. Massive expansion of microcredit, especially for non-income generating activities. 2. A global economy integration initiative for the poor in rural areas. 3. Achievement of universal primary school education for the poor, especially girls. Forces 1, 2. 2. Rapid response teams focused on prevention and protection in crisis zones. Force 3. 3. Awareness and education campaigns dedicated to alleviating social and systemic biases against subordinated castes and ethnic groups. Force 4. 4. A technology trust focused on creating innovative solutions to the current barriers in anti-slavery efforts, including connectivity for migrants, assisting with investigations, facilitating research, expanding credit markets, providing reasonable alternatives, and others. Force 5, and others. 5. Redesign of the process and governance of labor migration, including 1. The prohibition of upfront fees and 2. New multilateral agreements between sending and receiving nations to prevent human trafficking, ensure access to assistance for migrants, and vigorous punishment of offenders. Forces 6, 18. 6. Legal reform, including 1. Minimum standards for effective survivor witness protection. 2. A sharp increase in the economic penalties for slavery offenses. 3. Severe penalties for consumers of commercial sex. 4. Strict liability for corporate officers and board members for any instances of slavery or child labor in the company's supply chains, and 5. Laws or strategic litigation that establish strict liability for owners/employers relating to all actions of labor subcontractors. Forces 9, 11, 14, 15. 7. Policy reform, including 1. All migrants detained by law enforcement must first be screened for slavery abuses prior to consideration of migration, labor, or prostitution violations. 2. Tax and tariff incentives for companies that credibly assure their supply chains are untainted by slavery. And 3. Most favored nation trading status for countries that enact and enforce rigorous labor laws that meet the criteria of the ILO Core Labor Conventions, and denial of such status for countries that do not. Forces 7, 15. 8. A mandatory UN fund for slavery capitalized by 0.1% of every nation's GDP to be focused on survivors, NGOs, and research. Forces 8, 17, 19, 20. 9. International slavery courts. Forces 10, 12, 13. 10. A transnational slavery intervention force focused on investigating cases, liberating slaves in coordination with local NGOs, and providing evidence for prosecutions. Force 16, and others. What can one person do? When faced with powerful and deeply entrenched forces that promote slavery around the world, it can seem daunting to any single person to contemplate how they can contribute to meaningful efforts to eradicate these crimes. There are at least 7 steps any individual can take today to join the fight against slavery. 1. Learn about the issue, read this book and share it with others who are interested in learning more about slavery. 2. Financial support. Numerous NGOs around the world are working assiduously with insufficient resources to address various aspects of slavery, from prevention to survivor empowerment and everything in between. Any financial or volunteer support you can offer is of tremendous benefit to them. 3. Contact lawmakers. Demand that your lawmakers do more to ensure that corporations do their part to certify that their supply chains are not tainted by slavery or child labor. Demand also that they promote policy efforts that are most likely to rid the world of sex trafficking. Attack all facets of demand aggressively. Finally, demand that your government enacts and enforces a no-slavery policy in all its procurement, contracting, and purchasing of goods and services. 4. Slavery-free institutions. Demand that your city, state, county, company, university, high school, or any other major purchaser of goods takes every necessary step to become slavery-free. For example, universities can ensure that all food, garments, and other products they purchase are untainted by any form of slavery or child labor, all the way down the supply chain. Cities, counties, and other municipalities can all do the same. I believe that every university in the world should create a scholarship so that at least one survivor of slavery each year can receive a full education. 5. Contact corporations. Any company that sources raw materials or low-wage labor anywhere in the world must be pressured to investigate and certify that its supply chains are free of slave labor or other severe forms of labor exploitation. Consumers must also demand that companies whose products they purchase ensure that this kind of investigation and certification becomes a regular aspect of their operating models. 6. Community vigilance. Organize yourselves into anti-slavery community vigilance committees. Work with local NGOs and law enforcement to identify slavery cases and to promote the just and full empowerment of survivors. Push relentlessly for the effective prosecution of exploiters. Follow the guidance of NGOs on how you can be most helpful because they have great experience in this area. 7. Media and technology. Use the power of social media to contribute to the fight against slavery. You can use these tools to spread awareness, organize community efforts and protest campaigns, or pressure lawmakers and law enforcement to do more. Make videos or documentaries that educate others on the issue. Use GPS tagging on your mobile devices to record areas in which you feel slaves might be exploited, then report these areas to NGOs or reliable law enforcement. Find other creative ways to fight back against slavery by using all forms of media and technology tools. If you take some or all of these steps, we will be much closer to creating an environment in which slavery can no longer exist. For my part, it is and will remain my lifelong mission to see the end of slavery. I will continue to research these crimes, advocate against them, and do everything in my power to promote their permanent eradication. To eliminate slavery is to rid the world of the most ancient and degrading offense against the essence of what it means to be human, to be free. Freedom is not a one-time event, it is not a singular moment in which chains of bondage and oppression are broken. Rather, it is a state of being that must be preserved and protected across a full human life. I did not foresee this journey as my life's calling when I took my first research trip in the summer of 2000. I thought my venture would end with the appropriate realization that I was neither equipped nor qualified to make a difference. But the horrors I saw, the torment I witnessed, and the injustices that ran riot like untamed beasts compelled me. I felt driven to invest every measure of my energy, acumen, sweat, tears, and force of will to learn as much as I could about slavery in an effort to make any positive contribution at all. That anyone on this earth should be denied basic dignity, freedom, and control of their bodies ignited a fire in me that burns to this day. I am often asked whether I have lost faith in humanity after all the horrors I have seen. Sometimes I feel have. I have choked many times under a suffocating gloom of despondency. But the slaves I meet breathe life into me. They have been chewed up by an unforgiving world and persist nevertheless with grace, strength, and no bitterness toward those who betrayed them. Who am I to be deterred by paltry adversaries such as fatigue or grief or a shortage of resources? Understanding slavery and promoting more effective efforts to abolish it have become the fundamental preoccupations of my life. I will lead no other life. The slaves I met have humbled me, inspired me, and driven me to pursue justice for them, and with them. No matter how many times they are broken, no matter how much is taken from them, and no matter how forsaken they feel, their will to be free transcends any force of human debasement I have witnessed. It is more powerful than the greed, the violence, and the barbaric qualities that are responsible for their enslavement. The indecency of slavery has stained humanity for far too long. May we be the generation that permanently buries this ignoble offense. And may all the slavers and traffickers shudder at the sound of our thunder, as we bear down with unyielding force to rid their pestilence from the world once and for all. Chapter 2. Sex Trafficking. The case of Nigeria. Brute force, no matter how strongly applied, can never subdue the basic human desire for freedom. Dalai Lama. Into darkness. I have stepped into darkness many times, but none so dark as Nigeria. To research slavery is to face the raw and unrestrained bestiary of man. Those beasts are most fiercely unleashed in the dens of sex slavery, and Nigeria is the most unleashed of them all. Other countries may have more victims and other networks may be more sophisticated, but Nigeria took everything I had experienced about sex trafficking and cast it into an inscrutable abyss. It took all my fortitude not to fall into the abyss myself, for once the creeping pall invades your mind, it never leaves. I landed in Nigeria before dawn on January 2, 2010. Christmas carols played over the speaker system as I waited in the immigration queue at Lagos Murtala Mohammed International Airport. The tranquility of the music and the calm before first light belied the extremes of violence, hardship, and disarray I was about to encounter. It took years of planning before I felt I could travel to Nigeria and conduct research effectively and safely. I needed local fixers and trusted relationships deep in the field. I also needed considerable resources. Despite being one of the poorest countries in the world, Nigeria is one of the most expensive in which to conduct human rights research. The primary culprit is security costs. The moment one steps outside the airport, security is a pressing concern. The price of keeping safe within Lagos is steep enough, but once I left the capital for rural areas, those costs skyrocketed, as did the challenges of getting around and finding enough food to eat. Lagos is a miasma that transcends description. The metropolis is built in a swampland stitched together by the longest bridge in Africa, the third mainland bridge. Filth, smog, putrescence, and urban snarl exceed human tolerance in this steamy West African capital. The sky is narrow and stained, hanging wearily like mud-caked clothes. Beneath it lies one of the most violent cities in the world. Peril skulks in every shadow, preying on less vigilant souls. Roaming the streets at night is a death wish. Gangs known as area boys will mug you, abduct you for ransom, or just kill you for sport. Navigating the city by daytime is a trial by combat. In addition to unyielding traffic, Lagos is an oppressive nebula of ramshackle huts, run-down buildings, stockpiles of trash, hordes of people, and the thickest haze anywhere in the world. Yellow buses that look like they have been through war zones shuttle citizens around town, while the rich travel comfortably, when they leave their gated compounds, in stretched, bulletproof sedans. It is a humid, dusty, heavily congested megacity that is difficult even for experienced travelers to traverse. To have a chance, one must rely on a trusted guide, and my guide in Lagos was Stanley. I arrived on a Sunday, and after a quick breakfast Stanley took me to church. Church in Nigeria is unlike church anywhere else, and going to a Sunday service at the Tram Redeemed Evangelical Mission in Lagos was the first step toward understanding the power of spirituality to the people of Nigeria, a power that is central to the trafficking of women, girls, and boys from the country. The open-air church was draped in red and green streamers for the Christmas season. The ceremony was officiated by Bishop Mike Okonkwo, who wore a flowing blue and gold kaftan. Bishop Okonkwo officiated his service to more than 4,000 people. He preached at the top of his lungs to a rapt congregation that cheered more loudly and more feverishly with each passing hour. By hour 4, the energy of the gathering was electric. Bishop Okonkwo mesmerized the audience with an impassioned praise of God. His oratory was enthralling. As his sermon reached its apex, he suddenly fell to the ground and spoke in tongues. As if in mass hypnosis, the entire congregation fell to the ground as well, and everyone spoke in tongues. I cannot describe the cyclonic sensation of observing thousands of people in mass rapture, crying phrases that seemed to have no meaning. The congregation was in ecstasy. It was one of many experiences I had in Nigeria that defied comprehension. I watched intently as men, women, and children rolled on the ground with eyes transfixed on another dimension. I worried that my incongruous presence might somehow corrupt their experience, but I realized I was a non-factor in the euphoria of the moment. It was a fathomless scene, both beautiful and alarming, a communion wreathed in wails of exaltation. At length, Bishop Okonkwo returned to himself and brought the congregation back with him. There was a mass release, followed by a calm that passed my understanding. The sermon concluded with praise for children, who are the innocent future of the nation. After the ceremony, I was invited to meet with the bishop in his office. He was still wiping the sweat from his brow when I entered. Up close his presence was surprisingly soothing. Was this the same man who had just brought thousands of people to an unbridled frenzy? The bishop welcomed me with a gracious smile and spoke to me about his sermon. He explained that the people in his country need to feel that God loves them so they can have hope. God's love gives every person a foundation that can withstand any storm, he explained. I wanted to ask the bishop about the period of his sermon in which everyone was speaking in tongues, but I did not know how to formulate the question. I assumed he would simply say that the Spirit of God entered the congregation and that they felt the ecstasy of his presence. What other explanation could there be? We spoke about various topics, then the bishop introduced me to his wife, Dr. Peace Okonkwo, who would show me the church's shelter for victims of sex trafficking. Dr. Okonkwo gave me a gracious tour of the shelter, which housed 29 survivors at the time I visited, ages 11 to 19. The shelter personnel were going to great lengths to heal these survivors from the brutalities they had endured. This was one of the largest and most respected survivor shelters in Nigeria, operating in conjunction with the International Organization on Migration, IOM, and the National Agency for the Prohibition of Traffic in Persons, NAPTYPE, a Nigerian government agency formed in 2003 with the mandate of combating human trafficking in the country. All but 3 of the victims had been trafficked abroad before being deported and sent back to Nigeria. Several had been deported more than once. A young girl named Hope told me she had been to Italy, Spain, and France and was passed from one madam to the next before she was arrested and deported. "The madams in Spain are the worst," she said. "They beat us for fun every day." 15-year-old OSA said, "I wanted to go to Europe so I could send money to my mother. She was sick and could not work because my father beat her. I had to be with men like my father. It was very bad." I documented the stories of these children, one painful tale at a time. The shelter was striving to give them hope, healing, and a chance at a decent future, but there was no mistaking the brutalities they had endured. The stories they told of arduous journeys to Europe, the tortures of men and madams, and their fears of failing to repay their debts were identical to the narratives of the Nigerian sex trafficking victims I had documented in shelters across Europe several years earlier. These were the victims who first piqued my interest in traveling to Nigeria. The first sex trafficking victims from Nigeria I met were in Italy. I describe some of these encounters in Sex Trafficking Point 1 from Italy. My encounters spanned Europe, and eventually Thailand and the United States. All but 2 of the Nigerian sex trafficking victims I met were from Edo State. All were Yoruba and lived in terror of a juju priest who had taken control of their souls during a ceremony that almost none were willing to describe. These women and girls told impossible tales of traversing the desert by foot for weeks and months before taking a raft from North Africa to Spain, only to be deported and trafficked back again. They were tormented by their madams, brutalized by the men who purchased them, and refused to cooperate with local authorities for fear that the juju priest would curse them. This curse was no small matter. An evil spirit would possess anything that had been, or one day would be, born from their womb. If that were not enough, the juju priests typically worked in conjunction with the Nigerian mafia, which threatened the worst possible punishments to the victims and their families should the girls ever try to escape or fail to repay their debts. The juju ritual also serves the purpose of erasing the girl's identity. She is told she must forget who she is and be reborn as someone else, someone under the control of the oath. The level of control exerted by the juju ritual was beyond anything I had encountered. Chains and locked doors were nothing compared to the hold this curse had on the women of Edo State. The curse clutched their souls and did not let go. Few of the Nigerians I met were willing to speak about the ritual. One young woman who did so was named Gift. I met Gift in Copenhagen at a Red Cross shelter for sex trafficking victims. She was from the Ishan village in Edo State. The name of her village means place she ran to, based on an old story that the Queen of the Benin Empire fled to this area centuries ago after a quarrel with the king. Today young girls cannot flee from Ishan village fast enough, and they search desperately for safety and income in faraway lands. Gift's father died when she was 6, leaving her mother and 3 siblings to fend for themselves. They worked as day laborers in farming for the local landowner, but the wages were paltry, and the family could barely survive. Tribes and armed militia from the north also began raiding villages in the south and absconding with young girls, placing Gift and her sisters in considerable jeopardy. In this context, Gift was desperate to travel to Europe. This is what she told me. "I took the juju oath when I was 15 years old. The priest made me swear to repay my debt for arranging my trip to Italy. He said I would work as a cleaning lady. A few days later, some men took me from my village to Lagos and gave me a passport and plane ticket. I flew to Milan. When I arrived, a Nigerian woman met me. She wore beautiful clothes and jewelry. She took me to an apartment and said she had purchased me and that I would work in prostitution until I paid her 40,000 euros. I told her there was a mistake, but she beat me until I cried, then she forced me to be with men. She said if I did not obey her, she would tell the priest and he would curse me. She said the men who took me to Lagos would kill my mother and sisters. I worked in prostitution for this madam for 8 months in Milan. The madam was evil. She beat us and made us do horrible things with men. One day I was arrested. I told the police what happened to me. They deported me back to Nigeria. At the airport in Lagos, the mother of my madam in Milan picked me up and told me I had not paid my debt. She made me work as her house slave in Lagos for 6 months while they arranged to send me back to Italy. She beat me every day and terrorized me psychologically. After 6 months, a man we call a trolley said he would take me back to Europe. He drove me and 5 other girls to Burkina Faso. We worked there for 3 months in prostitution to earn money for the rest of the trip. After Burkina Faso, 2 trolleys took 30 girls to Tunisia. Sometimes we traveled by car, sometimes we walked. It took more than a month. At Tunisia we went to the coast where we took a rubber boat called a Zodiac. We got lost on the way, and it took us 4 days to arrive in Spain. There was very little food and water on the boat, and 2 girls died. The trolleys threw their bodies into the sea. We landed on a beach in Spain where tourists were drinking cocktails. After a few days, the trolleys drove us to Italy. I returned to my madam and worked 3 years in prostitution. I was arrested again and deported back to Lagos. The madam's mother said I still had 15,000 euros debt. This time, I worked as a house slave to a family on Victoria Island for almost 1 year, then they sent me on a plane back to Italy. After 2 more years in prostitution, my madam sold me to another madam in Denmark. I thought my debt was paid, but she said I still owed 5,000 euros. Some Arabic men took me on a train to Jutland, and the new madam made me work in a brothel. Men came from many countries to that brothel. After 5 weeks there was a raid and I was sent to prison. The authorities contacted the Danish Center Against Human Trafficking and they came with me to court. The judge told me that since I was not trafficked directly from Nigeria to Denmark, I did not qualify as a victim of human trafficking for Denmark, so I was sent back to prison for immigration violations. I was in prison 8 weeks while the NGOs tried to help me. They explained to the judge that if I was deported to Nigeria I would be a house slave again and would be trafficked back to Europe for prostitution. Eventually, the court granted me asylum and I was taken to a shelter. 2 days after I arrived at the shelter, I received a letter from the Juju priest on his stationery. He said if I cooperated with the authorities or discussed my oath he would send someone to kill me. My younger sister, Mercy, has taken the oath with the same priest. She wants to come to Europe because the conditions in my village are bad. I begged her not to come. I blame myself for what has happened. I had ambitions for a better life, and God has punished me. Ambition is a sin. I learned my lesson. Gift showed me the letter that was sent to her by the High Priest of Edo State. I will refer to him as GT, he is the head of the cult of Ilala. I read the threats he made, they were written in plain English on professional letterhead. When I looked back up at Gift, she burst into tears. You tell me, what can I do? This man will kill me. How do I protect my sister? I took Gift's hands and promised her I would go to her village, meet with her family, and do everything I could to persuade her sister not to travel to Europe. I also promised myself that I was going to meet GT. The Juju oath undertaken by thousands of women and girls in Edo State before they are trafficked abroad is shrouded in mystery. Many child soldiers take the oath as well, although it is primarily administered to females before leaving Nigeria for forced prostitution abroad. One component of the oath requires that the women must never discuss the ritual, let alone try to flee or stop working before discharging their debts. These debts, which can exceed 40,000 euros, are the highest levied against sex trafficking victims anywhere in the world. A few brave survivors like Gift, and a few Juju priests in Edo State, discussed the ritual with me in pieces, providing just enough detail for me to piece together most of what happens. The ritual typically starts late at night in a Juju priest's shrine. It can last a few hours or go on for days. The priest takes some of the girl's menstrual blood, nail clippings, and hair, and places these items in a container with her photo affixed to the outside, upside down. The priest and the girl drink alcohol and drugs to achieve an altered mental state. As they chant, the young woman must repeatedly take several oaths: she will obey her madam, never try to escape, never discuss the ritual, never cooperate with authorities abroad, and will keep working until she is told that her debt is discharged. The priest marks the girl's body with cuts using a sharp stone or razor blade, then he smears the cuts with ash. The girl undertakes the ritual because she will not be transported abroad otherwise, and she also receives a blessing from the priest that her journeys will be safe and fruitful. A tray of sand and chicken bones is used for divination to predict the girl's future, and a pact is made with the earth so she can be controlled or cursed by the priest whenever her feet touch the ground, no matter how far away she is. The priest also takes control of the girl's womb, giving him the ability to curse any child that has been or ever will be born from it. The girl lives in terror of this curse and believes in its power completely. No amount of reasoning can persuade her that the curse is invalid. Although the arrangements vary, many priests are paid by the Nigerian mafia to conduct the rituals. The mafia handles the travel documents and transportation to Europe. Madams in Europe purchase the girls from the mafia, then work them as prostitutes until they feel the debts have been repaid. The madams operate sophisticated networks across Europe to buy, sell, and exploit girls as sex slaves. Several madams I met were former slaves who had discharged their debts and graduated to exploiting other women, just as they had once been exploited. Many of these madams returned to Edo State to show off their material wealth, building big homes in Benin City, driving fancy cars, and wearing expensive clothes. Known locally as Italianos, the madams are living advertisements of the riches that await the girls of Edo State if they take the oath and travel to Europe. They tell the girls that the only barrier that stands between them and a prosperous future is breaking their oath. Never do so, and prestige, wealth, and respect will be theirs. Edo State. By the time I met Gift, I had built the ties I needed to conduct research in Nigeria effectively and safely. Although I was sincere when I promised her I would go to her village to do what I could to persuade her sisters not to travel to Europe, I knew that my task was likely to be futile because her sisters probably had no reasonable alternative other than to leave. Even if I managed to persuade them on the day we met, who is to say what might happen weeks or months down the road? The pernicious realities faced by the girls in Edo State were just as responsible for their exploitation as someone like GT. The first step in my journey to Gift's village was to travel from Lagos to Benin City, the capital of Edo State. Traveling in Nigeria proved to be more difficult than travel in any other country I have visited. First, the environment is utterly toxic. There is a perpetual brown murk in the air from the burning of crude oil and vehicle pollution. To make matters worse, I arrived in Edo State at the time of the Harmattan winds, which carry fine sand from the Sahara Desert across the entire country. As bad as the air was in Lagos, it was much filthier in Edo State, and in Delta State it was worst of all. Near Port Harcourt, the air was intolerable and the ground was covered in a toxic oil slick. Plant life was sparse, and I did not see a single bird in the sky. Hills of rubbish were everywhere, with a dead body or two lying next to them now and then. Land travel in Nigeria, even with security and a trusted driver, is unequivocally discouraged due to the certainty of being abducted for ransom or being forced to pay numerous dashes, bribes, at police checkpoints along the highway. I was advised never to use plastic currency in Nigeria, or my credit card details would be stolen within minutes. Corruption runs rampant in the country, and most people reading this book will have received numerous emails from a supposed Nigerian barrister promising an inheritance of millions of dollars if the recipient's bank details are provided. Point 2 These emails are known locally as 419 letters, referencing the portion of the Nigerian Penal Code that addresses fraud. The same scam artists prey on their countrymen as well, often selling another person's home or land without the owner's permission. As a result, hand-painted signs are often placed in front of homes across rural Nigeria that read, This home and attached land are not for sale, by order of Jesus. In addition to being the capital of Edo State, Benin City is the capital of the historic Benin Empire. 3 Unlike most of West Africa, Benin was not a slave-dealing empire, making it all the more disheartening that the region has become one of the primary sources of human trafficking from West Africa. The southern portion of Nigeria was dominated by the Benin Empire dating back to the 15th century, and it is said that the current Oba, king, of Benin can trace his line of royalty back to 1170. When the British arrived in Benin City in 1897 and discovered human sacrifice, they were so appalled that they burned down the king's palace and took control of the empire. Their next task was to civilize the heathens through the introduction of Christianity. Traditionally, the people of Edo State are Yoruba and follow an all-powerful god named Olorun or Olodumare, owner of the universe, along with well over 1,000 other deities and spirits. The Yoruba tradition was mixed with Christianity upon the arrival of the missionaries, and it evolved into a unique Christian Yoruba mix still practiced today across much of southern Nigeria. However, unlike other parts of southern Nigeria, Edo State clung more tightly to traditional beliefs, which have seen a resurgence since the chaos that ensued in Nigeria after independence in 1960. In this context, several cults to ancient deities in the Yoruba tradition have emerged. The primary one, the cult of Ilala, is responsible for all juju oaths taken by Nigerian girls prior to their trafficking abroad. This cult dominates the spiritual lives of the Yoruba people, and it is also the primary source of law and order in the state. Most people have little faith in the Nigerian police and justice systems. Ilala is a fascinating deity and her origin story reveals why she governs the juju oaths. Long ago, there were said to be two main tribes in the Yoruba lands, the Ijaw and the Ilaj. An Ilaj man fell in love with an Ijaw woman, and even though he was already married, he ran away to the Ijaw to be with the woman. This created strife between the two tribes, so it was agreed that an Ijaw slave woman would be sacrificed to atone for the sins of the adulterous Ilaj man. As the slave woman was being sacrificed, she uttered the word Ilala, which means the world is incomprehensible, and this became her name. Before she passed away, Ilala made a solemn vow to witness all agreements made under her name, and should they be broken she can be invoked to curse the oath breaker. Ilala was deified, and a cult grew around her and spread across Benin. She instills fear in all believers and is the ultimate dispenser of justice and the protector of truth and morality. 4 Traveling to Gifts Village meant traveling into the heart of the land of Ilala, the land over which GT had complete control. Gifts Village was about 100 kilometers north of Benin City. Travel by car from the city to her village was unavoidable, even if highly inadvisable. I had several drivers throughout my time in Nigeria, most of whom were very cautious and professional. Finding a driver with a reliable car in rural Nigeria, however, was quite a challenge. A car breakdown deep in a rural area was not at all desirable. I did my best to find dependable drivers and cars through word of mouth, and although the results were mixed, the driver who took me to Gifts Village turned out to be particularly helpful. His name was Step by Step and he spoke Pidgin English, which does not relate in any systematic way to normal English. For example, Hoi far means hello, Abeg means please, Chop means food, How Bodhi means how are you, Butter my bread, means God has answered my prayers, Go slow means traffic jam, and So means two-door vehicle, such as the one driven by Step by Step. I tried to memorize a few useful phrases before traveling to Edo State, but communication was still difficult without a guide who could translate Pidgin English to English, and such guides were simply not available. I set out with Step by Step from Benin City early in the morning for the drive to Gifts Village. As we ventured deeper into the countryside, the landscape was a contrast of brick red earth, pale green foliage, and chocolate brown haze in the sky. The land seemed to wheeze and groan under the strain of its defilement. The red color of the earth in Nigeria in particular caught my eyes, as I had never before looked down at the dirt and seen any color other than brown. It was as if the land was covered in a legacy of rust-dried blood. Because of the language barrier, step by step and I could not talk to each other, so most of our drive was spent in silence. About halfway to Gift's village, I phoned her at the shelter in Copenhagen to let her know I was almost at her home. We had stayed in contact during my journey, and she was both excited and anxious about my visit. She was very touched that I would be meeting her family, and she hoped that the voice of someone objective might be enough to persuade her sisters to pursue other options, such that they existed. However, I knew that no one short of the Almighty would be able to change their minds. It was He, after all, who had left these children with no alternatives. After I spoke with Gift, she sent word through a few people in her village who had mobile phones that I would be arriving. Gift's village consisted of a few dozen red clay houses with sheet metal roofs. The clay was made by mixing the red dirt with water to form a brick-like substance that was sturdier than the mud huts in most of the villages I had visited in other rural settings. Gift's mother was named Joy, and as our car pulled up to her hut, she ran out, threw her arms around me, and erupted in tears. Like Step by Step, she only spoke pidgin English, so I could not understand what she was saying, but I understood her tears, her embraces, and her ardent gestures toward her children. I knew she did not want them to follow in Gift's footsteps, but I could see why she would not want them to stay in the village either. It was a place where people could barely survive. The only water came from rain, toilets were holes in the ground covered by a plank of wood, and there was no electricity. To make matters worse, kidnappings by militias heightened the risk of remaining. Though Boko Haram had not yet ventured this far south, it was rumored that they were coordinating with local sympathizers to abduct girls and take them north where they would be sold as sex slaves. Joy was the mother of 9 children, ages 13 to 25. Most of them spoke broken English, which they learned at a nearby government school when they were able to attend. Gift was the second oldest child. One of her younger sisters, Mercy, age 16, had recently taken the Juju oath with GT and was preparing to leave for Europe. She was taller than Gift, with a very calm and reassuring presence that belied the harshness of her surroundings. Joy's only son, Promise, had recently been recruited to play in a junior football league in Greece, which I knew was little more than a trafficker's ruse to lure young African boys into forced labor in drug running, street begging, and petty theft in Europe. Even though Mercy knew she would likely be forced into prostitution, she was anxious to leave her village in the hopes that she would be the exception to the rule. Joy invited me into her hut. Near the entry I noticed a wooden pole in the ground, with a dead pigeon tied to the top, hanging upside down. This, I later learned, had been arranged by GT, to indicate that Joy's home was cursed because Gift had broken her oath. No one in the village would step inside her home for fear that the curse would spread to them. The children's desperation to leave became clearer. Inside, Joy's children huddled around me. The home consisted of 2 rooms, a main sitting room and 1 bedroom with dried grass on the ground. The main room had a phrase written with chalk on the wall, "There's nothing on earth more precious than a loaf of bread." To be sure, a loaf of bread would have been a delicacy for Joy and her family. They subsisted primarily on boiled tree leaves and yams, 3 meals a day. Their weary aspects manifested all too clearly the toll taken by perpetual hunger. As with most of the people who lived in the village, work was difficult to come by, which meant income was minimal. During the agricultural season, there was farm work with a local landowner. The villagers were not called by the landowner every day, but when they were, Joy and her children woke at 4 a.m. and walked 2 hours to a farming area where they worked in day labor harvesting cassava and yam. They returned home around 8 p.m. For their backbreaking work, they were paid the equivalent of 26 cents per day. Joy apologized for having nothing to offer me to eat but boiled tree leaves. I told her she must not apologize, rather, I should apologize to her as all I had to offer her family were a dozen granola bars I brought for them. I handed out the granola bars, and the children tentatively ate them. Joy sat down on the ground next to me and started to cry. Mercy, whose English was relatively good, Translated the conversation. My mother says Gift is so far. We know she is in Europe, but we do not know where she is. She is so far. Joy asked me if Gift was okay, and I said she was safe in a shelter. Please tell Mercy not to go to Europe, she begged me. I looked at Mercy intently and considered my words. I wanted to come right out and tell her do not go. However, once I stepped foot in Joy's home and saw the penury and perils of their existence, I did not feel it was my place to instruct them on what they should and should not do. Still, I had to give Mercy some level of warning, which I did. I explained the mistreatment Gift had endured, just like so many other children from Edo State who had embarked on similar journeys. I could not offer a reasonable alternative, so I knew that my warnings held little meaning. If someone is standing in a fire, you can warn them all you like that if they jump out they may land in the mouth of a crocodile. They still have to jump. I spent the rest of the day and that night with Joy and her children. Light came by, shrouded moon and cooking fire for a few hours, then impenetrable darkness. There was little more I could accomplish regarding travel to Europe, so we talked about their struggles in the village and their hopes that God would one day bless them with a better future. As the hours passed, my thoughts turned to GT and my hope to learn more about him and the Juju oaths. I knew Mercy had recently taken the oath, so I asked her if she could tell me more about it and the priest who administered it. Much to my surprise, she pointed to Step by Step and said, "He is the one who took me." I could not believe the coincidence, if that's what it was. Of all the drivers who could have taken me to Gift's village, I ended up with the man who had driven her sister Mercy to GT for her Juju oath. Maybe there are not many drivers in rural Edo State, or maybe it was just dumb luck, but as it turned out, Step by Step had driven dozens of girls to GT through the years. Not many people know the way to GT's shrine, but Step by Step knew the way well. I asked Mercy to ask him if he would take me, and they both said it was not a good idea. Step by Step said that GT's shrine was far away in a rural area and that GT would be very suspicious if we just showed up. I tried to persuade Step by Step that it was important for me to see GT and his shrine, because I wanted to understand him and the power he held over girls like Gift and Mercy. Eventually, Mercy persuaded him by agreeing to come along with us under the guise of saying that she needed more guidance from him before leaving for Europe. She would say that I was a friend of her sister's who had come to visit and was interested in helping more members of the family migrate to Europe. It felt like a flimsy cover story that GT was not likely to believe, but it was the only way I was going to have a chance to meet the man who had terrorized Gift and countless other Nigerian sex trafficking victims around the world. 2 days later, Step by Step, Mercy, and I drove to meet GT. His shrine was located a few hours' drive from Mercy's village, deep in the forested area down a remote dirt road. We did not talk much during the drive, and I could tell that both Mercy and Step by Step were very uneasy. When we were about a mile from GT's shrine, Mercy began to panic. She trembled and asked to be let out of the car. "I can't go," she said, "I can't go. Please leave me here. I can't go." We pulled the car to the side of the dirt road, and I told Mercy I was not going to leave her on her own in the middle of the forest. She told me she would be fine and that she did not want to disrupt my research. I was very uncomfortable with the idea of leaving Mercy on her own and assured her I could always return another day, but she was adamant that we continue without her. She explained that if I tried to go back another time GT would likely be suspicious because Step by Step had asked permission for us to visit on that particular day. It was a difficult decision, and if anything happened to Mercy, I never would have forgiven myself. I knew I was crossing a line, but I calculated we would be back within an hour, maybe less, so I agreed to leave Mercy by the side of the dirt road. She stepped out of the car and took a seat in the shade under a tree. Before we pulled off, she told me, "Do not drink anything he gives you." As we continued down the path, I felt conflicted about leaving Mercy behind and contemplated going back to her. I was also quite anxious that without her I could not understand Step by Step and that our cover story was no longer plausible. Why on earth was I randomly, and without mercy, showing up to visit GT? I ran through possible scenarios in my mind but could not come up with a clear answer to the dilemma. This would probably be my only chance to meet GT, but I did not want to cause harm or risk to anyone other than myself. The risks of leaving Mercy on her own in the forest for an hour were difficult to assess, as were the risks of carrying on with the meeting with GT without her. Indeed, not carrying on with the meeting with GT might also raise suspicions on his part that could put Mercy and her family at risk. Overcome by the complexity of the situation, I pushed on. From a distance, the shrine appeared ominous and incongruous. As we got nearer, I saw a peach and green painted building with Ilala Spiritual Home written on top. Outside, fenced off by a pile of mattresses, was a warrior statue, red with a white painted face. A sign in front of the statue read, "Out of bounds for women under menses." Step by step parked the car outside the shrine. He was tense and desperate to tell me something, but we could not communicate with each other. I pointed to the door of the shrine as if to ask, "Is that the way in?" He nodded, then pointed to the camera in my hand and shook his head no. I put the camera in my pocket. We stepped out of the car, and I took a moment to take in my surroundings. Suddenly 7 children rushed at us out of nowhere, hissing and shrieking. I looked at Step by Step nervously, and he made a steady-on gesture. The children swarmed and howled ferociously. Eventually they scurried off. Later a colleague told me these were witch children who were possessed by demons as a result of the curse unleashed by GT on their mothers for breaking their juju oaths. Cast out from their homes, GT took them to his shrine and raised them as he saw fit. At this point, the fear that Step by Step, Mercy, and thousands of girls from Edo State had felt became all too real to me. I am a rational person, but here in the middle of West Africa amid customs and powers I did not understand, even I began to wonder what kind of world I was entering. What were the rules, and what kind of forces held power here? Step by Step gestured to me to wait where I was as he walked into the shrine. I stood alone outside, trying to take in as much as I could. I quickly pulled out my camera and snapped a few photos of the shrine and the surroundings. The front wall of the shrine was covered in dozens of framed photographs. I moved closer and saw that each photo was of a deformed female, some with distended bellies, others with disfigured faces and limbs. These were the women GT had cursed for breaking their oath, broadcast plainly for all to see. I imagined a 16-year-old village girl confronted by howling witch children and seeing these images upon entry to the shrine, and I began to understand the awful power of this man. Step by Step emerged from the shrine and waved me in. I waited for a moment and thought one last time about whether I should proceed. When entering dangerous venues such as a brothel with sex slaves or a carpet factory with child laborers and armed guards, I always had an exit strategy. However, here there was no escape. The moment I walked through the door into the shrine, my fate was out of my hands. I could be walking into the kind of trap I had assiduously avoided so many times before. This was, after all, a cult whose priests were rumored to perform human sacrifice and eat human body parts during their rituals. I decided to proceed. I followed Step by Step into the shrine. There were more framed photos of disfigured and deformed women on the inside walls, some white ceiling fans, piles of artifacts, clothes and trinkets scattered about, and about a dozen red wooden benches facing an altar. There were at least 200 small mirrors hanging from the ceiling on short strings. I later learned these mirrors held demon spirits that GT could unleash on any woman who broke her oath. The altar consisted of a small wooden table with various large bottles of alcohol on it, and the numbers 2 and 1 painted white in red squares on the floor. Beneath the altar were a dozen large yams painted with blue markings, and above was a framed photo of the King of Benin. A handful of priests in red robes sat on white plastic chairs on either side of the altar. Directly behind the altar, sitting on a red sofa and wearing a light green robe, was GT. He was a broad man, intense, with a penetrating gaze. I feared him the moment I saw him. It suddenly seemed all too plausible that there and then, in the dark heart of his realm, this man might actually have the ability to curse me just as he had so many Nigerian girls. I felt his eyes slicing me like knives, and I tried to assess whether I should push forward or leave. "Welcome," GT said in perfect English. "I understand you are interested in our culture." Step by Step looked at me nervously. "Yes," I replied, "thank you for allowing me to visit." GT waved me forward. "Sit here. I can describe our culture to you." I took a few steps forward, keeping my senses trained on my surroundings to catch any sudden movements. I took a seat on the front bench, and one of the priests in red robes entered from a side door holding an oatmeal-colored beverage in a glass. "Please have this drink," GT said, "it is a custom for us." I nervously took the glass, remembering Mercy's warning not to drink anything GT offered me. "I'm not very thirsty," I replied, "but thank you. Please drink, it will cool you down." I did not want to drink the beverage, but I knew if I declined it could be construed as an insult to his hospitality. I tried to think quickly of a delicate way to avoid drinking the beverage. "Actually, today is a day of fasting for me in my religion, so I can't have the drink. I hope that's okay." GT nodded. "Of course that's okay." I later learned I had been offered a malted beverage laced with intense and sometimes incapacitating hallucinogens, which GT gave most girls prior to beginning the juju ritual. "Where are you from?" GT asked. "I am Indian by ancestry, but I live in the United States." "I have been to America many times," GT replied. "Just last month I was in Miami." "What brought you to Miami?" "I have business there." I spoke with GT about his travels, the many cities in the United States he had visited, and my interest in understanding the local culture. I knew GT did not believe a word of my cover story. He was probing to ascertain the real reason I was visiting him, in his shrine, far off the beaten path in the rural reaches of Edo State. He was too sophisticated not to be suspicious, and I knew it was just a matter of time before the charade was over. I had seen enough, and I was not about to pry into areas that would raise his suspicions further. I felt increasingly apprehensive about remaining in the shrine and was desperate for a way to leave. "I must apologize for coming in the middle of the day," I said to GT, "you look busy. Perhaps I could come back another time and we could speak more about your culture." "We will be having an important ritual here tomorrow night," GT replied. "I will send a driver to bring you. You will be my guest." "Where are you staying?" I told GT the name of a village about 100 kilometers away from the village where I was actually staying. "Be ready at 5. "Thank you," I replied. "Perhaps I can leave a donation for you, as gratitude for your time." GT nodded. I took out about $40 worth of naira and placed them on the altar. Before leaving I wanted to do one last thing because I knew I would never return to this place. "Would it be okay if I took a picture with you?" It was a brazen question, one that may have pushed matters one step too far. After a moment GT said, "Okay." I stood where I was, on the opposite side of the altar in front of GT, turned around, and faced step by step. I handed him my camera and motioned to him to take a photo. He shook his head no, but GT told him it was okay. I stood there, stiff as a board, and step by step took the photo. I thanked GT again and said that I looked forward to being his guest the next day. I walked out slowly, taking one last look at the deformed women, the markings in front of his altar, and the demon prison mirrors hanging from the ceiling. After closing the main door of the shrine, I looked into Step by Step's eyes and said, "Let's go. Now." He did not understand the words, but he knew exactly what I said. Thankfully, Mercy was safe just where I left her. We picked her up and continued back to her village. I could tell that she was relieved to see me. "How did it go?" she asked. I took her hands and said, "I understand." A few weeks later Mercy left for Europe. The madams My brief encounter with GT helped me understand the nature of his power. He is the counterpoint to Bishop Okonkwo. Both men govern with intense spirituality. The bishop rouses his congregation into an ecstasy of hopeful communion with the divine, whereas GT wields the divine for a grimmer purpose. The unrestrained faith of their congregants empowers both men to prophet status. However, one is a prophet of light and the other is a prophet of darkness. They are the two faces of divine power, two outcomes of fervent spirituality. No doubt, GT sees himself as a man who brings order to a chaotic world infected with corruption and the degradation of morality and law. That is the power he exerts, which he transfers to the madams, who act as extensions of his reach. This makes the madams the crucial link in the Nigerian sex trafficking chain. They purchase and exploit the trafficked Nigerian women, wielding power through physical and psychological force and the ever-present threat of the juju curse. There have not been many studies on the madams of Edo State to explain how they operate and how they recruit sex trafficking victims from the region. One study conducted in Benin City in 2004 found that 1/3 of women surveyed had been approached by a madam who offered to help them get to Europe for work. 5 Roughly 97% of respondents knew what sex trafficking was, and 70% had relatives working in prostitution in Europe, most of whom had been recruited by madams. 6 The madams and the system they represent seem to be well known to the women of Edo State. Given their central role in the sex trafficking chain from Nigeria, I endeavored to meet as many as I could. Most madams in Nigeria live in Benin City or in Lagos. It was relatively easy to meet them, and most were quite willing to speak with me. The conversations I had with the madams were remarkably similar to each other, and also remarkably similar to the conversations I had with Gerwalis in the brothels of India. In both cases, the women saw themselves as doing a favor for poor, illiterate girls by providing them with opportunities for a better life. The concept of sex trafficking had little meaning to them, and they did not perceive any fault with what they were doing. 5 of the 6 madams I interviewed in Nigeria were former sex trafficking victims themselves, not that they saw it that way. This was the natural progression, in their eyes, of hard-working, dutiful girls who keep their oaths and repay their debts. The most extensive conversation I had was with a madam named Love. She was thin compared to the other heavy-set madams I met, and there was even a hint of kindness in her eyes. She was intelligent, practical, and quite at ease with her vocation. She explained that she first left Edo State after taking a juju oath at the age of 16. She worked for 4 madams across Europe for 5 years, after which she was told that her debt had been repaid. At the tender age of 20, she was ready for her new life. My madam threw a party for me when my debt was finished. She told me, "Now, you can be just like me." She gave me 1,000 euros as a gift, and I started working as a madam myself. It was the happiest day of my life. I made so much money you cannot imagine. I send money to my family every month. My parents are proud of me. They built a new house in Benin City, and they sent my 2 sisters and my brother to school. In this country, school requires fees, so who do you think is going to pay? I paid. I tell my girls that if they work hard, they can be just like me and help their families. Most of the girls are selfish and lazy and wicked. They want money without work. They lie and they steal. If bad things happen to them, they can only blame themselves. I pressed Love on the issue that most of the girls she was talking about were probably too young to realize what they were getting into, and that they were too vulnerable to make a real choice to take the oath and go to Europe. They are not stupid. They know exactly what they are doing, Love retorted. Then why do so many try to escape? I asked, why do most of them want to stop this kind of work and return home? As I said, they are lazy. Once they realize they have to work to earn money, they quit. If you want a better life, you have to work for it. This is true for all people. Then why do they have to take the juju oath? Why make them afraid to stop working if they wish to be lazy, as you say? Why force them through fear? Do you know how expensive it is to get them to Europe? They have to repay these debts, or they will run away after they arrive. We make an investment in these girls and they must pay us back. But it doesn't cost 40,000 euros to take them to Europe. We also have a right to our profit for housing them and teaching them and giving them this opportunity to be wealthy for the rest of their lives. It's like an internship, you see. Don't they have this in your country? Why is this so hard for you to understand? Love and I sparred politely for a while. For every argument I made to point out the exploitative nature of her trade, she had a perfectly reasoned response. If girls tried to escape, it is because they were lazy. If the use of a juju oath applied undue coercion on the girls to stay in prostitution, it is required because the wicked girls will otherwise flee before working off the costs of their transport. In Love's mind, these girls were lucky to have the opportunities she afforded them. She had 9 girls under her protection, as she put it, and she traveled back and forth between Italy and Nigeria regularly, so she could spend time with her family and recruit more girls. When she was away, other madams kept charge over her girls until she returned. There was not much that surprised me about my encounter with Love except that toward the end of our conversation she offered to arrange for me to meet several Nigerian girls in shelters who had been deported from Europe. Surely, I thought, most of them were sex trafficking survivors and would not have positive things to say about their experiences, let alone their madams. I know you are a good man, she said, I want to help you even if we do not agree. Most people only want to help those they agree with, but in Nigeria we are not like this. Love mentioned 1 shelter in Benin City and 2 in Lagos. I thanked her for her generosity and visited 2 of the shelters she mentioned in Lagos. They were home to girls whose stories were particularly devastating. They had all been trafficked for the first time between the ages of 13 and 20. Several of them were pregnant for the second, third, or fourth time when I met them. One of the older survivors I met was Sandra. She was 31 and had worked for several madams in Italy, France, and England. She had short hair that was grey beyond her years, and though her face was sallow, she was always smiling. Sandra was arrested in England a few years ago and courageously assisted with the prosecution of her madam. She was granted asylum, but after a few years she missed her family too much and wanted to return home. She thought by this time, it would be safe. A few days after I came home, some men came in the night. They broke into my home, dragged me into the street, stripped my clothes, raped me, and chopped off my left arm with a meat cleaver. They said this was my punishment for breaking my oath. Sandra was left for dead but managed to get to a hospital with the help of neighbors. She was eventually fitted with a crude plastic prosthetic in place of her left arm and has since lived in various shelters. The head of the shelter, Anne, told me that the violence against Sandra had been particularly inhuman because she is a lesbian. In Nigeria, it is better to be an animal than to be a homosexual, Anne told me. Traditional cultural beliefs across Nigeria, including in the Yoruba tradition, view same-sex preferences as dirty, unnatural, and pathological. 7 Even secular law is set harshly against same-sex relations, which in the southern states are punishable by up to 14 years in prison. 8 And in certain northern states that have adopted Sharia law the punishment may be stoning to death. Despite the brutalities she had endured, Sandra remained remarkably cheerful about her future. She had even recently started going to school. I am going to study law, so I can fight for justice for women like me, Sandra told me. If Sandra's story were not harrowing enough, I heard stories from 2 other young women at her shelter, Vera and Precious, that were even more disturbing. They had both recently been rescued from a baby factory in Lagos. They were 18 and 19 years old and had been locked inside a building in the outskirts of the city for a few years, where they were forcefully inseminated and kept imprisoned throughout their pregnancy. There was a nurse who fed us, Precious explained, and a doctor came to examine us and deliver the babies. Vera and Precious both delivered 2 babies while they were held captive. The babies were rumored to have been sold for international adoptions. Some of the other girls in that place said the babies might be used for sacrifice by juju priests, Vera added. I asked how many girls were in the baby factory with them, and they said there were over 30. I had heard anecdotes about these factories but had considered them to be an urban myth until I met two girls who had actually been in one. News stories revealed very little in the way of corroboration, but I did come across a few instances, including a case in 2013 of 17 girls in Imo State who were locked inside a baby factory, each impregnated by a single man. The girls gave birth to babies who were again rumored to have been sold for international adoption. 9 The conditions Vera and Precious described were impossible to imagine. The notion of being forcefully impregnated and held captive like a breeding animal left me nauseated. The rumor that some of these babies were used in black magic juju rituals was beyond reckoning. Precious insisted it was true and told me about a place, called Jankara Market, where items for black magic juju rituals could be found. She told me that at the southeast corner of the market I would find dried monkey heads, animal skins, insects, frogs, and, in very secret places accessible only to insiders, human body parts, including from babies. I went to the market, to the southeast portion, and I saw all manner of creatures for sale, but nothing human. After meeting Vera and Precious, I tried vigorously to find one of the baby factories in Lagos, but I was not successful. Every lead I explored turned up empty. The Nigerian mafia is said to operate the factories, so there are considerable risks relating to how far one can push. To my knowledge, no one knows exactly how extensive this phenomenon is in Nigeria, or in other countries across Western Africa where similar rumors persist. It is one of the most abhorrent forms of sexual slavery I have ever encountered, all the more so because the result is the birth of an innocent child who is either sold off to international adoption or, if the darker rumors are true, killed in blood sacrifices. How did it come to this? From the severities of poverty and desperation that motivate thousands of Nigerians to take juju oaths and embark on perilous journeys with traffickers to the merciless control exerted over them by priests and madams, Nigeria represents human trafficking in the extreme. The system is unrelenting, and I could not help but wonder how the country arrived at this bleak state. In my estimation, 3 socio-economic factors in Nigeria's history hurled the country into a state of severe impoverishment and unrest, which ultimately precipitated its contemporary human trafficking crisis. 10. The first factor of Nigeria's history that informs its present state of unrest is the religious divide between Muslims in the north and Christians in the south. 11 Islam arrived in West Africa around 1,000 years ago, culminating in the creation of the Sokoto Caliphate in 1804, which consolidated the northern half of Nigeria under Islamic rule. At that time, the southern portion of the country was dominated by the Yoruba culture and the Benin Empire. Christianity, which was brought by the colonial powers, was also growing in influence. These religious divisions ossified, resulting in ongoing clashes and strife. The South controls the all-important oil ports, which further exacerbates tensions. Religious conflict has raged across the country for decades, leaving the poorest people of Nigeria desperate to find safety abroad, which fuels human trafficking. The raids, murders, and human trafficking activities of the Boko Haram, beginning in 2013, are the most extreme expressions of the clash of cultures between extremist Islam and the more moderate Muslims and Christians in the country. The second factor of Nigeria's history that influenced the current state of violence and instability in the country was the discovery of oil in the Delta region by Shell BP in 1957. This discovery preceded Nigerian independence by 3 years and has precipitated several decades of military strife among those seeking control of oil territories. The strife was exacerbated by the fact that the boundaries drawn at independence forced together 3 highly disparate and incongruous ethnic groups: Hausa Fulani in the north, Yoruba in the southwest, and Igbo in the southeast, and forced them under a single governance in the south, where the oil was found. As a result, the first few decades of Nigerian self-rule were mired by strife among the disparate tribes and communities of the nation for control of land and oil. Major ethnic riots in 1962 and 1964 relating to regional land divisions and accusations of rigged elections rocked the country. In 1966, a group of Igbo army officials led by Major General Johnson Tuigi Ironsi overthrew the elected government and assassinated Prime Minister Balewa, a Fulani, and several senior officials in the government. Ironsi named himself president and instituted martial law. The Muslim community in the north naturally viewed the coup as a Christian attempt to undermine their customs and take control of the oil resources in the south, resulting in mob violence and thousands of deaths. Military leaders in the north staged a coup against Igi Ironsi 4 months after his coup, assassinating him and retaking control of the country. Ethnic violence between the north, south, and east raged for several years, culminating in a declaration on May 30, 1967, by the military leader of the eastern region, Lieutenant Colonel Ademugwu Ojukwu, that his territory was to be a separate nation called the Republic of Biafra. The military government in Lagos promptly responded with a declaration of war on the Republic of Biafra. Biafra was supported by France, and Lagos received support from Great Britain and the USSR. This post-colonial proxy war left 3 million Nigerians dead. On January 12, 1971, the Biafran forces surrendered, but the country was in ruins. The Biafran War remains one of the bloodiest post-independence civil wars in post-colonial history, and its crippling effects are felt by millions of Nigerians to this day. With some semblance of stability under military leader Yakubu Gowon, the government's focus returned to capitalizing on the oil reserves discovered by Shell BP prior to independence. The government forged a joint venture with BP and erected a state-owned oil concern, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPC. Nigeria joined OPEC, and the rise in oil prices in the early 1970s brought huge amounts of capital into the country, most of which was deposited in the accounts of a handful of oligarchs. Oil quickly became responsible for almost 90% of all government revenue, which meant that economic stability in Nigeria was highly dependent on the price of oil. The stability under Gowon did not last. There was too much oil at stake. The third factor that contributed to Nigeria's contemporary human trafficking crisis involved a series of coups and riots throughout the 1970s and 1980s. Angered by the imbalanced allocation of the country's newfound oil wealth, Army Brigadier Murtala Mohammed from the north led a coup and took control of the country in 1975. The very next year, Mohammed was assassinated and replaced by a Yoruba military leader from the south. The country returned to civilian rule in 1979, but the oil bubble burst in 1981 and the country fell into massive debt, escalating inflation, and broad-scale unemployment. Riots followed, and thousands of people were killed. Those who had made their wealth during the oil boom of the 1970s took their money out of the country as quickly as they could. The 1980s were marred by one military coup after another, leaving the country in a constant state of disarray. The country's debt skyrocketed and per capita income fell to below $300 per year. In an effort to quell the strife between North and South, the capital of the country was moved from Lagos to Abuja in 1991. Nonetheless, corruption, coups, civil unrest, and the allocation of oil income to a small wealthy elite have typified Nigeria's political and economic reality for the last few decades. When oil prices boom, the money flows in; when prices bust, the country suffers from massive increases in debt and inflation. The most recent drop in oil prices in 2015 put severe pressure on the poorest in the country, increased ethnic violence, and pushed peasants to migrate abroad in search of income and security. All the while, violence between Muslims and Christians shows few signs of abating. The unfortunate truth is that disparate and incongruous ethnic groups were thrust together at independence, and oil was found in just one part of the country, leading to a series of devastating coups and clashes that have resulted in decades of suffering. This suffering is unquestionably more real and painful than the prospective harms most any Nigerian would face by accepting an offer from a human trafficker. In this context, millions of poor Nigerians remain eager to flee their country, and traffickers are only too happy to assist them. Enslaved body, mind, and soul. The combination of political and economic instability, grinding poverty, social unrest, and powerful cultural forces of coercion conspire to ensnare countless women and girls from Edo State in sex slavery around the world. More than any group of sex trafficking victims I documented, these young women are enslaved body, mind, and soul. In sex trafficking, I provide details and metrics on the sex trafficking cases I documented around the world, 13 some of which are updated in Appendixes A and B of this book. The uniqueness of the journeys of the Nigerian sex trafficking victims, especially their levels of debt, merits a closer look. In total, I documented the cases of 66 Nigerian sex trafficking victims in full. Here are some of the summary statistics of these cases. 100% females. 16.7 years, average age at time first trafficked. 98% involved debt bondage. $30,528, average debt to repay. 95% from Edo State. 93% took a juju oath prior to being trafficked abroad. 82% trafficked to Europe, 13% to Asia, 5% to the Americas. 54% trafficked more than once. 50% had another family member who had previously migrated abroad / been trafficked. Some of the most striking data to emerge from these cases relates to the high proportion of victims forced to repay debts, 98%, as well as the average level of the debts, $30,528, which are 5 to 10 times greater than the debt levels of sex trafficking victims I documented from other countries who were held in debt bondage. No doubt, the powerful spiritual hold placed on these girls by the juju oath plays a pivotal role in the coercive extraction of large amounts of money from the victims. Indeed, many Nigerian sex trafficking victims will retraffic themselves if they are deported out of fear of failing to discharge their debts. It is also worth noting that the average age of the Nigerian sex trafficking victims at the time they were first trafficked, 16.7 years, is a little higher than the average of all the sex trafficking cases I documented, 15.4 years, but most were still minors at the time they were first trafficked. Just slightly more than half of the victims were trafficked more than once, and half were not the first members of their family to migrate or to be trafficked abroad. Beneath these numbers, there is immeasurable torment, misery, and woe. The system of Nigerian sex trafficking assaults the totality of the human being of its victims with unyielding violence and debasement. Most disconcerting of all, very little is being done to protect the women and girls of Nigeria from the monsters who devour them domestically or abroad. Badagry. My extraordinary time in Nigeria drew to a poignant close in Badagry, a town about a 2-hour drive west of Lagos. In the late 15th century, the Portuguese were the first Europeans to arrive on the West African coast in search of new trading routes and access to the Saharan gold trade. The most important consequence of their arrival was the commencement of the transatlantic slave trade, in which Badagry played a central role. Africans were initially taken as laborers on Portuguese ships crossing the Atlantic, and they were subsequently sold into slavery on sugar plantations in the Caribbean islands. Once Pope Leo X gave permission for slaves to be taken from Africa in 1513, the number of African slaves trafficked by European powers to the Americas grew rapidly. By the end of the 16th century, the Dutch, Danish, Swedish, French, and British had all arrived at the slave coast of West Africa to trade in slaves and traffic them to the Americas. Much has been written about this trade and little needs to be added here beyond the fact that during its pre-colonial period, 1500 to 1800, and during several decades of British rule, 1800 to 1960, Nigeria was a primary source of trafficked African slaves for European powers. Estimates are that around 3.5 million of the 11 million Africans trafficked into slavery across the ocean during the course of the transatlantic slave trade emanated from Nigeria. Of these, approximately 550,000 passed through Badagry. Most of the slave museums and historic buildings in Badagry are located on Marina Road, which runs parallel to the coastline. The first historic site I visited was the Vilaquite slave market, built by the Portuguese in 1502. The market was named after a local deity, Vilaquite, goddess of the sea. The original structure was destroyed in 1852, but it was subsequently rebuilt and turned into a two-story museum that chronicles the slave trade that took place at the market for 350 years. Indeed, Vilaquite was one of the first and largest slave trading markets where Europeans bartered with African slave dealers who brought slaves from the inland regions. At its peak, it was open for business 7 days a week, with 150 slaves typically sold each day. Europeans inspected each slave prior to negotiating a price. Were they young, fit, and healthy, or older and diseased? Once prices were agreed upon, the buyers paid in spirits, guns, silk, beads, cannons, cotton, and other commodities. The slaves they purchased were taken to holding cells, called barracoons, where they were crammed 50 or more into a 9-foot by 9-foot room, forced to defecate, urinate, sweat, sleep, and agonize on top of each other. They could spend months in these cells, waiting to be shipped to the Americas, branded with the name of the slave trader who purchased them. There were once several barracoons in Badagry, but only one of the buildings stands today, the Saraki Ferimi Williams Abase Brazilian barracoon. It is a yellow-painted building with a rusted tin roof, built in 1840. Saraki Abase was a former slave from Yorubaland who was sold as a child to a Portuguese slave trader and trafficked to Brazil. His owner taught him to read and write, and Abase learned several languages, including Portuguese. Years later his owner told him he would set him free on condition that he work for him as a slave dealer back in Africa. Abase agreed. He returned to Badagry, where he built his slave barracoon and began dealing with African slave traders to acquire slaves to sell to the Portuguese. Rusted chains, shackles, and mouth muzzles used to restrain the slaves were on display when I visited the Brazilian barracoon. Each restraint came in smaller sizes as well, for children. Abase went on to become a very wealthy and powerful man, with 128 wives and 144 children. He died in 1919 and is buried at his barracoon compound at Badagry, haunted no doubt from every direction by the boundless wails of despairing slaves. When the European slave traders were ready to depart with their cargo, they took the slaves from the barracoons across a narrow lagoon to a peninsula just off the coast of Badagry. I hired a boat to take me across the lagoon to the northern edge of the peninsula, just as the slaves were ferried centuries before. From there, the slaves trudged in shackles to the southern shore, where the larger seafaring ships awaited them. I walked that same path, through the brush and the coconut trees. With each step I tried to imagine their dread. Did they have any understanding of what was happening to them? Did they try to bargain with their captors? Did they fear they would never see their family members again? Did they have any sense of where they were going and the fate that awaited them? It was a walk of miserable imaginings. I peered down at my unshackled feet and reflected on the hundreds of thousands of shackled ankles that walked these same sands centuries before. What separated my free steps from theirs other than flukes of time and birth? I could feel the searing distress of the slaves walking across these very sands, swelling with panic, frenzy, and horror. Just when I thought the terror of this walk could not get any worse, my spirits collapsed when I came upon a sign that read "Original Spot, Slaves Spiritual Attenuation Well." Next to the sign, I found a small, red stone well tucked inside a hut. There was a poem hanging on a wall written in English and Yoruba. Centuries earlier, each slave would drink from the well, and recite these words: "I am leaving this land. My spirit leave with me. I shall not come back now. My shackles do not break. It is the shackles that hold the ship down. My ancestors bear me witness. I shall not return. This land shall depart. My soul do not revolt. My spirit go along with me. I depart to that land unknown. I shall not return." I fell to my knees. It was too much to bear. Slaves bound for the Americas recited this oath, that they were leaving their land and that they would never return. They prayed for their spirits to go with them, and not revolt. They were to be slaves forever, for the shackles do not break. How was this oath any different from the juju oaths Nigerian slaves take today before departing for servitude abroad? They too leave their land and pray that their souls stay with them, remain safe, and do not revolt. They too know they will be slaves forever, for the shackles that ensnare them do not break. After I read the oath at the slave's spiritual attenuation well, I understood slavery more clearly than I ever had before. Slavery is the erasure of humanity. I drifted off the slave path toward the coconut trees. I sat, knowing not where to go. The whispering palms held no solace. The salty smell of the ocean brought no comfort. After all my years of research, it was as if I understood slavery only for the first time, and that understanding devastated me. I completed the slave walk to the beach at Badagry, where I was greeted by a sign that read "Point of No Return." Here slaves passed through two pillars, like a portal, into the lowest rungs of hell. They boarded the slave ships and never returned, other than a handful like a base. The ocean ferried them to an unknown land of torture and slavery. The beautiful blue never looked the same again. Chapter 3. Labor Trafficking. Slavery at your dining table. Enslave the liberty of but one human being and the liberties of the world are put in peril. William Lloyd Garrison. Slavery inside America's breadbasket. One of my favorite snacks is almonds. I enjoy them plain, roasted, salted, slivered, and smoked. I take my cereal with almond milk and my toast with almond butter. I believe my hand cream even has almonds in it. Around 90% of the world's almonds are grown in California, to the tune of $5.9 billion in production during the 2014-15 crop season. Indeed, almonds have quickly become California's second largest agricultural commodity behind only dairy, $9.4 billion, and ahead of grapes, $5.2 billion, cattle, $3.7 billion, and berries, $2.5 billion. As with all of California's agricultural products, almonds are grown in the state's Central Valley, a 22,500 square mile region that spans from Bakersfield in the south to Redding in the north. The valley has a width of between 60 and 80 miles all the way between the two cities. It is an arid zone whose suitability for agricultural production was vastly enhanced in 1933 with the inception of the Central Valley Project. The project was created to provide irrigation and municipal water to the Central Valley by storing water in 20 reservoirs in Northern California and distributing it across the valley through a vast series of canals and aqueducts. The project has not been without controversy, especially during California's most recent drought. Almonds, in particular, have been at the center of a fervent water allocation feud because they require a substantial amount of water to produce. These important water allocation and preservation matters notwithstanding, the Central Valley Project has helped California become home to 76,400 farms with a total of 25.5 million acres, producing agricultural products worth $54 billion in 2015. California is not only the largest agricultural state in the United States but one of the most productive agricultural zones in the world. California is home to more than 99% of the U.S. stock of 14 crops including grapes, figs, olives, pomegranates, pistachios, walnuts, and almonds. The state exports most of these products abroad as well, with the top foreign markets being the European Union, Canada, China, Japan, and Mexico. 1 California may be best known for Hollywood and Silicon Valley, but its agricultural sector is an economic behemoth. As with all such behemoths, it requires a substantial amount of labor. The Central Valley is one of the easiest places to research that I have explored. In most every respect, aside from air quality, it is the exact opposite of Nigeria. The region is safe and smoothly traversed thanks to Interstate 5 and State Route 99, which run roughly parallel, north to south, across the valley. Aside from lung-burning smog, a persistent layer of dust on my car, and an unpleasant bouquet of odors always worse at night, there were not many obstacles to my research in California. In fact, the agricultural region can be quite beautiful. The symmetry of perfectly parallel lines of almond trees in white bloom stretching for miles in every direction offers a soothing order that contrasts with the chaos and disarray I encountered in other regions. Each day I spent in the valley drew to a close with a splendid sunset, thanks paradoxically to the excessive levels of air pollution horrible to breathe but brilliant for painting the last moments of the day with thick and enduring hues, red blushed and enflamed. It is no mystery that California's agricultural sector is heavily reliant on low-wage migrant labor. During the peak of the agricultural season, thousands of migrant workers can be seen toiling away in the fields. Most of these workers travel to the United States from south of the border. A smaller number arrive from East Asia, primarily Thailand and China. The formal channel for migration and seasonal work in the agricultural sector is provided through H-2A visas to or the guest worker program. In addition, many thousands of migrants arrive each year and work on an irregular and undocumented basis. Whichever channel migrants use to enter the United States, labor trafficking is more prevalent in the country's agricultural sector than I had anticipated. An individual is a victim of labor trafficking under U.S. and international law if he or she is, 1. recruited, transported, transferred, or harbored, 2. through force, fraud, or coercion, 3. for the purpose of forced labor, slavery, or debt bondage. I met more than 1,000 migrant workers in the Central Valley during the course of my research, and using highly restrictive criteria I documented the cases of 303 victims of labor trafficking. These victims can be divided into two categories: irregular migrants and H-2A visa seasonal guest workers. The labor trafficking victims I met told me extraordinary tales of exploitation and degradation similar to the experiences of agricultural slaves in the United States centuries ago. I cannot comprehend how, in some very important ways, so little has changed in the American agricultural labor system during the last 2 centuries, at least for the workers trafficked into its unforgiving clutches. Figure 3.1 provides a basic picture of the labor supply chain from Latin America into the U.S. agricultural sector. The bottom of the chain is populated by the workers who migrate through regular, H-2A visas, or irregular channels into the United States. Both regular and irregular migrants often are recruited to travel to the United States for agricultural work by a labor recruiter called an enganchadories, literally, down payment. Many irregular migrants make their way north across the border without formal recruitment by engaging a coyote on their own. In most of the cases of irregular migration I documented, the coyotes facilitate the border crossing for the migrants because they know the best routes for entry on any given day that will minimize the chances of interception by the U.S. Border Patrol. Coyotes are usually in league with the enganchadors, and in many cases they are the same person. Figure 3.1 Agricultural labor supply chain from Latin America to the United States. Once the migrants have crossed the border, they are handed off to a labor broker, also known as a farm labor contractor, FLC. This person might be part of a different network from the recruiters, or the entire process may be vertically integrated into one network. The FLC takes control of the migrant's work life and manages the contracts, housing, wages, food, and other needs on behalf of the primary employer, the farm owner. Crew leaders on each farm manage the daily work routines and assignments of the workers on behalf of the FLC. Sometimes FLCs act as crew leaders. For the most part, farm owners have little contact with their migrant workers and are only vaguely aware of the particulars relating to them. The FLCs manage everything. When labor trafficking occurs, it is almost always exacted by the FLCs or by the crew leaders. The coercive labor conditions forced on migrant workers by the FLCs are exacerbated and reinforced by debts accrued from fees charged by the enganchadories, who arrange the work opportunity, and by the coyotes, who arrange the border crossing, for irregular migrants. When I began my research, I suspected I would find forced labor to be more prevalent in the irregular migrant population of California's agricultural sector due to the inherent vulnerability of their migration status. However, I was surprised to find that slavery and other exploitative conditions occurred almost equally in the population of regular migrants who arrived on H-2A visas. An exploration of some of the cases I documented reveals exactly how and why labor trafficking occurs in the U.S. agricultural system. Labor trafficking: the irregular migrant. It is surprisingly easy to find irregular migrants working on farms in California. I simply had to spend enough time forging local ties and trust in the worker communities, after which access was relatively straightforward. There was no need for security, bribes, or other complexities, just a translator. The most conducive locale for interviews was in the barracks, apartments, shacks, and other facilities where the workers slept at night. I met Enrique at one such worker residence in the summer of 2014. He was short, had an angular face, and hailed from southern Mexico, not far from the border with Guatemala. We sat in the shade under a tree outside the dormitory he shared with more than 20 other farm laborers, and he told me a harrowing tale of forced labor that stretched from his hometown right to your dining table. I am from Chiapas. When I was 19 years old, I left my parents and younger sister to travel to America for work. A man we call enganchador said he can arrange the work for a fee of 20,000 pesos, $1,400. My parents offered our land on loan for this fee. The enganchador took us to Nogales by bus, and a coyote met us there. His name was Antonio. We knew he worked for a cartel. I was nervous to cross the border with him. Antonio led us to a house, and he said we had to pay 10,000 pesos, $700, to cross the border. After we cross, he said he can arrange farm work in California. I told him I already paid the enganchador to get the work, but Antonio said this was not his problem and I must pay him or return to my home. None of the men in the house had the money, so we had to work for the cartel until we earned enough. I do not want to discuss the work I did. 5 months later, Antonio took us across the border. We walked for 2 hours and somewhere in the desert we came to a truck. Some men who were friends with Antonio drove us to an avocado farm in California. This was in 2009. From that time, what can I tell you? I have worked on 5 different farms: avocado, oranges, almonds, lettuce, and walnuts. Sometimes I am in the field picking the vegetables, or sometimes I am packing the boxes. In the beginning, I objected because the work was too difficult and I was not being paid what they promised, but the boss said if I complain he will make me deported. He said my parents' land would be taken by the enganchador to repay the loan. I was very sad about the situation, but I had to keep working. This place we live in here is not for humans. We sleep on dirty mattresses and share one toilet, all of us. We have no phone here, and we are far away from the city. If we want to go to the city, like if we want to go to the bank or buy supplies or maybe call our families, the boss charges $50 to drive us. From dawn until dark we work. Usually we work 6 days a week. In the beginning, Antonio said we would earn $1,000 each month. I thought this was so much money I could not believe it. I thought I would send money to my family to help their circumstances. But it was a lie. I never earned this amount. Sometimes I am paid by the bucket, sometimes I am paid by the month. I never earned more than $500 in a month, and this is barely enough for my rent and my food. So I have nothing. After 5 years of work I have nothing. I feel trapped because if I make problems I know I will be deported. I keep working because I hope one day I will go to a good farm where I will earn enough money to help my family. Until that day, at least I am alive. I am grateful for this, I know. Please tell people there are thousands of Mexicans on these farms just like me. We share the same experience. We are forced to work like this because of poverty. I do not think the Americans realize where their food comes from. If they knew, they would not be happy. Enrique was 24 years old when I met him, but like so many slaves I have documented, he looked old beyond his years. His body was worn, his face was haggard, his eyes were weary, and his hands were coarse and weathered like leather gloves. Life for him had been reduced to little more than a corrosive struggle to survive. I asked Enrique about physical ailments or injuries he had suffered, and he offered a wry smile. "You should ask which part of my body is not broken. That will be quicker." Enrique's vision was failing him, and he had chronic respiratory ailments. He suffered from heat exhaustion and frequent diarrhea. I asked if he ever received medical care, and he said the boss brought a doctor if workers were too sick to work or had a serious injury, but otherwise they had to toil through their ailments. They were charged $200 for the doctor's visit and additional costs for any medicines they required, all of which compounded their debts. This arithmetic made them much less likely to ask for medical assistance, even if it was needed. Toward the end of our conversation, I asked Enrique about his time working for the cartel, but he said again that he did not want to discuss it. I did not push further. I knew all too well from other interviews I had conducted along the Mexican border with California and Texas what kind of work migrants were forced to do by the Sinaloa, Gulf, and Zetas cartels. From backbreaking day labor, to being drug mules, to burying dead bodies or dissolving them in acid, to forced prostitution, the cartels exploit migrants with medieval brutality. I could see in Enrique's sallow eyes that he had probably been forced to perform acts that would likely haunt him for the rest of his life. I documented 11 other workers at Enrique's farm, all of whom told similar stories. Each one of them was ensnared in multi-year conditions of slavery. 8 were from Mexico, 3 from Guatemala, and 1 from El Salvador. 9 were recruited by enganchadories in their hometowns. All of them migrated north with the hope of earning enough income to send money back to their families, and all of them expressed a wish to return home one day with enough money to start a small business or get married and start a family. The same 9 workers who were recruited by enganchadories had all offered family land as collateral for the upfront fees charged by the enganchadories. The threat of having their families evicted from their homes or land if the loans were not repaid was a powerful force of coercion that kept the victims working year after year in the hope that they would one day be free of the debt. As Rodrigo told me, "All we have is that land. If we lose it, my family will not survive." In addition to the recruitment fees charged by the enganchadories, Enrique and the other 11 workers had all been assessed additional fees from coyotes. Some fees had to be worked off prior to crossing the border, and some fees were added to the fees charged by the enganchadories. In the latter cases, the enganchadories and the coyote were usually the same person or part of the same network. Only 2 of the 11 workers I documented at Enrique's worker residence had been able to send small amounts of money home across the years, through Western Union. For the most part, they worked day and night just to survive, with no opportunity to leave, do other work, or return home. Their movements and employment options were completely restricted, and they had no way to break free of this chokehold. In truth, I could tell little difference between these men and prison laborers other than that physical incarceration is more obvious for prisoners, and their living conditions might actually be better. During the course of my research, I documented a total of 175 labor trafficking victims who worked in California's Central Valley by way of irregular migration channels. Their journeys were fraught with peril, debt, and servitude. They were exploited at almost every step in the process, from recruitment by enganchadories, to border crossing with cartels and coyotes, to their work in the agricultural sector in California. Although my research was restricted to the state of California, cases of irregular migrant agricultural workers who end up in forced labor conditions have been documented across the United States in Texas, Florida, North Carolina, Georgia, Colorado, Washington, Maine, Nebraska, and Idaho. Almost anywhere agricultural products are grown, you can find these exploited workers if you look long enough. Another interesting fact that emerged from my research is that almost half, 84 cases, of the irregular migrants I documented in forced labor on farms in California were not recruited by an enganchador. Instead, they made a decision to migrate north without a job opportunity awaiting them and found their way across the border with the help of a coyote. Fees for crossing the border in these cases skewed higher, ranging from $1,000 to $2,000. For these individuals, the forced labor exploitation typically began at the coyote stage, often in the form of harsh servitude for a cartel such as Enrique had endured. In other cases, the exploitation commenced after arrival in the United States when the migrant liaised with an FLC or other labor recruiter, who then exploited the vulnerability inherent to their irregular status to coerce them into forced labor. In every case of agricultural labor trafficking I documented in California, the FLC or other labor recruiter was reported to me to be directly involved in the exploitation, be it with irregular or regular migrants. Precise estimates for the number of irregular migrant labor slaves being exploited in the U.S. agricultural sector are difficult to calculate, but there are easily tens of thousands of such individuals toiling in servitude in plain sight. I cannot stress enough just how accessible these slaves are. They were right there, being exploited in broad daylight. I had but to build trust and start speaking with them to document their cases. There were no guards, barriers, threats, or other blockades. One by one I documented these slaves, and with more time and resources I could have easily documented hundreds more, the broken bodies that pick, process, package, and supply us with the food we eat every day. They endure unimaginable perils to migrate to the United States in search of a decent life, only to find slavery and degradation instead. No matter the circumstances through which an individual enters this country, he or she never deserves to be a slave. That is, however, exactly what many migrants find, whether they enter through irregular channels or with pristine paperwork. One of the last irregular migrant slaves I documented was a man named Mateo. He was working on a berry farm not far from Redding, California. In a desperate bid to escape poverty in El Salvador, he ventured north, managed to cross the border into the United States, and connected with a labor recruiter known to other people from his hometown. After 3 years of exacting forced labor and a complete inability to leave the farm despite a pressing desire to do so, he had been paid roughly $6,180 in wages, $171 per month, sending home as much as he could. With a very gentle, accepting voice, he said to me, "We are the people no one wants, but everyone needs." The wisdom of his words astounded me. When the powerful do not want the people they need, they invariably find ways to subjugate, debase, and diminish them. That is the caustic formula that drives the culture of slavery. The millions like Mateo are discarded, unprotected, and exploited by the societies that cannot seem to function without them but do not ever want to recognize them as equally human. These migrants do not brave the immeasurable hazards of irregular migration so that they can take something from us, they do so because we pull them here, into a system that operates on levels of misery we would not accept for our people but are all too content to accept on Mateo's behalf. Some justify his exploitation by citing his offense against migration laws, which I reject, but migrants who abide by those same laws are often just as exploited as those who are unable to do so. Labor trafficking, the H-2A guest worker. Those who travel to the United States through an H-2A visa can be just as vulnerable to slavery as those who arrive without visas. Their push to migrate is derived from the same motivation: the dream of elevating their families or desperation to escape violent and insecure environments. For those who migrate through regular channels, the perceived upfront risks are much less. They are entering the United States through legitimate means and believe they will have a wage-paying job waiting for them. Nonetheless, many of these individuals end up as labor trafficking victims, and for them the dynamics are similar to those of irregular migrants. Paradoxically, the H-2A program offers additional distinctive avenues for servitude that are often exploited by the very people providing the visas, namely, the FLCs. An H-2A visa allows a foreign national to enter the United States as a guest worker for temporary or seasonal agricultural work. The program was specifically established to provide a means for agricultural employers with a shortage of farm workers to bring foreign workers into the United States on a temporary basis to meet short-term labor needs. It is difficult to know exactly how many H-2A agricultural workers there are in the United States in any given year, but the number has been increasing every year for the past decade, with estimates of H-2A workers in the United States in 2016 ranging from 100,000 to 130,000. These workers are supposed to be covered by most U.S. wage and labor laws. They also are meant to be provided with free housing for the duration of their contracts, the same health and safety protections as U.S. citizens performing the same work, workers' compensation benefits for medical costs and time off work for medical reasons, free legal services relating to their employment under the visa program, and reimbursement of the full costs of their travel to the job site once they have completed 50% of their contract period. Despite these important protections stipulated in the H-2A visa program, I found that forced labor was often present among the guest workers in California's Central Valley. The primary reason for coercing a guest worker into forced labor appears to be related to the cumbersome requirements on the employer for bringing in migrants under the program, which makes it desirable to keep the workers for more than one season rather than reapplying each year. A young man named Felipe, whom I met at a farm near Bakersfield, explained his situation. There is a recruiter in Mexico who works with the brokers in California to make the H-2A visas for us. His name is Luis. The cost is 30,000 pesos $2,000 to arrange the visa and transportation to the farm in the United States with guaranteed work for the season. Luis says we will be paid 150,000 pesos $10,000 for the season if we work hard. Most of us did not have money for the fees, so Luis said the fees can be deducted from our wages. He said that 10,000 pesos $667 was for the cost of transporting us to California and that we would be reimbursed this amount after we finished our contract. I received my documents, and we came to Calexico in a bus where a man named Fernando drove us to a farm. He took us to these apartments and said we would rent these from the broker. Fernando took our visas and said he will return them at the end of the season. I worked on a farm in Mexico before I came here, so I was familiar with the work. We work on the soil and do construction, and when it is time we pick the vegetables by hand. Fernando did not give me a wage the first 3 months. He gave me a pay slip in English, so I could not understand it. When I asked him why there was no money left for me, he said it was because of the deductions for my transportation from Mexico. He said they also took money for the apartment, food, transportation to the farm, and also for a lawyer to process our visa. I asked him to show me my wages and these expenses in Spanish, but he did not. At the 4th month, I received a wage of $200. It seemed too little, so I asked the crew leader to explain the wage to me. He said they had to do repairs on one of the trucks they used to transport us, so this was deducted from our wages. I did not think this was fair. They said if I did not like being at the farm, they can send me back to Mexico. I did not want to do this because I have no money after all this time. Our crew leader is very strict. They have beaten some of the workers, including me. If we ask too many questions, he says we should be happy we have a job. He says we are lucky and there are lots of people who can take our place. We are not allowed to leave the farm during the day, and we have to stay in our apartment at night. The apartment is crowded and it is not in a good condition. It is very hot, so we asked for fans. They brought 2 fans and charged us for them. There are rats in the apartment. The only good thing I can say is that we have enough food to eat. At the end of the first season, they told us that if we want to stay, they can help us. The broker said he would keep our documents and we could stay on the farm, and we can earn $400 or $500 each month. This is not as much money as I hoped, but it is more than I can earn in Mexico. I have been on the farm for 4 years. I would like to do other work where I can earn more, but if I leave, I will be deported for staying past my visa. Now I think I might never leave this place. That is my situation. I know some workers who have a much worse situation. These days I can send some money to my family. They charge us $40 to take us to the money transfer office, but it is worth it. Felipe's situation was complex, but he was clearly in a condition of forced labor at the farm, and I believe he had been recruited and trafficked from Mexico for that purpose. His documents were confiscated on arrival, and his freedom of movement and employment were completely restricted. He worked for paltry wages, about $1.50 per hour, in a system of unfair and excessive wage deductions and the ever-present threat of deportation. Even if he wanted to leave the unfavorable employment situation and search for another option while his H-2A visa was legitimate, the visa stipulates that it is only valid as long as he works for the employer listed on it, so he never really had an alternative. He was resigned to his situation and was trying to see the best in it. The only time his face showed any signs of life was when he told me how he sent money to his family, however little it might be. This seemed to be the primary driving force that kept him going. Otherwise, he knew that he was being exploited each day as he slogged on the farm in harsh circumstances. When I asked him about his plans, he said he expected to work on the farm until he died, or maybe one day he might try to run away and return to Mexico. Other guest workers I met throughout the Central Valley told me similar stories. They had all been recruited by labor brokers near their homes in Mexico. Interestingly, 42 of the 128 labor trafficking victims in the guest worker program I documented found their jobs through websites. All 128 had their contracts and documents confiscated for the duration of the season. A total of 73 of the 128 victims stayed past their initial visa terms and were in the midst of multi-year forced labor. Of the remaining 55 cases, 42 of them were exploited in forced labor conditions during their first guest worker term in the United States, and the remainder were exploited in forced labor conditions during subsequent years in the United States. Wage deductions were rampant, especially for the initial transportation fees. These fees were either overstated when linked to a wage deduction, or they were not reimbursed when the worker paid them out of pocket, even though the guest worker program stipulates that they should be reimbursed in full after the worker has completed 50% of his contract. The fees the workers were charged by labor brokers or FLCs for the arrangements made under the H-2A program, transport, documents, etc., ranged from $2,000 to $5,500 in the cases I documented. The higher fees were typically for workers from farther south in Central America, and even a few from the Caribbean. For those workers who ventured back and forth under the visa program across different seasons, the fact that they were not allowed to switch employers during their work periods was used by the more unscrupulous FLCs to exploit them in conditions of slavery. Physical abuse was common. Illness and injury were also the norm, including heat stroke, respiratory ailments, vision impairment, urinary tract infections, lacerations, and broken bones. Every individual I documented lived in housing provided by the FLCs that was quite a distance from the nearest city. The housing areas were the only venues in which I was able to interview the workers, typically during the night hours, or on Sunday, which was their only day off. The houses and apartments I saw were in terrible condition. Paint was peeling, toilet and kitchen facilities were insufficient, and there was no air conditioning, which made sleep very difficult during the stifling summer months in the Central Valley. The workers were all given enough food to eat in terms of calories, but the quality and nutritional value was quite poor, usually canned or processed bulk foods. It is a painful irony that these farm workers live and work in the midst of one of the most plentiful agricultural zones in the world, yet they are forced to subsist on substandard and processed foods. As one worker, Juan, whom I documented at a farm near Fresno, told me, in Mexico we can eat the food from the farm. Here we cannot touch our mouths to it. Aside from obvious greed, I was perplexed as to why farm owners or their FLCs would resort to extracting slavery under the H-2A program. Their primary motivation appeared to be to avoid the complications of going through the tedious application process year after year, but it seemed to me that attorneys could handle this without too much expense, especially relative to the revenue streams the farms enjoyed. In an effort to explore this question further, I spoke to Douglas, a man who owned more than 1,100 acres of farmland in the Central Valley. He explained exactly why some farms in the valley resort to exploitative tactics. The H-2A guest worker program, a closer look. Douglas's land is green-striped, with thousands of parallel rows of almond and pistachio trees stretching beyond the horizon not far from the city of Lost Hills, California. He inherited the land from his father and takes great pride in his stewardship of the portion of the earth allotted to him. Douglas invited me to his home, and we sat on his covered patio under ceiling fans. He was a fourth-generation farmer in the Central Valley and an avid supporter of the H-2A program. He described the process and procedures of the program in detail. First off, we have to apply at least 45 days before we want the worker to receive the visa. I also have to try to recruit U.S. workers with newspaper and radio advertising and first give the job to any U.S. citizen who applies before I can give it to an alien. Americans don't take the jobs, so that part is not an issue, it's just a hassle really. The filing fee is $320 per application. For each alien I hire, I have to pay another fee of $10 up to 100 workers. Those are the fees, so all in all it's pretty cheap from my perspective. Each visa I get is valid to 364 days. That covers one full season of work. The lawyers handle the rest, but they aren't too expensive either. They have to file petitions every year with the Department of Labor that we certify there are not enough U.S. workers who are willing and able to do the work, and that if aliens are hired it will not have a negative impact on the wages of U.S. workers in the area. Let me tell you point blank that part is bullshit. They are just covering their asses. Even though I pay the same wages to my aliens as I do to my U.S. workers, most farms out here don't, and that brings wages down without a doubt. No one with a straight face who knows what they're talking about will tell you otherwise. Wages go down because of all the alien workers from across the border. That's the way it works, and that's the way people want it to work. Yeah, it means US citizens are less likely to take the work, which means we need more aliens. It's a system, and everybody knows it. They count on it. That's been the way out here for a long time, and that's how it'll be long after I'm gone. I asked Douglas whether there were any efforts by the authorities to ensure the guest workers receive the same wages as US workers. What did I just tell you? They don't want them to get the same wages. It's all in the paperwork. We keep logs of wages and all that information is in our filings, but people can file whatever they want and nobody is going to ask past that. Even if they did, the government doesn't have the resources to audit all those records. You can forget about that. What about wage deductions, for things that are supposed to be provided to the workers under the program for free, like housing or medical care? I asked. A lot of the farms exploit the aliens. Let's just get that straight. They know nobody is going to do anything about it. I've also seen a number of cases where the workers are charged large upfront fees and go into debt trying to pay them back, or they have these fees deducted from their wages, far in excess of what they should be. The rules of the visa say that recruitment fees are our responsibility, but it also says that we can charge reasonable fees to the worker for help in arranging their documents and transportation. That's where the aliens get hosed. The brokers charge them these crazy fees and deduct from the wages whatever they want. What are those aliens going to do? I talked to Douglas about some of the other cases I had documented in which workers had been told they could stay past their visas to earn real money because most of the first year's wages had been deducted for fees. Douglas said this situation happens often and is part of the system in the valley. I next asked him about housing and pointed out that many of the worker domiciles I had seen were in terrible condition. Housing has to meet OSHA standards, Douglas replied, they do on my farms. I can have someone show you. You mean like having a minimum number of cubic feet per person? Yeah, it's all regulated, the number of people per toilet and per shower, hot water, ventilation, they go into detail on that stuff. But nobody seems to be monitoring that this is actually being done. Honestly, if it's done like the law says, the aliens would be better off than US workers. I think that's why some people feel it's okay to slack on the rules. After speaking at length with Douglas about the specifics of how his farm operates, I asked him what his primary concerns were about the farming system in general in the Central Valley. Without a moment's hesitation he replied, "Water." "You mean the drought?" "I mean, we're running out, and it's no joke." I had seen billboards on Highway 99 and the I-5 freeway throughout the Central Valley pitching both sides of the water debate, conservationists pointing out how much water it takes to produce 1 pound of almonds or an ounce of cheese or 8 ounces of beef, and other billboards blasting politicians for mismanaging the state's water supply and being more worried about preserving indigenous fish stocks than supporting local farmers. Douglas had firm opinions on the matter. "People are upset about the almonds around here. It's true they suck water all year round, unlike other crops, but the fact is one mature almond tree can produce 2,500 pounds of almonds in a year, and right now almonds wholesale at $3.50 a pound, so you do the math and tell me that a farmer doesn't have the right to plant more almond trees if he wants to. Hell, I enjoy a good steak as much as any man, but you can bet beef takes just as much water as almonds, but you don't hear anyone talking about giving up steaks to save our water supply." I was curious about the comparison, so I asked Douglas just how much water beef requires, and he said anywhere between 800 to 900 gallons of water for one 8-ounce steak. The ratio astounded me. Douglas explained further that 8 ounces of chicken requires closer to 150 gallons of water, and 8 ounces of eggs less than 100 gallons. As for almonds, they require around 100 gallons per ounce, roughly the same as beef. The statistics Douglas shared made me appreciate more clearly just how water-intensive the agricultural sector was. I thought that being a vegetarian might have absolved me from some of the water wastage, but my predilection for nuts made me just as culpable. Douglas had a lot more to say about California's water supply. I listened to his concerns, then returned the conversation to my research into labor issues and asked him if there was anything else about the farm labor system in California that he thought was a source of the abuses. "There is one other major problem I would point out," Douglas said. "Until a few years ago, the FLCs were paid by a percentage of the worker wages. You can bet this led to a lot of abuse because the corrupt ones would take more than they were supposed to. So the state switched to a fixed fee per worker recruited. I think they thought this would solve the wage problems, but it made things worse." "How so?" I asked. "Now the FLCs recruit more workers than we need just to get those fees, and a lot of those aliens just get sent back with debts from the fees they paid the recruiters, or they sit around here doing nothing, earning nothing. That's when they end up in bad situations." Douglas went on to explain that there is no annual limit on the number of H-2A visas that can be granted by the government, and this feeds right into the racket of exploitative brokers and FLCs recruiting more workers than are needed and pocketing the large, upfront fees they charge for arranging the visas. Because many migrants have accrued huge debts to make it to the United States, they are willing to accept almost any work opportunity they are offered to try to repay their debts, and those offers often involve slavery. My conversation with Douglas helped me understand the inner workings, and failings, of the system of labor recruitment in the Central Valley. He identified many of the crucial gaps and loopholes that allow labor exploitation and slavery to persist in California's agricultural sector: a lack of oversight and auditing of wage records, a lack of adherence to the policies of the guest worker program, H-2A policies that promote exploitation, and a system that, according to Douglas, thrives on low-wage, expendable migrant labor and hence is not really motivated to do anything about the abuses. Toward the end of our conversation, Douglas spent a few minutes talking about the history of the Central Valley. He felt very connected to the land because of his ancestry, and I could see that he tried to manage his farm in an honest way. Douglas mentioned a few other farms belonging to friends that I could visit, which I managed to do. I thanked him for his time, and as I got up to leave he said, "I have to be honest. Sometimes my crew may take shortcuts. I don't condone it, but I know it happens. FLCS. Everything I learned from the farm workers and farm owners throughout the Central Valley made it clear to me how, why, and where forced labor occurs. In virtually all cases, the FLCs were involved, so I set myself to the task of learning more about them. The California Department of Industrial Relations defines an FLC as any person/legal entity who, for a fee, employs people to perform work connected to the production of farm products to, for, or under the direction of a third person, or any person/legal entity who recruits, supplies, or hires workers on behalf of someone engaged in the production of farm products and, for a fee, provides board, lodging, or transportation for those workers, or supervises, times, checks, counts, weighs, or otherwise directs or measures their work, or disperses wage payments to these persons. Point 4. The California Labor Code Section 1683 requires that anyone acting as an FLC must be licensed by the California Division of Labor Standards Enforcement and must be certified at the federal level by the U.S. Department of Labor. As of May 2016, there were 350 FLCs registered in California, out of a total 810 FLCs registered across the United States. Point 5. This means that roughly 43% of all licensed FLCs in the United States are in California. The average wage of an FLC in California is $60,040, which is roughly 3 times that of a properly paid farm worker, and more than 11 times the average wages received by the labor trafficking victims I documented in California's agricultural sector. FLCs in California come in all sizes, from one-man operations to large companies such as Valley Pride Incorporated and Terra Picking, which have more than 1,000 employees between them. The majority, however, are small operations of 1 to 3 people. Many of these one-man operations were started by former farm workers. I began my investigations into California's FLCs with the state's Farm Labor Contractor Association. Only willing to speak off the record, a high-level member of the staff described the duties of the association to me and the issues it faces with improper behavior with some of the licensed FLCs. The first thing this official told me, let's call him Jim, is, most of the problems with improper payment of wages or treatment of workers happen with FLCs that are not licensed. Jim assured me that the licensed FLCs go through a rigorous licensing process, including 9 hours of coursework, a written examination, and extensive training on sexual harassment, which Jim said was one of the biggest problems among California's FLCs. The other problem he deals with regularly is the lack of enforcement of OSHA heat stress regulations, which leads to numerous cases of heat stroke and even deaths each year. I asked Jim whether any efforts were made to crack down on FLCs that operate without a license, if this is in fact where most of the abuses occur. We don't have as many inspectors as we need, Jim replied. That's because of budget cuts from the state. But if we do find an FLC operating without a license, they can be fined up to $10,000. Only up to $10,000. That's the maximum fine. I pointed out to Jim that if exploitative FLCs can make 10 or 20 times per year the amount of the fine by putting workers in forced labor, then the fine is not terribly deterrent. That's the law, Jim said. What about the recent change in FLC compensation from being paid a percentage of the worker's wages to being paid a one-time fee for each worker recruited? Won't this lead to over-recruitment, which leaves a lot of workers here with no job or income, which ultimately ends up with them being exploited as they try to find a way to repay all the upfront fees they were charged? Jim needed me to repeat the question, then break it down into parts, but he eventually told me that there can be abuses either way the FLCs are paid. I asked Jim if he could think of any other means of FLC compensation that might help minimize abuses, but he did not have any ideas. Neither did I, aside from better monitoring. Jim's overall perspective was that the California Farm Labor Contractor Association does as good a job as possible at monitoring FLCs given its resource constraints, and that most of the abuses take place with the non-licensed FLCs. He conceded that if a licensed FLC were shorting workers on wages or putting them in substandard housing or exacting conditions akin to slavery, there were simply not enough inspectors in the state to do much about it. The federal government also has a role to play because FLCs must receive federal registration to operate. At the federal level, FLCs are monitored by the Department of Labor Wage and Hour Division, which can revoke their licenses for infractions. To date, a total of 672 FLCs across the United States have had their registrations revoked. Almost all of them were individual operators. 6 There are, however, bound to be numerous duplicate entries in the list of revoked FLCs because people often register with a new name or use a family member's name. The lack of accountability in the system at the federal and state levels frustrated me, especially because it was clear that this was a major factor in allowing abuses to take place. The lack of accountability was partially a function of insufficient enforcement, but even more a function of the absence of visibility and liability for farm owners relating to the actions of their FLCs. If farm owners faced serious and tangible liability for worker exploitation, the system would surely have far fewer abuses. As I pieced together the labor supply chain in the Central Valley, it became clear to me that FLCs in essence function the same way for American farm owners as foreign manufacturers, like Foxconn, do for U.S.-based companies, such as Apple. They are a means of outsourcing the recruitment, treatment, and management of labor that severs legal liability between the company and the conditions under which the workers live and work. Farm owners can point a finger to the FLC and claim ignorance of any abuses that may be committed. They can say they do as much as possible to require decent working conditions, just as a U.S. multinational can claim the same for workers they use through subcontractors abroad, but that the ultimate responsibility lies with the FLC or labor subcontractor. In the case of California's agricultural sector, FLCs serve as intermediaries that provide the owner with the cheap labor pool they want, while simultaneously severing the legal, but not the ethical or moral, liabilities associated with the treatment of those workers. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that the FLC system in California reminded me quite clearly of the Jamidar system of labor recruiting in India that also severs the employer's liability for labor abuses. In this system, labor recruiters also operate in the same country as their employers, which one would hope might tighten the link of vicarious liability between owner and worker via the subcontractor. However, in bonded labor I outlined exactly how the Jamidar system of labor recruitment in South Asia ends up being a primary driver of slave-like labor conditions in numerous sectors across the region's informal economy, thanks to the absence of vicarious liability. 7 The FLC system in the United States works exactly the same way as the Jamidar system in India. An employer has labor needs and outsources fulfillment and management of the laborers to a subcontractor, the FLC or Jamidar. The FLC or Jamidar recruits workers, transports them to the worksite, manages their working conditions and wages, and in many cases exploits the imbalance of power between them and the workers to exact slave labor. The lack of vicarious liability between the primary employer and the FLC or Jamidar means that the employer is not legally responsible for abuses committed by the contractors. This lack of liability leads to a key thesis about global labor trafficking. Systems that sever liability between primary employers and migrant laborers through labor subcontractors are responsible for a significant proportion of slavery and child labor in migrant worker populations around the world. This system must change, either through a direct legal relationship between the primary employer and the laborer or through the extension of the principle of vicarious liability to include the relationship between primary employer and labor subcontractor. In bonded labor, I call for either new statutes or strategic litigation to extend liability from the Jamidar to the employer through a broadening of the reach of vicarious liability, and I believe the exact same needs to be accomplished in the United States vis-a-vis FLCs and the farm owners who engage them. Doing so would lead to a considerable decrease in abuses because farm owners would have a vested interest in maintaining compliance with labor laws and in ensuring that they work with fully licensed FLCs, if in fact most abuses are committed by the unlicensed ones. My efforts to conduct interviews with FLCs were not as productive as I had hoped. I managed to have conversations with just 3 small-sized FLCs in California, and they largely corroborated what I already knew. They were fully licensed, and each maintained that they adhered to all stipulations of the H-2A visa program. Of interest, one of the FLCs told me, "There are a lot more unlicensed contractors out here than people realize. That's where you have the problems." The FLCs also told me that when abuses occur, it is at the hands of the crew leaders who manage the workers directly at the farms and not the FLCs. Many crew leaders are former farm workers who have climbed up the ranks. Although they often are the same person/entity as the FLC, they also may be hired by FLCs, as was the case with the 3 FLCs I interviewed, to manage labor on their behalf. The FLCs stressed that unlicensed FLCs, in particular, relied on crew leaders that they did not monitor at all. This was yet another level of subcontracting complexity to explore, but I was slowly narrowing the scope of where the abuses in California's agricultural labor supply chain were occurring, from farm owners, to, mostly, unlicensed FLCs, to, possibly, the crew leaders. I spoke to them next. Crew leaders. After several forays and inquiries, and quite a bit of time building trust, I had several conversations with crew leaders on farms where I had documented cases of labor trafficking. The crew leaders had significant latitude in how they managed the migrant workers. No one was regularly monitoring them as long as the workers were productive. If the crew leaders wanted to, or were instructed to, squeeze labor costs, they knew exactly how to do it, and how to get away with it. The migrant workers were vulnerable, frightened, and lacked any will to think seriously about pursuing an alternative employment opportunity or enforcing their rights, and few even knew what their rights were. The conversations I had with crew leaders were at farms in the San Joaquin and Sacramento valleys. 9 out of the 11 crew leaders I interviewed were Mexican. There were strong racial and class divisions between the crew leaders and the farm workers they managed. The Mexican crew leaders saw themselves as a higher class of individual than the migrants from El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala, and they also saw themselves as superior to the other Mexican workers, even though most of them were once in the same position themselves. It was a similar dynamic to what I documented with Gerwalis in India or Madams in Nigeria, who were all once lowly prostitutes but in their new roles of power took on airs of superiority, having survived long enough, and been trusted enough, to be promoted to becoming exploiters themselves. These new positions came with an elevation in status, power, and self-worth that most of the crew leaders, Madams, and Gerwalis reinforced at every occasion. The most interesting conversation I had with a crew leader was with a heavily opinionated man named Elias on a walnut farm not far from Jacinto, California. In a matter-of-fact tone, Elias outlined his job responsibilities. I handle the farm workers. I keep them housed and fed. I transport them from the apartments to the farm. I drive around the farm most of the day. I make sure the farm runs smooth. If something breaks down, I fix it. I asked Elias about some of the cases of labor exploitation I had documented. He responded firmly, "You don't understand how things work here until you live out here for a whole season on these farms. This is good work for the migrants. Most of them are hard workers. They know how lucky they are to be here because they have nothing back in Mexico. America gives them opportunities, but not all of them have been trained to work hard the way we have. We have to be firm with the workers who are not as experienced, but that's only to help them be better." Elias' response made me feel as if I were speaking to Love, the madam, back in Nigeria. Like her, Elias did not feel that he was abusing or exploiting the workers under his charge, rather, he was giving them a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to earn a better life. According to him, many of the migrants did not know how to work hard, i.e., they were lazy, so he had to be firm with them and train them to work harder so that they could succeed in the opportunities he was giving them. What he called training I called slavery, and that is the essential perceptual difference responsible for much of the servile labor exploitation around the world. I asked Elias what he meant by having to be firm with the workers. A lot of them want to run away because the work is too hard, he replied. They think they can find some other job where they don't have to work. Do you really feel they are all trying to run off and cheat you? I asked. They're gone the minute you turn your back. So you feel you have to keep them under guard or keep their documents so that they don't run away, that's what you're saying. In some cases. I can't say that's consistent with what I have seen, but I suppose you would know better than I would. Elias looked at me with a wry smile. What do you think you've seen? I've seen hard-working men who are put in situations of severe exploitation, not paid the wages they were promised, charged excessive fees for rent and food, forced to live in subhuman conditions, sometimes charged excessive fees to arrange their visas or jobs in this country, and they end up trying to work off these debts for years, with little income to show for it. That's what I've seen. If that's what people are telling you, they're lying. Why would they lie? I asked. Because they think you'll help them. Why would they need my help? Because they don't realize how much better they have it here than back in their homes. I don't think they see it that way. They're better off than I am too. I don't think they see it that way either. That's because you don't know how things really work out here. So tell me. No, you tell me, how do you think they work? I thought about it for a moment then replied, well, I think compared to you, the workers would say the fact that you can come and go freely and are able to change jobs if you want to makes your situation much better, not to mention that you are probably paid the wages you are promised. What makes you think I can just come and go as I please? Elias asked. Can't you? Where am I going? I have bills to pay. I can't leave this job any more than they can leave theirs. I tried as patiently as possible to explain to Elias that although his options may be constrained due to his financial situation or the lack of alternatives for someone with his skill set, no one was restraining him or preventing him from leaving with threats of deportation if he wanted to leave. No difference, he curtly replied. I think there's a big difference. That's because you don't understand. Maybe, but I'm trying. Elias and I grew increasingly frustrated with each other, and I could sense that he was growing skeptical of my intentions. He told me he had to return to work, so I thanked him for his time. Before I left, he asked, "Are you going to write some report or something?" "Probably a book," I said. "I hope you don't get it wrong, about the situation here. People who come here and work hard can get ahead, just like I did. People who take shortcuts are going to have a bad experience. You can tell everyone that's what I said." I thanked Elias for his thoughts. Despite his arguments that the only issues the migrant workers faced in California's Central Valley were their own laziness and treachery in abusing the H-2A system, I had documented more than enough cases to persuade me that the migrant workers were by and large honest, hard-working men whose vulnerability and desperation invariably placed them on the wrong end of an exploitative arrangement. Perhaps some might try to game the system, but most had mortgaged so much and undergone such onerous ordeals to make the journey to California and have the opportunity to work on a farm that they were only too grateful to have the job and persisted in the hope of one day being paid the wages they had been promised. In fact, the labor trafficking victims I documented were exploited at both ends of their journey, first by the recruiters who charged exorbitant fees that placed many in levels of debt that they could never discharge, then by the FLC/crew leaders who imposed excessive wage deductions that meant the workers had almost no money left with which to repay their debts, not to mention the fees that were added for the irregular migrants at the border. Many of the farms in the Central Valley seemed to run on well-oiled systems of servitude and bondage that were akin to almost every other migrant labor trafficking sector I documented around the world, from domestic workers in South Asia, to construction workers in the Middle East, to seafood workers in East Asia. Across the globe, including in the United States, numerous industries operate on the backs of a subclass of vulnerable labor migrants who are recruited, indebted, and coerced to work in subhuman conditions at minimal to no wages under threats of abuse, deportation, or other penalties. After years of research, I could not help but wonder just how much of the global economy operates on this feudal system of migrant enslavement. The precise answer may never be known, but the abuses inherent in the worldwide system of migrant worker trafficking and slavery must be properly assessed and addressed because the system has been woven into much of the global economic order for centuries. A history of labor trafficking. The undeniable truth is that labor trafficking is nothing new to the American agricultural system. 8 As far back as the early 1600s, indentured workers were brought to the colonies by the British to work in agricultural fields under systems of peonage and serfdom. As the agricultural economy in the colonies grew and outpaced the available pool of indentured laborers from England, the Atlantic slave trade commenced to meet the labor shortage. The slave trade lasted until the Slave Trade Abolition Act of 1807 was passed in the UK Parliament. Slavery in the United States persisted as an institution until the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution was ratified in 1865. The shift from slaves and indentured workers from overseas to migrants from Mexico began in earnest about 2 decades prior at the end of the Mexican-American War in 1848, at which time tens of thousands of migrant workers from Mexico began arriving in the United States. Most of these migrants moved freely back and forth across the border for seasonal agricultural work, others were ensnared in various forms of forced labor for years at a time. This period of Mexican migration beginning in the mid-1800s coincided with the industrialization and expansion of the U.S. agricultural sector. Indeed, agricultural growth was so brisk that it even exceeded the available supply of Mexican migrant agricultural workers, so the United States resorted to importing Asian farm workers from the 1860s to about the 1930s. By the end of the 19th century, roughly 7 out of 8 farm workers in the United States was either from China, Japan, or the Philippines. This led to a xenophobic backlash in the form of the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, which banned the employment of Chinese workers. Jim Crow laws beginning in the 1890s then systematized the segregation and oppression of the descendants of African slaves, which pushed many to enter into sharecropping arrangements with white landowners. World War I stymied migration to the United States, causing a new farm worker shortage. In response, the first guest worker program focused on Mexican farm workers was created, and it lasted until 1921. The flow of Mexican migrants went the other way after the Great Depression and the Dust Bowl of the 1930s, and 500,000 Mexicans were deported to Mexico due to a glut of farm labor. Eventually, the labor market stabilized. As the agriculture sector recovered, the United States faced another labor shortage, which led to passage of the Emergency Labor Program in 1942, also known as the Bracero, literally one who works using his arms, program, brokered between U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt and Mexican President Manuel Ávila Camacho for an initial 5-year term. As a precursor to the H-2A visa program, the Bracero program allowed for seasonal or temporary labor by Mexican migrant workers in the agriculture and railroad sectors of the United States. Workers under the program were promised equal treatment and wages as those of U.S. citizens. Though the railroad part of the program ended with the conclusion of World War II, the agricultural program continued due to ongoing labor shortages in the sector. Treatment of the braceros was nearly identical to that of many H-2A workers today: extended hours, poor living conditions, underpaid or unpaid wages, physical violence, debt bondage, coercion of labor under threat of deportation, and other abuses. Even the U.S. Department of Labor officer in charge of the program, Lee G. Williams, described it as a system of legalized slavery. 9 Bracero strikes spread across the country until Congress eventually ended the program in 1964. During its 22-year run, over 5 million braceros came into the United States, making it the largest foreign worker program in U.S. history, larger even than the 3.5 million African slaves brought into the United States during the entire time of the Atlantic slave trade. The end of the Bracero program was hastened by the rise of Cesar Chavez's National Farm Worker Association, founded in 1962, which later merged with the Agricultural Workers Organizing Committee to become the United Farm Workers, UFW, In 1966, the UFW has been drawing national attention to the struggles of migrant farm workers across the United States for decades, and it has helped to inspire the creation of numerous farm worker unions and organizations. Though not as prominent today as it was during the 1970s and 1980s, the UFW continues to organize and advocate for the rights of migrant farm workers in the United States. In 2016, the UFW lobbied ardently in support of the passage of AB 1066 in California, which for the first time requires that overtime wages be paid to farm workers in the state when they work more than 8 hours per day. The fact that the bill required more than a few minutes of debate is astonishing. Nonetheless, it was passed by the state legislature and was signed into law on September 12, 2016, stipulating a phased-in approach that would culminate in farm workers in California being paid overtime wages when they work more than 8 hours per day, by the year 2022. Although most Americans do not realize it, their nation's agricultural system has relied heavily on migrant laborers and slaves from Africa, Asia, and south of the border for the last 4 centuries. The country's agricultural sector has functioned to varying degrees on bondage and servitude from the beginning, which is no different from agricultural sectors elsewhere in the world. From feudal times to the present day, the arrangements that characterize agricultural work have been remarkably resistant to change, including in the United States. Laws are passed, awareness is raised, workers protest, and lives are lost, but trafficking for slavery and bondage in America's agricultural sector remains far more prevalent today than almost anyone cares to admit. Although some laws are now in place in the United States that are meant to protect migrant agricultural workers, based on what I have seen, they are not remotely getting the job done. Legal protections. Labor laws in the United States have become more protective of migrant workers in the last several decades, but gaps in rights and in enforcement continue to hamper efforts to eliminate severe exploitation in this sector. The most important law that provides protection to all workers in the United States is the Fair Labor Standards Act, FLSA, of 1938. This act guarantees minimum wages, overtime pay, and other rights and standards for workers, but the act did not originally cover most farm workers. Almost 3 decades after its original passage, in 1966 the FLSA finally included farm workers, but only on large farms, and only related to certain minimum wage provisions. To this day, small farms are not covered, and overtime wages still do not apply to farm workers on farms of any size. This lack of wage protection is heavily exploited by crew leaders and FLCs, who extract excess labor under the guise of working off debts, meeting quotas, or paying for rent and food. To make matters worse, the Portal-to-Portal Pay Act of 1947 further limits the scope of compensation to farm workers by stipulating that travel time to and from the workplace, as well as incidental activities performed before and after principal work activities, which can add up to several hours per day, are not subject to compensation. Although the FLSA sets the minimum age for hazardous work at 16 years, for farm work the age is set at 12 years as long as the work is in the morning or at night. Thankfully, I did not document many cases of child labor on farms in the Central Valley, and certainly not anyone as young as 12 or 13 years of age. Finally, farm workers remain excluded from the National Labor Relations Act of 1935, which prohibits firing any worker who joins, supports, or organizes a labor union. The Migrant and Seasonal Agricultural Worker Protection Act of 1983 is the primary federal legislation relating specifically to migrant farm workers. The act prescribes certain protections related to payment of wages, record keeping, decent housing, safety standards, anti-discrimination, and written agreements between employers and workers prior to the commencement of work. Crucially, there is no minimum wage provision in the act. Initial violations of the act can be penalized with fines of up to $1,000 and up to 1 year in prison. Subsequent violations can result in fines of up to $10,000 and up to 2 years in prison. Neither penalty is an effective deterrent. Inspections and monitoring related to the law are supposed to be conducted by investigators at the Wage and Hour Division of the U.S. Department of Labor, but from what I saw in the field, their capacity to adequately monitor adherence to the law in the Central Valley of California is severely deficient. Interestingly, the law includes a private right of action for claimants, but enforcement of the law remains anemic. There is not even a centralized database anywhere in the U.S. government reporting the number of cases that have been filed under the law. The United States Trafficking Victim Protection Act of 2000 provides a basis to punish labor traffickers in agriculture or any other sector. I asked the Department of Justice how many cases had been filed under the act relating to labor trafficking in the agricultural sector, but no centralized data are available. Finally, many of the provisions of the Occupational Safety and Health Act, OSHA, of 1970 also apply to migrant farm workers, but as I saw time and again, OSHA standards are at best inconsistently adhered to and at worst completely ignored. The consequences of the broad-based lack of enforcement of these and other laws and regulations relating to migrant labor in the U.S. agricultural system is that the invisible migrant workers continue to be coarsely and systematically exploited as they have been for centuries. It is unfathomable that these archaic modes of servitude have persisted in the United States agricultural sector for so long, focused squarely on whatever vulnerable migrant population is trafficked into the country to harvest the food we serve at our dinner tables. To visit farms in certain parts of this country is to go back in time to an era of sharecroppers, serfdom, and slavery. How much longer will this disgraceful time warp be allowed to persist? The indecent equation. After spending several months conducting research in the Central Valley of California, it was clear to me that I had barely scratched the surface of labor trafficking and slavery in the region. However, the research I conducted was more than sufficient to demonstrate that people around the world eat slave-made food exported from the United States every day. Those same almonds I enjoy in my home are enjoyed in homes in the United Kingdom, Germany, India, China, Japan, Canada, Mexico, and numerous other countries. Although I was not able to gather a sufficient number of cases to express a prevalence rate of labor trafficking in California's agriculture sector, I documented more than enough cases to know that the problem is real, serious, and significant. Some of the findings from the 303 cases of labor trafficking I documented in California's agricultural sector include 100% males, $426.30 per month, average wage, $16.40 per day, $1.3110 per hour as compared to average hourly wages of $12.30 for all U.S. agricultural workers, 11. 22.8 years, average age at time first trafficked. 206 workers from Mexico, 37 from Guatemala, 28 from El Salvador, 32 from other countries in Central and Latin America, and the Caribbean. 175 workers without documentation, 128 workers on H-2A visas. 253 cases of debt bondage. 20 cases of children under the age of 18 years. The individuals I met lived in highly unpleasant circumstances and suffered numerous health ailments. Exposure to extreme heat, pesticides, and other injurious conditions took an irreparable toll on the workers' well-being. Most disconcerting of all, the migrant workers shared a near universal sense of fatalism. They felt they had no place to go, no other employment options, and no way to disentangle themselves from their oppressive situation. This mix of exploitation, harm, and resignation left me in an intense quandary I have not yet been able to resolve. Almost everything I eat comes from these farms. As a vegetarian, dairy, nuts, and vegetables are essential to my diet, but it is impossible to know which cheese, almond, strawberry, or tomato is tainted. I contemplated eliminating foods from the specific farms where I documented labor trafficking, but it is impossible to know from which farm the nuts or fruits in my grocery store are sourced. Sometimes the farm is listed, but more often it is not, and with derivative products such as almond milk the producer typically sources from numerous farms. Further, on any given farm spanning thousands of acres, there will invariably be cases of severe labor exploitation mixed with unexploited laborers. Do I reject an entire farm and all its produce because I found a handful of labor trafficking cases on it? One might argue that one case is enough to taint the entire business, but one could also argue that there would always be a small number of infractions on farms even if they do their best to uphold labor standards. My findings of labor trafficking in California's agricultural sector have been some of the most challenging for me to reconcile with my desire not to contribute to slavery as I go about my daily life. It has become impossible not to taste suffering with each bite of an almond, oppression in each mouthful of strawberries, and degradation with each sip of milk. Every morsel is a reminder of the bitter misery of the slaves I met, transformed into the sweet enjoyment of my nourishment. This indecent equation has persisted for much of human history, and I wonder sometimes if it simply must be so. Perhaps we must to some degree always be sustained by the suffering of others. This possibility gnaws at me because it suggests not only that there must always be a subclass of people in this world whose lives are reduced to bondage and woe, but that my entire anti-slavery career has been pointless. On certain days, this realization shatters me. I endeavor to suppress feelings of helplessness and despondency. I search for signs, for encouragement, for decency, and I cling to the fading hope that there might be a way for me to exist that does not necessitate the degradation of another. I hope, but I do not know. Chapter 4. Organ Trafficking. Sold for parts. Slavery is such an atrocious debasement of human nature, that its very extirpation, if not performed with solicitous care, may sometimes open a source of serious evils. Benjamin Franklin. Shrouded in secrecy. No form of human trafficking proved more challenging to research than human trafficking for organ removal, also known as organ trafficking. 1. The trade is shrouded in secrecy and is most often the province of dangerous organized crime groups, such as the Zetas and the Sinaloa cartel in Mexico, the Nigerian mafia, the Albanian mafia, and organized crime groups across South Asia. The issue is mired in complex ethical quandaries, and many upstanding physicians and even religious leaders feel that facilitating the sale of organs for transplantation is a noble deed that saves lives on both sides of the transaction: the recipient, who needs the organ to survive, and the donor, who is able to lift his or her family out of poverty by selling an organ, usually a kidney. Individuals who promote a market for buying and selling organs typically ask the following question: is selling a kidney any different from an individual selling sexual services to make ends meet, or a young woman selling her eggs to couples struggling with infertility? Indeed, the trade in human bodies and body parts for economic consideration raises numerous moral questions without easy answers. When is it okay to sell oneself, or parts of oneself, if ever? Would not any loving parent sell a kidney if it meant his or her children could have food and education and enjoy better lives? If we are all owners of our bodies, can we not transact with them as we choose? Or are there broader social contaminations that invariably fester and spread when we allow individuals this freedom? Is there a categorical difference between selling an organ and selling sexual services, and if so, why? Why do only two countries at present, Iran and Singapore, allow the legal sale of organs, whereas numerous countries allow the legal sale of sex? In search of answers to these questions, and to understand exactly how human trafficking for organ removal functions from one region to another, I conducted research in several countries, including Moldova, Kosovo, India, Nepal, Bangladesh, Singapore, Mexico, and the United States. In none of the cases I documented did I find a single instance in which the full theoretical benefits to the seller were realized. As with prostitution, the theories of self-determination and open markets for transactions suggest that in the right circumstances the transaction can be a win-win for all parties and that people should have the right to sell whatever parts they wish, but these theories did not bear out in the real-world cases I encountered. I should note at the outset that a foundational question is whether organ trafficking is a form of slavery. It is certainly a form of human trafficking as specified in the Palermo Protocol, but not in the U.S. Trafficking Victim Protection Act, and many cases of organ trafficking are born out of debt bondage. Whether it is slavery, the condition or status of a person who is treated like property, is a separate question that can have opposing answers. I believe the phenomenon is too intricately linked to other phenomena we label as slavery to categorize it separately, but I appreciate the argument that this violation may not amount to forcing a person into a condition of slavery, even though it may be a gross and unconscionable violation of human rights. The cases of organ trafficking I have documented are not included in the summary metrics on slavery I present in Chapter 1 and in the appendixes because the economic data were insufficient and inconsistent. Nevertheless, I do consider organ trafficking to be a form of slavery that is every bit as dehumanizing, exploitative, and ruinous as any other. I conducted a modest amount of research on human trafficking for organ removal in the Balkans and in East Asia. However, the majority of my research on this issue focused on South Asia and North America. Trying to track down and trace cases of organ trafficking and document each participant in the organ chain proved arduous, debilitating, and dangerous. There was no way to avoid brushing perilously close to major organized crime networks, and the exceedingly clandestine nature of the crime made it all the more difficult to collect comprehensive economic data on cases or piece together the nature of the organ trafficking networks from one region to another. Finding victims alive to tell the tale was also a significant obstacle to the research. The cases I managed to document have sharply influenced my thinking about the ethical questions related to organ sales and have reinforced the general thesis of my broader research on slavery. The poor, vulnerable, disadvantaged, and outcast people of the world are chewed up and sold for parts by those with power, rights, and resources, with little consequence. Organ trafficking took this thesis to the extreme. South Asia, harvested and discarded. Organ villages in West Bengal. South Asia is ground zero for most forms of slavery, and organ trafficking is no exception. My first encounter with the phenomenon was during research I conducted in the summer of 2001. I traveled to several villages in West Bengal where Adivasis, tribal people, had been recruited by dalals, traffickers, to sell kidneys. The people in the villages were beyond poor and almost completely disenfranchised from mainstream Indian society. A soft-spoken man named Devjit described his experience. The dalals come to our villages and offer 50,000 rupees $1,100 if we donate a kidney. We have almost nothing in this place, so many people accept these offers. I was only paid 10,000 rupees $222 after they took my kidney. The dalal said I will have medicine and the doctors will care for me, but no one gave me any care or helped me when I became ill. They left me here to die. I am always sick, and I cannot work. Now my wife must sell her kidney or we cannot eat. I knew there was a risk they will not pay me the full amount, but even 10,000 rupees is more money than I have seen. I am tired all the time. I have so much pain. I know I will die soon. Devjit was very unwell when I met him, gaunt, weak, and huddled under a tree, scarcely able to move. He had been continuously ill since his kidney was removed the previous year, and he had received virtually no postoperative care. He looked old beyond his years, as did many of the other young men in his village, and a few of the women, too. It felt as if his entire village had been systematically harvested for kidneys. Devjit's surgery took place at a hospital in Kolkata. I asked him if he could tell me which hospital it was, but he did not know and could only describe it as a large building with hundreds of rooms for patients. After his kidney was removed, he was stitched up and sent on a bus to return home the following day. The bus only took him part of the way. He had to walk the final 12 kilometers under the baking sun, just one day after his kidney was removed. His life had been a bleak ordeal ever since. He did, however, receive a lavish dinner the one night he spent in the hospital. They gave me dal, aloo gobi, potato and cauliflower, bangan, eggplant, lychee, puri, and for sweets I had 2 pieces of sandesh. It was the most food I ate in my life. After Devjit made it home, he was left to fend for himself. He had basically been used for his kidney, then discarded like so much refuse. He showed me the 9-inch scar on his left abdomen where the surgery had been performed. The kidney had not been removed laparoscopically, which added to his pain and left a glaring reminder of the loss he had suffered. I documented a total of 15 men and women in Dabjit's village who had undergone the same nightmare. Their misery left me infuriated. They had been carved up one by one and left to die. These were not one-off cases but part of a well-developed system of organ trafficking that stretched from remote villages straight into major hospitals in some of the largest cities in India. Unfortunately, the tales of impoverished villagers in India being carved up and sent packing with a handful of rupees did not end there. Across northern India I documented the same scenario time and again. Desperate, poor villagers were promised life-changing amounts of money for kidneys, paid only 10 to 30% of what was promised to, then discarded to suffer a slow and agonizing demise. I documented a handful of cases of partial liver transplants, but most of the cases involved kidneys. The majority of the organ harvesting surgeries took place in what the victims described as proper hospitals, but some took place in small, nondescript clinic settings as well. A few hospitals were identified by name, including one of the largest hospital chains in the country, Apollo. I spoke to personnel at a few of the Apollo hospital branches in India, and they described the situations I documented as rarities and more the fault of predatory brokers who dupe everyone, including the hospital. My conversations at Apollo in New Delhi were just a few months before the hospital was in the local news for being used in a major organized crime organ trafficking operation that included 2 hospital employees who forged papers to facilitate the harvesting of organs from exploited peasants for use in transplant procedures in the hospital. 3 Despite increasing awareness of the risks and likelihood of fraud, many peasants still accept the offers out of desperation for any amount of money they might receive. Many peasants told me they were aware they would not live very long after the organ donation should they not receive adequate care, but even 10% of the promised payment would help their families in ways they could not otherwise provide. Such is the moribund calculus of the poor. Sell a body part for 10 cents on the dollar and know you will suffer an agonizing death, because this outcome may still be preferable to the alternative. A second scenario I documented across India with alarming frequency was the offer to discharge a debt in exchange for a kidney. Many bonded laborers had become so indebted that they felt no hope of ever being able to repay their debts no matter how hard or how long their families worked. In Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, and Rajasthan, I encountered numerous families working in brickmaking, carpet weaving, agriculture, mining, and construction who had been attempting for several years to work off loans that ranged from $50 to a few $100s. The debts grew year after year, no matter how hard they worked. Then a crisis struck and the landowner or contractor told them they could not extend additional loans, but they could extinguish most or all of their debts if the debtor parted with a kidney. This barter was almost always accepted, and the debts were largely extinguished, but within a few years the family was back in debt because the male head of household who parted with the kidney could no longer work due to illness or death. The wife of one such man who had died just a few weeks after selling his kidney beat her chest and wailed as she described her pain. "See what they did to my husband. They cut him like an animal. He came home, and he knew he was going to die. He was vomiting all night. He told me he was sorry he did this because he knew he made me a widow. See my 2 children there. They are sick. We have no food. I cannot buy medicine. They have killed us." Somewhere, an upper-middle-class Indian had received a new lease on life in exchange for the destruction of a peasant family. I have no doubt that the wealthy Indian was unaware of the harm to his poorer countrymen that resulted from saving his life, but I am not convinced that he, or the system that facilitated the transaction, really wanted to be aware. The phenomenon of bonded laborers parting with organs to discharge their debts took an even more disturbing turn in Bangladesh. Organs and loans in Bangladesh. Deep in the southwestern fringes of Bangladesh, just above the Sundarban mangroves, waterlogged villages are perpetually at risk of flooding and of devastation by cyclones. It is a highly impoverished region that was once rich farmland. However, landowners saw more profit in saltwater shrimp than in farming and transformed hundreds of thousands of hectares into saline shrimp farms, devastating the local agricultural economy and displacing hundreds of thousands of peasants. For many of the villagers who remained behind entered into debt bondage with their landowners, taking loans to operate the shrimp farms with the idea of repaying the debts with each year's shrimp harvest. The economics predictably disfavored the debtors, and they entered into cycles of perpetual debt. This drove many peasants to other money lenders such as microcredit institutions, which operate extensively across Bangladesh. Peasants took loans from microcredit banks to repay other loans from landowners, or to supplement the original loans because they were unable to maintain basic survival. Traversing the rural reaches of southwestern Bangladesh, I encountered scores of families that had taken 2 or 3 microcredit loans each. The repayment requirements for these loans are strict, and in some cases debt collectors can be aggressive in pursuing outstanding payments. When peasants are unable to discharge their debts, either to the landowner or to the microcredit institution, many resort to selling organs to repay the loans that were supposed to lift them out of poverty. M. Hossain's story was typical. I took my first loan from Grameen Bank 3 years ago. I was not able to pay the loan, so I took another loan from BRAC.6. Then I was not able to pay this loan, and I had to keep taking loans because the interest was too much and I did not make enough income from my fishing business. When my loans passed 1 lakh taka $1,430, I became desperate. The debt collectors would harass me, and one of them beat me because I could not repay my loans. Some time later a man came to our village and promised we will be paid 4 lakh taka $5,720 for a kidney. I did not know what a kidney was, but this man told us we could live a very long time after the operation and that we would be doing a noble act to save another man's life. I did not know what else I can do, so I agreed. They took me to a hospital in Dhaka and removed my kidney. I have this long scar here. I was very sick after the operation and could not see out of one eye. My left arm is paralyzed. I cannot work at all. I was only paid 50,000 taka $715 after the operation, so I still have debts. I wish I had never done this operation. It ruined my life. Like so many organ trafficking victims I documented, M. Hossain looked like a skeleton, old beyond his years, barely surviving. His breathing was labored, and his face was shrouded in anguish. He was 28. Other men in M. Hossain's village had made deals with the same recruiter, all to repay microcredit loans. Most had their operations in Dhaka, but others were sent to India and 3 were flown to Singapore. I was astonished at the level of coordination in the network of recruiting desperate and indebted Bangladeshis for organ transplants being conducted by doctors in hospitals in several countries. It was one of the most polished human trafficking networks I came across in South Asia, and I wanted to trace it in more detail. To do so, I needed to speak with the organ recruiters directly. The organ trafficking victims with whom I spoke offered a handful of names and phone numbers for the recruiters, all of whom were based in Dhaka. When I returned to the capital, I rang 9 recruiters and managed to speak with 3. I told them I was an Indian in need of a transplant and heard they could help me. 2 of the 3 were willing to meet with me, Hassan and Iqbal. Hassan asked me to meet him at the Radisson Blu Hotel at 6 in the evening 3 days after we spoke. I arrived on time and waited in the lobby. After 20 minutes, Hassan had not arrived. I rang his number, but it went straight to a busy signal. I thought that perhaps he had arrived at the hotel, seen me, and decided something was amiss. I was preparing to leave when a man approached me and asked, "Siddarth?" "Yes," I replied. "I take you Hassan." "He's not coming here." "Please." The man headed out of the lobby. I surmised that he worked for Hassan and was probably taking me to meet him at a less public place. Perhaps this was part of his security process, or perhaps I was being set up. Either way, I had a choice to make. I could pass on the meeting with Hassan and try my luck with Iqbal, but that might lead to a similar result. For all I knew, Hassan and Iqbal were known to each other, and word could get around that I was not to be trusted. I followed the man out of the hotel to a car. As we drove through the manic streets of Dhaka, I was not able to keep track of our course and was unsure to which part of town he was taking me. The driver spoke virtually no English, so there was little I could gain by trying to converse with him. I sipped on my water bottle and worked through a possible escape plan should the evening go in the wrong direction. Eventually, we arrived near a dimly lit alley between fairly dilapidated residential buildings. The driver parked the car and pointed toward the far end of the alley at a man. I could see that the man in the alley was chatting on a cell phone, smoking. There did not appear to be anyone else with him. There was no way out of the alley once I walked into it. I considered canceling the meeting because there was a good chance this was an ambush. As I ran through the possible outcomes in my mind, the driver pointed again to the man in the alley and said, "Hassan." I surveyed the alley and deduced that there were bound to be people in the residential buildings, should I need to call for help, but that was no guarantee that help would arrive, or would arrive in time. I had to make a decision. I walked toward Hassan with a firm gait. He was well groomed and well dressed. He also spoke perfect English. "You are Siddarth?" he asked. "Yes." "Why are we meeting here?" "You need a kidney. I was told you could help me. You look healthy. Can you help me or not?" "You are Indian, why are you in Bangladesh?" "I tried in India for a few months," I replied. "I was told it would be quicker here." Hassan took a long look at me, then started typing on his cell phone. "If you can't help me, just say so," I told Hassan. "I have other options." I heard footsteps from the far side of the alley. 2 men were walking in my direction. "What's going on?" I asked. "I don't think you need a kidney," Hassan replied. "I want to know why you are here." Within moments I was surrounded. I stayed calm. "This is very unkind," I told Hassan. "I don't know what you think you will accomplish by trying to frighten me." "Tell me who you are," Hassan commanded. "I told you already." Hassan smirked. His men closed in. They stank of cheap booze. "Are you a journalist?" Hassan asked. "Tell your men to back away, and I will walk out without any trouble." "You will not go anywhere until you tell me who you are." Hassan spoke to his men in Bengali. One of them shoved me. "Speak," Hassan said. "Okay," I replied. "Before I stepped out of that car, I took a photo of you with my cell phone and sent it to my wife. If I do not check in with her every 24 hours, she will contact my friends at the US Embassy in Dhaka. Let me go, or you will be hunted." Hassan took a moment to process my statement. "Show me your phone," he said. "If you touch me, you will be sorry." "Your choice." Hassan locked eyes with me. I locked back. He muttered at his men, and they backed off. Hassan spat on the ground not far from my feet. "I know all the brokers in Dhaka. No one will talk with you." Hassan and his men left in the car that brought me. I was fortunate he did not call my bluff because there was no picture of him on my phone. I collected myself and started walking toward the nearest main road to hail a taxi. I was upset that I had put myself in a dangerous situation, but I had also been researching human trafficking long enough to know which traffickers were to be feared and which were petty thugs who would back down with a show of strength. I knew Hassan was a coward the moment I saw him. Despite his warnings, I was even more committed to getting a meeting with Iqbal. My meeting with Iqbal was more informative, although not terribly satisfying. We met near the Siddarth ferry terminal and found a relatively quiet place to talk. Iqbal was from Dhaka and had studied medicine in India before returning home to be a doctor. For reasons he did not explain, his medical career did not work out, so he found another way to help patients. He told me that most of his patients were Bangladeshis who lived abroad and came back for kidney transplants because the waiting lists abroad were too long. He explained that the longer they wait while on dialysis, the more damage is done to their bodies, so they are eager to have their transplants arranged more quickly. I asked Iqbal how patients from abroad found someone like him. He told me that prospective patients could find him through numerous informal channels, including social media and word of mouth. Once a patient decided to employ his services, several surgeons he worked with in Dhaka could perform the operation. The patient paid $75,000 to $100,000 for the procedure. Upon arrival in Dhaka, all of the patient's needs were met: accommodation in a nice hotel, surgical pre-testing, transplant surgery, full recuperation, and discharge to travel home. I asked Iqbal how much he gets paid, and he told me he received 5% of the fee. He said he typically arranges 2 or 3 procedures a year, sometime more. I asked him how much he pays the donors, and he said they receive a fixed fee of 1 lakh taka, $1,430. I told Iqbal that I had documented numerous peasants who were promised a certain payment but only received a fraction of it. Iqbal said he always paid his donors in full. I asked him about aftercare for the donors, and he said this was a problem because they usually returned to their villages soon after the operation and not many physicians traveled to rural areas to provide adequate care for them. You realize that even if these donors receive all the money they are promised but do not receive proper aftercare, their lives are ruined, I explained. Iqbal did not respond. Do you think it is fair to exploit poor people in this manner, just so the rich can survive? I asked. Some people are worth less, Iqbal responded, that is the reality in our world. I was taken aback by Iqbal's harsh statement and asked him if he really felt that way. It's not my feeling, it's the truth. If you don't see this, that is your pity. I wanted to argue with Iqbal to persuade him that the worth of all human beings is equal despite their life circumstances, but I knew it would be a pointless discussion. One of the great frustrations of my research has been continually encountering the reality that, for all practical purposes, the disadvantageous circumstances of billions of people in the world make them worth less than the rest of us. Add cultural and religious biases relating to gender, caste, ethnicity, all of which have for centuries reinforced the devaluation of certain groups of people around the world, and there is little practical merit in a philosophical argument for the theoretical equality of all people, especially in a country such as Bangladesh where it is painfully obvious that people are not at all equal. The real-world devaluation of the poorest people in the world provides logic for their exploitation, which in turn perpetuates their devaluation. Iqbal was simply the mouthpiece of an ancient system of human stratification based on arbitrary allocations of resources, rights, and type, gender, caste, etc., which somehow persist into the modern age. This randomness was at the heart of almost every case of slavery I encountered, and it is perhaps the chief quality that makes the system so challenging to eradicate. The numerous cases of organ trafficking I documented in Bangladesh that were catalyzed by the seller's need to repay microcredit loans led me to speak with the 2 largest microcredit lenders in the country, Grameen Bank and BRAC. Officials at both banks informed me that they were aware of the issues. They stated that they always endeavored to ensure that their prospective loan recipients did not have other loans outstanding. However, there was no centralized system for microloans in Bangladesh, so it was challenging to determine the debt load of a prospective recipient. I asked about local agents who pressure or intimidate debtors into repaying their debts, which can cause them to take desperate measures, but officials at Grameen and BRAC said that their agents never resorted to any sort of aggressive tactics. They argued instead that these practices were more an issue with smaller, unlicensed lenders who prey on the poor, although this is not consistent with many of the cases I documented. After several months of research, it was clear to me that the organ recruiters in South Asia were the glue that made the system work. The process began and ended with them. They were the link between hospitals and patients on one end and vulnerable donors on the other. The recruiters were supposed to pay the donors out of the fees they received, but they typically pocketed most of the cash and paid the seller a fraction of what was promised. As near as I could piece together, if a patient in Dhaka paid a hospital between $75,000 and $100,000 for the transplant, Roughly $7,500 to $10,000 of this went to the recruiter, and perhaps $400 to $500 to the organ seller, or 0.5% to 1% of the total amount paid by the patient for the transplant. The ratios in India were closer to 1% to 2%. Transplant surgeons did not occupy themselves with securing donors, nor should they, and wealthy recipients did not really wish to know the details of the donor beyond assurances that the organ was disease-free and a proper match. The organ brokers made the system work across India and Bangladesh, allowing everyone else to look the other way. These brokers were even more crucial to the system I uncovered in Nepal. Preying on the oppressed in Nepal. The first time I visited the National Kidney Center in Kathmandu, several people were outside the main entry begging for kidneys, either for themselves or for loved ones. Their faces were drawn with fear and desperation. Inside the center, patients were hooked up for dialysis in a relatively clean and modern facility. The mood was somber, but some of the patients kept a cheerful demeanor and believed their prayers for a kidney would be answered. "I believe God will help me," a 40-year-old father of 3 named Madhav told me. "If I pray and do penance every day, God will help me." Supriya had been undergoing dialysis for 4 years, since the age of 50, due to renal failure attributed to type 2 diabetes. Her husband passed away several years earlier. She had 2 daughters, both were a match for donation, but Supriya refused to accept organs from them. "They are just starting their lives and have to take care of their children," Supriya explained. "I will not sentence them to an early demise by taking a kidney from them. Maybe their husband or children will need it one day. I would give all my organs to keep my children alive, but I will never take from them." Although she spoke in a calm and reflective voice, I could sense the pain of Supriya's predicament deeper within her. I could well imagine that her children were exceedingly desperate to save her life, just as desperate as she was to preserve theirs. It was not hard to see why, in similar situations, some may resort to less orthodox measures to obtain a kidney. Staff at the center informed me that patients like Supriya can expect to wait 10 to 12 years for a kidney transplant in Nepal. Similar to most countries, demand for kidneys far outstrips supply. A nurse at the center named Rupa explained, "Because Nepal has fewer transplant physicians per patient population than other countries, our patients must wait longer for their transplant procedures and many cannot survive this long." Rupa told me that many patients who can afford to do so travel to India where they can secure a transplant more quickly. I was sure that in these cases the swiftness of the procedure was facilitated by duping peasant donors such as Tabjid. However, Nepalese patients like Madhav and Supriya cannot afford this option, so they wait, and pray. Insufficient organ supply and a lower per capita level of transplant physicians are among the primary factors that create a flourishing black market for organs in Nepal. A sophisticated network of organ brokers has developed to recruit donors from the country's poorest areas for donation in hospitals in Kathmandu, as well as across the border in India. I spoke with staff at the Human Organ Transplant Center and the Grande International Hospital in Kathmandu, both of which had reasonable, albeit easily circumvented, checks in place to ensure organs had not been purchased or coerced from vulnerable peasants. The transplant team seemed understandably focused on availing of any healthy organ that was donated to save their ailing patients. Some of the most disheartening cases I documented involved donors from the Makwanpur district of Nepal. Makwanpur is a poor, rural district southwest of Kathmandu. Research in this area is arduous, as roads can only take one so far. I traveled by foot to get from one village to the next, usually several hours or a full day's hike up one side of a mountain and down the other. During the monsoon season, flash floods and rock slides can cut off travel for days. The region is isolated and poor, but given its proximity to the capital, as the crow flies, it is heavily sourced by sex traffickers, labor traffickers, and organ traffickers. The recruiters who travel to Makwanpur meet with villagers and promise more money for their organs than they can earn in several years. The villagers I met in Makwanpur were especially ignorant of what it meant to donate a kidney, and it was clear that the recruiters fully exploited this ignorance. Raj, a weary and listless man, invited me into his small wooden hut and explained, "The recruiter told me my kidney would grow back." Raj showed me a 10-inch scar on his abdomen. He lied to me. Nothing grew back. I am sick all the time. My family is in a very bad condition because I cannot work. Vishal, from the same village, said, "They kept saying kidney, kidney, I had no idea what this was. I thought they would take some flesh from my stomach. If I had known what they were doing, I would not have agreed." Vishal and Raj were both paid about 20% of what they were promised, $4.50 each. Neither received any postoperative care after their kidneys were removed, and they were both sent back to their villages within 2 days of their operations. The harvesting of their organs, however, did not take place in Nepal. Both men were trafficked to India to have their organs harvested for transplant into Indian patients. I knew quite well how sex and labor trafficking from Nepal to India worked, but I was curious to learn how Nepali men were brought to hospitals in India and had organs removed and transplanted into Indian recipients without anyone raising concerns. Out of 20 cases of organ trafficking, all males, I documented in Makwanpur district, 13 had gone to India and 7 to Kathmandu. I followed the trail of these 13 men to find out how the system worked. One of the pitches used by the Nepali organ traffickers is that the donors will receive better medical care in India after their kidneys are removed than they would in Nepal. They are told the procedures will use the latest technology, that many of the surgeons have been trained abroad, and that they will be well taken care of at the hospital until they are strong enough to return home. Most of the Nepali donors are taken by bus across the border to Kolkata for the transplants. A smaller number are taken to Delhi. I did not document any victims who were taken to other cities, but I am sure they exist. Prior to the journey, the traffickers arrange a no objection certificate through the Nepali embassy in New Delhi. This certificate states that the Nepali donor is a relative of the recipient in India and has made the altruistic choice to donate an organ, without duress or payment. The certificate is provided to the hospital in India where the transplant will take place. Policy requires that a picture of the donor be included with the certificate, but photos are often not included. Either way, the procedures continue. Once at the hospital, the Nepali donor presents himself as a relative of the recipient. In none of the cases that I documented did the donor actually meet his supposed relative. A victim named Gopal told me what happened when he arrived at the hospital in India. The night before the procedure I was given new clothes and taken for a very nice meal. There was so much food I wish I could take some to my family. I remember I thought that with the money they will pay me we can eat like this for the rest of our lives. The next morning I went for the procedure. The man who brought me from Nepal was named Hitesh. He spoke to the doctors in Hindi, so I did not understand them. They told me I would go to sleep, and when I woke up the procedure would be finished. After the procedure, I was in too much pain. Hitesh was gone. He left 18,000 rupees $360 for me, not 100,000 rupees $2,000 that he promised. The hospital discharged me that same day and told me where I could find a bus to take me home. I was very confused. I thought, what has God done to me? I had to urinate constantly, so it was impossible for me to sit in the bus for long periods. It took me 4 days to return home. I confronted Hitesh when he came back to my village, but he told me the hospital charged fees and that is why I received less money. Now I am so ashamed. I tell others not to give their kidneys, but people are so poor they will do anything. When I followed up with hospitals in India about the Nepali cases I documented, the transplant units informed me that they relied on the Nepali embassy in New Delhi to verify that the donor is a relative of the recipient and is making an informed and altruistic choice. I asked the hospitals why they did not bother to have the supposed relatives meet each other prior to the procedures, just to be sure they were actually relatives. I was told that this can lead to stress, and it is better to keep the donor and recipient apart. I tried to speak with officials in the Nepali embassy in New Delhi, but I was brushed off. I also tried to speak with personnel at the Organ Retrieval Banking Organization, ORBO, in India, but they too were not terribly sympathetic to my inquiries. I received an official statement that read, "We are aware of the shortage of organs for transplant in India and are actively trying to address the same. The Indian Health Ministry has recently implemented a new systematic allocation system of cadaver organs to counter abuses. Allocation of cadaver organs shall be based on a city waiting list, followed by the state, followed by other states through a regional organ and tissue transplant organization. We are taking additional steps to set parameters for kidney allocation across India and rule out the illegal trade involving organs." Beyond this technocratic jargon, no one in India or Nepal was willing to answer my questions. Hospitals, embassies, and regulatory bodies all pointed their fingers at each other as being responsible for properly vetting each donor. They also seemed to have the impression that the exploitative scenarios I described were uncommon, hence, there is no pressing need to address them. After several years of research, it was clear to me that far more must be done across South Asia to screen supposedly altruistic donors more effectively, be they Indians or Nepalis or Bangladeshis, to ensure that they are not being exploited for their body parts. Once they are carved up and sent packing, their fates are sealed. As Gopal from Makwanpur district told me, after they took my kidney, my heart became too heavy to bear. I wish they had taken it instead. Summary of organ trafficking cases documented in South Asia. Although I cannot provide precise estimates and prevalence rates, I am confident that there are thousands of victims of organ trafficking in South Asia each year. Many are trafficked for organ removal inside national borders, and others are trafficked across borders, primarily to India. Patients also cross borders in significant numbers, seeking the quickest and most reliable possible transplant rather than abiding by the excruciatingly long wait lists that often extend well past their ability to survive. The poor also are desperate to survive, and the meager income they receive can be the difference between life and death for their families, at least in the short run. Enter the traffickers, who prey on the desperations of both parties and bridge the transaction between them. Because patients are being saved and the harms against the donors are pitched to be minimal, hospitals and regulators look the other way. In cases of organ trafficking, victims can do little to nothing to seek redress. Most are weak, unwell, and stigmatized. They are simply biding their time until death. The following data summarizes some of the key metrics from the organ trafficking cases in South Asia that I documented. 104 cases of organ trafficking, 41 in India, 33 in Nepal, 30 in Bangladesh. 91 cases of male victims, 13 cases of female victims. 100% of victims belong to low caste or minority ethnic communities. 63% of cases involved sale of a kidney to discharge a debt. 42% of cases involved transnational trafficking. $355, average sum received by victims. 21%, average sum received as a percent of promised payment. 1.18 days, average number of days after organ removal to discharge. 24.5 years, average age of victim at time of organ removal. Beneath these numbers resides immense misery and the destruction of peasant families. The system of organ trafficking in South Asia thrives in the shadows of regulatory and enforcement loopholes at the grave expense of the poorest and most downtrodden people of the region. However, this kind of predatory viciousness is not found solely in poorer regions of the world. I found it thriving in the West as well, including in the United States, despite robust regulations meant to prevent any such abuses from taking place. Organ trafficking and the United States. Understanding the system, cadavers and live donors. The United States has numerous laws and regulations relating to organ donation. Nevertheless, human trafficking for organ removal is a serious and potentially growing problem in the country. I assumed it would be very challenging for anyone to introduce trafficked organs into the transplant system in the United States, but my investigation uncovered the loopholes traffickers are able to exploit. As with all countries, there are two sources of organs for transplant in the United States: cadaver organs and living donors. Cadaver organs constitute roughly 3/4 of all transplant surgeries in the United States. 7 Harvesting and transporting cadaver organs for transplant is strictly governed by 59 organ procurement organizations, OPOs, spread across the country. Each OPO is required to be a member of the National Organ Procurement and Transplantation Network, OPTN, which was created by the National Organ Transplantation Act of 1984 and administers the National Organ Recipient Waitlist. As of May 2017, approximately 120,000 Americans were waiting for an organ transplant, 97,000 of whom were waiting for a kidney. 8 When a patient in a hospital becomes brain dead and is a candidate for organ donation, the local OPO is contacted and goes to the hospital to make an assessment. They attempt to secure consent from the patient's family, but consent is typically secured in only half the cases. 9 If consent is received, the organs are tested for contagions and infectious diseases. Once the organs are approved, all data are uploaded to a national computerized system called UNET, which is operated by the United Network for Organ Sharing, UNOS. A list of potential recipients, called a closed sheet, is generated by an algorithm, and the organ is allocated first locally, then regionally, then nationally until a match is found. This is akin to the new procedures described to me in the official statement I received from the ORBO in India. Data are sent to the recipient's physician for the first potential match, and if accepted, the OPO transports the organ to the recipient's hospital. Considerable coordination between donor and recipient hospitals is required. Hearts require the most coordination because the extraction and transplant must be performed by two teams in the same place, one right after the other. Lung, liver, and pancreas can last up to 12 hours outside the body, and if properly cared for, a kidney can last up to 20 hours, providing more flexibility between extraction and implantation. Because the OPO manages and monitors the entire process from donor to recipient, it is very difficult to introduce a trafficked organ into the cadaver organ system in the domestic United States. I conducted interviews at several hospitals, OPO offices, and with UNOs, and there was no reasonable way for a trafficked organ to enter the cadaver transplant system. At most, there could be one-off cases involving egregious levels of corruption either at an OPO office or by a transplant team. Unlike cadaver organs, the living donor system opens a few loopholes through which trafficked organs can enter the system. The process of living organ donation in the United States is regulated by the revised Uniform Anatomical Gift Act of 2006, the original act was passed in 1968. The law outlines the mechanisms through which individuals can altruistically donate their organs and the processes hospitals should undertake to ensure the donation is truly altruistic. The process can be manipulated, however, and I documented several cases in which the living donor turned out to be an exploited migrant across the border in Mexico. The process of altruistic organ donation in the United States is fairly straightforward. First, if an individual indicates that he or she would like to make an altruistic donation of an organ, usually a kidney, to another person, the person goes through a rigorous intake process at the recipient's hospital to ensure that the individual is making a fully informed decision, is not being paid, and is not under any form of duress. Duress can be particularly tricky when it comes to family members donating to each other. Would a child or a spouse donating to a family member out of love not also possibly be doing so out of a sense of obligation or pressure? As with sex trafficking, the line between willing and coerced can become quite gray. To minimize these scenarios, the altruistic donor is assigned a separate screening team from that of the recipient. This team is headed by an intake coordinator who is charged with ensuring that family members are not making the donation unwillingly. However, it is rare for a hospital to turn down an altruistic donor from within the family. Assuming the donor passes the intake process, as most do, they are tested to see if they are tissue and blood type matches for the recipient, followed by independent counseling leading up to the procedure. Most hospitals in the United States follow both the donor and recipient with regular medical checkups for at least 2 years to ensure optimal health after their respective procedures. Despite their best efforts, the transplant units at several hospitals in Boston, Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, San Diego, Dallas, San Antonio, and Houston acknowledged that it is possible for a donor to pass the intake scrutiny and still be offering an organ out of duress or because of a financial payment. Websites such as INEEDAKidneyNow.org and MatchingDonors.com and Facebook pages such as Facebook.com/FindAKidneyCentral create marketplaces for donors and recipients to transact with each other. These and dozens of other online marketplaces have sprouted up in recent years, and many of the sites specifically offer tips on how to pass the intake process at hospitals. These cases typically do not involve organ trafficking but rather illicit markets in organ selling. However, another category of living donor case is more likely to involve trafficked organs, those in which the living donor is, allegedly, a relative or dear friend living across the border in Mexico. This is the most common scenario used to introduce trafficked organs into transplant hospitals in the United States, especially in Texas, Arizona, and California, all of which are within reach for transporting a kidney via vehicle in the viability time frame. On the trail of trafficked organs. In my efforts to investigate organ trafficking in the United States, I followed 2 leads to identify hospitals that might be using trafficked organs from Mexico. 1. Hospitals that consistently show a higher than 40% proportion of living donor transplants, 25% or less is the norm, and 2. Hospitals with disproportionate insurance billing for code CPT 50547 and 50320, indicating that a higher number of transplants were performed than the number of organs they could possibly access. I followed these threads of investigation and found several hospitals in South Texas and a few in the San Diego area that appeared suspicious. I visited each of them in person. The first thing I noticed at most of these hospitals was that organ brokers were operating outside the dialysis units. The brokers were well-dressed and respectfully solicited patients who were leaving after their dialysis sessions with offers that they could arrange a transplant in a short time frame. Most of the solicitations fell on deaf ears. I had detailed discussions with the nurses at several transplant units in hospitals across Texas and in San Diego. Only one transplant team, at the largest transplant unit in South Texas in McAllen, just a few miles from the U.S. Mexico border, was unwilling to speak with me. The nurses and coordinators with whom I spoke at the hospitals in Texas and San Diego were all well aware that there were organ brokers outside their dialysis units who promised they could arrange transplants within a few weeks. Those brokers work with surgeons in private clinics on either side of the border, one nurse at Houston Methodist Hospital explained to me. I asked about the issue of fake altruistic donors who are either under coercion or are being paid, and each unit told me they screened heavily against this, but they also said that other hospitals looked the other way. They want to save lives, one nurse at the Christus Transplant Institute in San Antonio told me. So as long as they have someone who says they want to donate, they proceed. Another nurse told me, just do a Google search for "I need a kidney," you will see a ton of sites that promise transplants for the right price. Most of those people go across the border, but some of them have the procedures in the United States. I'm pretty sure you would find organ trafficking with those cases. One scenario described to me repeatedly in Texas and California was an alleged family member who lived across the border in Mexico and was said not to have immigration papers. This alleged family member would indicate that he wished to donate to the recipient at the U.S. hospital. In these cases, the U.S. hospital relies on a hospital in Mexico to perform the necessary testing, screening, and matching, and to send a letter attesting that the donor is not being paid or under duress. Once these formalities are accomplished, the organ is driven across the border for implantation. The system is very similar to the no objection certificate provided by the Nepali embassy in New Delhi that attests that the Nepalese migrant is a willing donor or relative of the recipient. Unlike in India and Nepal, which share an open border, In the United States and Mexico, the migrant does not cross the border because he claims not to have valid immigration papers that would allow him to do so. Without a border crossing, it is impossible for the intake team at a U.S. hospital to determine if something is amiss. Several transplant nurses told me candidly that they had no idea where the organs really came from in these situations and that they could possibly be cases of organ trafficking. As long as the tissue and communicable disease testing is performed at reputable hospitals across the border and the results are acceptable, they proceed. Assuming that many or most of these cases could involve organs that are fraudulently or coercively harvested, I wanted to understand exactly where the organs were coming from. To probe the circumstances behind the alleged cross-border altruistic donations, I conducted interviews at migrant shelters in the border towns of Matamoros, Reynosa, Nuevo Laredo, Mexicali, Tecate, and Tijuana, as well as at the corresponding border towns on the U.S. side. In several shelters, I found individuals who had suffered fraudulent organ extractions and lived to tell about it. All of these Mexican border towns also have extensive medical, dental, and pharmacological clinics for Americans who prefer to cross the border for cheaper procedures and prescription drugs. The welcome centers in these cities provide maps with listings and locations of all the available medical facilities. There are also rumored to be off-book medical clinics that offer quick, but expensive, organ transplants. I was not able to track any of these down, primarily due to limits on the amount of time I could spend in Mexican border cities due to security issues. Arranging for a security team was compulsory due to the risks of abduction by drug cartels. The Gulf Cartel controls the border in the South Texas region, the Zetas own central Mexico and portions of the Texas border, La Familia controls the border between Guatemala and Mexico, and the Sinaloa Cartel owns territory between Baja California and California. The Gulf, Zetas, and Sinaloa cartels were of primary concern to me because I was conducting research in their territories. Each cartel operates sophisticated drug, human, and organ trafficking networks, and abduction of high-value targets for ransom is a key component of their business models. The brutality of these cartels needs little discussion. They skin people alive, behead them, dismember and scatter the body parts of politicians and informants across city streets, and dissolve bodies in acid. No one is off limits, least of all investigators poking around in cartel business. Because of the high level of risk, the only security teams willing to cross the border with me were private military contractors, typically veterans of the U.S. military involvements in Iraq and Afghanistan. Their main source of income following their tours of duty was to provide security for U.S. businessmen who cross the border for meetings or to inspect manufacturing facilities. The price for this kind of security is steep, but I was able to arrange a human rights discount with each of the teams that assisted me. Each team had its particular operational style, but the basics were similar. Defensive tactics were of paramount importance because it is illegal to take firearms into Mexico. If we were arrested for having done so, we would probably spend the rest of our lives in a Mexican prison. Each team consisted of a primary vehicle, PV, and a chase vehicle, CV. The PV carried the executive protector, EP, and me. The chase vehicle consisted of 2 additional security personnel. The PV was typically a Jeep, and the CV was usually a sedan. Each vehicle carried a first aid kit, trauma bag, and 4-kit. The security teams developed specific driving tactics to avoid being boxed in or disabled. If the PV suffered an attack, the role of the EP was to get me to the CV for an immediate retreat across the border. I met with my security team to go over the tactical plan for the day each morning that we intended to cross the border. The latest cartel movements were reviewed, and if the team received intelligence that there was going to be too much attention near the border, that day of research was called off. I made a total of 9 forays across the border for interviews in shelters with my security teams in Texas and California. 3 times we called off the trips the morning of departure due to security concerns. I was treated with the utmost respect by my teams, and I developed deep admiration for their professionalism and courage. At no point were we in serious danger, as far as I could tell, although on 2 occasions we had to return to the United States earlier than planned to avoid cartel movements. The security teams taught me how to spot the cartel halcons, hawks, just across the border. They were usually young males operating a taco stand, or just circling around on their bicycles looking for high-value targets for abduction. They used handheld radios to communicate through a private system of thousands of antennas and repeaters across Mexico to avoid tapping by the government on a cellular network. I was the only non-corporate client my teams had protected, so they were intrigued by my research. The days ended with a few drinks and dinner, during which I described the work I had been doing around the world, the kinds of tragedies I had documented, and some of the slaves I had met. The security teams had harrowing stories to share about their experiences in Iraq, but the tales that most astounded me related to the cartels. The EP with whom I most bonded, Rodriguez, told me what you see in the media is just a fraction of what really happens down here. This place is worse than Iraq. The stories my security teams shared about cartel violence did not help calm my nerves when it was time to cross the border. With each foray, I felt that I was stepping into a highly unpredictable, hyper-violent world, which exceeded anything in my previous experience. Repetition eased my anxieties, but each trip was an excruciating experience, with senses heightened and an irrepressible feeling of dread. The first trip was one of the most stressful days of all my research, surpassed perhaps only by the anxiety I felt stepping into GT's lair in Edo State. Every minute that we were across the border, I was convinced we would be attacked. Every car that swerved near us felt like an attempt at abduction, every awkward glance was a possible assessment of me as a target, and everything I did not see and hear filled my imagination with scenarios of impending disaster. Why were that car's windows so tinted? Is that shifty fellow on his phone reporting me as a target? The steel nerves of my teams helped ease my stress when we crossed the border, and thanks to them I gathered invaluable information from the people I met in the border town migrant shelters. At a shelter in Nuevo Laredo in 2011, a 19-year-old girl named Juanita told me a jarring story of migration and exploitation that began when she left her home in central Mexico. By the time I came to Nuevo Laredo I had already been raped several times. At the bus station in Nuevo Laredo the police arrested me. I did not understand the charges. After 3 nights in prison they sent me with a man named Alfredo. He was with the Zetas. They locked me in a house with other migrants. They told us if we wanted to cross the border we had to pay $600. No one had that money, but some people had relatives in the United States who sent money for them. The rest of us had to work for the cartel. The women were raped by the guards every night. I saw 2 people killed in that house for no reason. The cartel sent me to Boys Town for prostitution. After a few weeks, they sent a doctor to the house, and I thought he would give us medicine because we were sick, but he did tests on us. After a few weeks they took 8 of the migrants to remove their kidneys. They were in a lot of pain when they came back. One of them died. Thank God they did not take my kidney. They made me take drugs across the border. I could not believe I made it to America, then they forced me to come back and bring drugs again. When we crossed, we were in groups of 3 or 4, that way if one group was caught the others got through. My life was like this for more than a year. The cartel would not let us go. One day there was a police raid. We were arrested. I cannot explain what happened. After 2 weeks in prison they sent me to this shelter. The cartel comes here to recruit the migrants, but I will never go with them. I heard numerous stories like Juanita's at the shelters I visited. Migrants from across central Mexico and Central America survived the journey to the US border but were then raped, killed, exploited as drug mules, had organs harvested, or worse. I met a few migrants whose organs were forcibly removed, but most people I interviewed could only report that they saw this happening to other migrants, as many of the unwilling donors did not survive. Several of the migrants from Guatemala also reported seeing or hearing about large numbers of bodies turning up along the Guatemala-Mexico border with their organs removed. As many stories as I documented, and as many people as I interviewed who had organs forcibly removed, it was impossible for me to trace where these organs ended up. The cases were in the past, and I discovered no leads to how or where the organs were used. The organs might have been used in living donor transplants in Texas from alleged altruistic donors in Mexico, or for transplants in medical clinics in Mexico for transplant tourists who traveled south for their procedures, or they might have been sold to hospitals for medical testing. I realized I was never going to be able to follow an actual trafficked organ from the point of harvesting to the point of implantation, so the only remaining avenue I could explore to try to piece together more of the network would be to engage directly with an organ broker, such as those I saw operating outside the dialysis units of the hospitals I visited. Meeting an organ broker. To go undercover as a prospective transplant patient and engage with an organ broker, I needed a credible cover story. For this, I turned to a few transplant surgeons who had been advising me throughout my organ trafficking research. They told me that I would need to indicate that I had just discovered that my kidneys were failing, but that I had not yet started dialysis. If I were to say I had already begun dialysis, the brokers could investigate to determine whether this was or was not the case. As a generally healthy young man, I could also explain to the brokers that I did not go for regular medical checkups and that the first time my problem was discovered was when I felt sick and went to the emergency room with nausea and vomiting, at which point I was told I had renal failure. I was also advised to pick a kidney disease that typically left most patients appearing to be otherwise healthy, such as focal segmental glomerulosclerosis, FSGS, the same kidney disease suffered by NBA players Alonzo Mourning and Sean Elliott. This disease would allow me to appear to function somewhat normally up to a few months before a transplant was required, and many FSGS patients attempt to secure a transplant before they have to begin dialysis, which also fit with my cover story. I was advised further that I would need to tell the brokers that I had no viable living donor, that my family members suffered high blood pressure and other ailments that disqualified them, and that I had the financial means to work with them if they could find me a kidney match. Luckily, my blood type is A positive, which is the easiest to match. Finally, I was advised that the broker would ask for my glomerular filtration rate, GFR, which is a measure of kidney function. A reading between 15 and 20 meant I could live without dialysis for a short period of time, so I was told to say that my reading was right around 20 and that the doctor was not able to tell me yet how fast my disease was progressing. Armed with this information, I prepared to approach the organ brokers. Before doing so, I took some time to consider the moral legitimacy of what I was planning to do. People in my family had suffered terminal renal failure, and I knew all too well how debilitating the disease could be, including dialysis treatment and the daily anxiety of wondering how long one has to live. I felt revulsion at the prospect of pretending to be someone in this position, a feeling similar to times I feigned to be a customer in search of young girls to purchase during my sex trafficking research. But something about this was different. It cut right to the fundamental desire to live, to be forced to come to terms with the reality that your body had failed you, and the desperation to do whatever it took to survive. I spent some time reflecting on whether I was crossing lines that I would later regret, and whether I was justified in proceeding simply to conduct my research. In the end, I made the difficult decision to proceed. As unpalatable as the research was going to be, I wanted to understand as much as possible about this grotesque trade in human body parts. I was told to be confident, to insist on being told from where my kidney was being sourced, the age of the donor, the full medical history, where the surgery would be conducted, and how I could be certain that the kidney being implanted was the one I asked for. Be demanding, one transplant surgeon in Chicago advised me. You are theoretically going to pay up to $200,000 to save your life. Act entitled. That's how someone in your shoes would behave. During the course of my explorations as a prospective kidney transplant patient, I spoke to 6 organ brokers outside hospitals in South Texas and San Diego. Transplants were promised at private clinics on the U.S. side of the border or at hospitals in Monterrey or Tijuana. The furthest I pursued the process was with a broker in San Diego, Juan. He and I first exchanged emails, then spoke on the phone, then set a meeting in San Diego all within 3 days. Juan wore a suit and tie to our meeting and spoke professionally. I kept to my story of a recent FSGS diagnosis and a GFR of around 20. Juan advised me that he could arrange a transplant in Tijuana with the same standard of care and sophistication as any hospital in the United States. He showed me glossy pamphlets with testimonials and said I could speak to previous patients. I told him I would prefer to have the procedure done in the United States, and he said he could arrange the same operation at a private clinic, but it would cost more. I asked him how much. In Tijuana, the price is $200,000. In the United States we charge $300,000. I asked Juan the important questions about the donor, matching, viral testing, and assurances that I would be getting the exact organ I purchased. Juan gave me all the right answers. He said that the organ transplant system was broken and that his network was trying to save lives. I told Juan I wanted to see the clinic before the transplant, but he said this was not possible. Why not? I asked. That's the policy. I'm putting my life in your hands. I need to see the clinic, and I want to speak with the donor. These were non-starters for Juan, and every other organ broker I spoke to. Then what's the next step? I asked. You wire half the funds into an escrow account. Once we know the funds are clear, we will proceed with your match. If anything goes wrong, you may withdraw the funds at any time up to the surgery. The day before the procedure, you pay the second half, and we proceed with the transplant. What about aftercare? The fee includes 2 years of postoperative care. Does the donor receive postoperative care as well? Of course. And there is no way I can speak to him or meet him. I'm sorry, no. I had to decide how much further I was going to push down this path. Obviously, I was not going to put $150,000 into an escrow account just to see how far my research would go, and it was clear that Juan was not going to let me meet my supposed donor or visit the clinic or even meet the doctors until the last minute. I told Juan that I had heard stories that some of the organs used in clinics are taken from migrants under false pretenses. I asked him how I could be sure this would not be the case with my surgery. You are paying money so that you don't have to worry about these things, Juan replied. I promise the donor will be paid fully. His life will be better. So will yours. In those few sentences, Juan encapsulated the essence of the contemporary organ trafficking phenomenon. Those who can afford to do so pay money to save their lives, and so they do not have to worry about the human costs associated with the transaction. I was unable to proceed any further with my research into organ trafficking in the United States and Mexico. In total, I documented 17 migrants whose kidneys had been forcibly or fraudulently removed, and I heard stories of scores of other migrants to whom the same had happened but who did not survive. I identified the loopholes in the altruistic donation regime that were evidently being used to introduce trafficked organs into the system, and I went as far as I could with an organ broker to explore how an actual case worked. I was unable to trace the networks from the point of organ harvesting to the point of transplantation in any particular case. Limited resources were one constraint, but untenable levels of risk presented a greater obstacle. As I found in South Asia, vulnerable people in the Americas are being carved up for parts so that the wealthy can survive. As long as the severe market imbalances between supply and demand in transplant organs persist, the organ trafficking market is likely to thrive. Therefore, one must ask, are there any policies that might help rebalance the system and abrogate some of the pressures that lead to these exploitative black markets? Clear policies, unclear results. The severe market imbalances between the supply and demand for transplant organs that give rise to illicit organ sales and human trafficking for organ removal have received the clearest policy response of any facet of human trafficking. Only two countries in the world, Iran and Singapore, have responded to these market imbalances by legalizing the sale of kidneys. No other countries sanction organ sales, and numerous international conventions and policy instruments staunchly advocate against legalized organ sales being a valid response to the crisis. The results of this near-unanimous policy approach do not, however, appear to have helped remedy the imbalances that motivate black markets in organs and organ trafficking. The guiding principles on human cell, tissue, and organ transplantation was issued by the World Health Organization, WHO, in 1991, and it includes 9 principles intended to prevent abuses in the organ transplant system that can lead to illicit organ markets and organ trafficking. Point 10 Article 3 of the Palermo Protocol includes organ removal as one of the forms of exploitation captured by the definition of human trafficking. Article 3 of the United Nations Optional Protocol on the Sale of Children, Child Prostitution, and Child Pornography was added in 2000 to the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child and states that the sale of children for the purpose of transferring their organs for profit should be a criminal offense. In 2000, the World Medical Association issued a statement that financial incentives for organ donation should in all cases be prohibited. Point 11 Article 22 of the European Convention on Human Rights and Biomedicine, ratified in 2002, prohibits organ and tissue trafficking, and Article 21 of the Convention prohibits financial gain from the selling of organs. Organ trafficking was most directly addressed by the Declaration of Istanbul on Organ Trafficking and Transplant Tourism in 2009-12, which outlined 4 principles to help address the supply-demand imbalances that lead to organ trafficking, including 1. Maximizing the use of deceased donor organs, 2. Encouraging countries with established deceased or living donor programs to share their knowledge with countries that lack these programs, 3. Protecting vulnerable populations from abusive acts, and 4. Ensuring the equitable allocation of donor organs based on sound ethical principles. Article 6 of the Declaration also specifically states that organ trafficking and transplant tourism violate the principles of equity, justice, and respect for human dignity and should be prohibited. Despite these and other conventions and guidelines, illicit organ sales and organ trafficking remain serious issues around the world. As a result of the deplorable levels of exploitation and abuse in many organ transplant markets, some scholars have argued that a regulated system of organ sales would help eliminate exploitative practices, akin to those who call for legalizing and regulating prostitution as a way to eliminate abuses. Point 13 These scholars typically argue that bringing organ sales out into the open with careful monitoring and strict regulation will allow sellers to benefit financially without being exploited. Monitoring and regulation also will help ensure that poor sellers of organs receive adequate postoperative care. Proponents of regulation further argue that a transparent system that is carefully monitored to prevent deception and coercion will remove pernicious brokers and traffickers from the equation and ensure that the donors are not exploited. In the end, financial incentives, strict monitoring, and proper postoperative care for sellers will increase supply and help balance the transplant market. Not to be overlooked, a more balanced system will save more lives. On the other side of the debate, scholars argue that regulation will not work because it is impossible to achieve adequate levels of monitoring and postoperative care, primarily due to funding deficiencies and corruption. Point 14 Black markets will inevitably arise to exploit a legalized organ sale system. The sellers will disproportionately be poor and vulnerable, and as a consequence they will inevitably suffer exploitation, will not be paid the promised sums, and will have little access to justice to enforce their rights. In addition to negative health results, they will suffer stigmatization and early demise that perpetuate cycles of poverty and exploitation. Finally, placing a market value on the body parts of the poor dehumanizes them and will reinforce the legitimacy of society's monetization of the labor, bodies, services, and body parts of the downtrodden. One study in India has confirmed many of these statements. Researchers found that 86% of organ sellers suffered a decline in health, 36% suffered a decrease in income, and 79% stated they would not recommend selling a kidney to others because of the ill effects they suffered. Point 15. What about Iran and Singapore? Do the regulated systems of organ sales in these countries work? Research in Singapore is limited because the country only legalized organ sales in 2008. In Iran, organ sales have been legal since 1988. Two studies in Iran found that 85% of sellers said they would not sell their kidney if they could go back and reconsider the decision, primarily due to ill health and lack of postoperative care. 16 The studies also found that 80% of donors suffered negative health effects after the donation and that 76% strongly discouraged others from selling. 17 With more resources and better enforcement, Iran, or other countries that create legal systems of organ sales might be able to achieve better results, but the available evidence does not appear promising. The research I have conducted in almost every aspect of slavery leads me to conclude that systems that legalize and attempt to regulate markets that involve the purchase of the bodies or body parts of the poor will inevitably lead to exploitation and misery for the sellers. Whatever is being sold, be it commercial sex, cheap labor, or body parts, the poor are inexorably reduced to expendable and dispensable resources for the wealthy. Theoretical enforcement of protective regulations and punishment of abuses consistently fail because of one glaring truth: we don't really care about the poor as much as we care about ourselves. They are those people from those communities, and that makes them disposable. At the end of the first chapter, I offered 10 initiatives that I feel provide the optimum opportunity to eradicate slavery. Most of these initiatives would also address the issues that underpin the organ trafficking market. Specific supply-demand dynamics promote organ trafficking, however, and powerful forces feed into these black markets, such as profit, for traffickers, and the will to live, for sellers via income, and for buyers via an organ. Policy responses customized to organ trafficking issues must accompany the 10 broader initiatives I outlined in the first chapter. Some of these policies could include: 1. An organ draft. All cadavers can be harvested for organs unless there is a specific religious objection by the family of the deceased. This is an aggressive policy proposal, but it would help alleviate some of the supply-demand imbalances by increasing the available supply of cadaver organs. 2. Presumed consent. All individuals at death are donors unless they actively state otherwise before perishing. This policy is similar to the organ draft but provides individuals with an opportunity to opt out of being a candidate for organ donation at death, whether for religious or other reasons. This policy also increases the supply of available cadaver organs. 3. Limited compensation. The deceased's family members are given a small financial benefit for allowing organs to be used for transplantation. This may help alleviate some of the financial strain on the deceased's family and motivate an increase in cadaver organ supply. The exact amount of the financial benefit would need to be determined so that it does not amount to the same as purchasing a human organ. 4. Futures markets provide a small financial benefit today to an individual who agrees to make his or her organs available at death. Again, the compensation would need to be thought through so that it does not amount to the same as purchasing an organ, but a modest financial benefit could help increase cadaver organ supply. These and similar policies might help attenuate the supply-demand imbalances in the transplant organ system, but they will probably not succeed in balancing the market fully. The most promising effort to do so may come from 3D printing technology. Forecasts are that 3D printing technology should be able to produce human organs for transplantation by around 2030-18, and if so, this might very well mean the end of black markets in organ trade or organ trafficking, assuming it is financially feasible for, and accessible to, all patients. For the time being, the market imbalances that lead to organ trafficking continue to widen. Organized crime groups are heavily involved in organ trafficking from Asia to the Americas, primarily because of the substantial profits they are able to generate from the illicit harvesting and sale of body parts. These groups have developed highly organized systems that rely heavily on brokers to facilitate the transactions between sellers and buyers. Disrupting the operations of these brokers is one important step to take to combat organ trafficking markets, but it will not solve the broader problem. Data on organ trafficking is difficult to come by, in no small part because of the clandestine nature of the offense and the heightened perils associated with conducting research in this area. Nevertheless, research must be done, and new preventions and interventions must be attempted, or the poor, migrant, indebted, disenfranchised populations of the world will continue to be pressured, duped, and harvested for their organs, with just the shell of a person remaining. Borders and blood. Borders play an important role in many aspects of slavery, and they are particularly enmeshed with the phenomenon of organ trafficking. Patients cross borders as transplant tourists in search of quick procedures, sellers are trafficked across borders to have organs removed for wealthy recipients, and migrants make their way to the borders of more affluent countries in search of a better life, only to be chewed up by cartels for sex, labor, and organs. In every case, the borders involved in organ trafficking networks are painted with blood, including the southern border of the United States. On what turned out to be the last day of my research along the Texas-Mexico border, Rodriguez told me at our morning briefing that I had garnered the interest of at least one cartel. He advised that it would be too risky for me to cross the border. I called off our research that day, and I never conducted additional research along the border in that area. It was not, however, a completely unproductive day. Rodriguez told me that he had been working on a lead and managed to track down a surgeon who had conducted 4 transplants for high-ranking cartel members. The doctor was not willing to meet, but he had agreed to speak on the phone. I rang the number the doctor gave Rodriguez several times, and he finally answered in the afternoon. I asked him if he was willing to answer a few questions. He sounded jittery but agreed. The doctor confirmed that in the last 3 years he had performed 4 transplants for high-ranking cartel members at 2 different clinics. He was not willing to disclose the locations of the clinics, or even the cities in which they were located. He had a team of physicians and nurses who assisted him with the harvesting and transplanting procedures.